to the amazing chat. What's up, Brandon and Donnie? Hope you see some pictures. There's a few other Jason's. Hopefully, maybe those people come over after. We'll see, or if they're watching the replay. Lots of good info here tonight about this fundraiser that they're doing. I have lots and lots of info down in the description, so make sure to check that out, whether you're watching the replay or you're watching this live, including a link to the actual giveaway for this fundraiser. So, like I said, it's going to be a fun night. I'm actually going to have some special guests even later on in the evening. I'm actually inviting on a bunch of service members and veterans from the Whiskey Tube community. So I hope to see a few faces, familiar faces that you guys may know, some you may not know. So they all have the link. If you guys know someone that you know is a service member, please shoot me a message on Discord or Instagram or whatever. If they're able to join, I'm happy to send them the link. I've sent a few to a few members. Some of y'all, like I said, y'all may know some of them, but it's going to be a fun way to end the evening. But first, let me please bring on our amazing guests. Please welcome Samantha and Brandon from Bourbon Charity. Welcome, guys.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for coming on. I'm so excited to have Bourbon Charity back on the channel. It's been about 6 months. You guys did a fundraiser in February for Valentine's Day. So it was just a lot of fun. I had Brandon, who is the, I guess the founder of Brandon Hunt, correct? That's the founder, not this Brandon. Just want to clarify. I was like, he looks a little different, but no. So you guys, so Samantha, you are you said you've just been there, a few months, the new executive director of Bourbon Charity. So tell us a little bit about that. And then Brandon, tell us about, what your role is there.
Yes. Well, hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. And I came on about 2.5 months ago as the executive director. And my role is a lot of behind the scenes. I manage our social media accounts. I do manage our shipments. So all of the outgoing orders that we get from merchandise and whatnot. And then our Bourbon Hood members, as soon as we get new members, we also send out a little welcome gift to them. So I manage that, as well as just kind of making new connections, networking, doing podcasts, trying to get our word out there. So it's been really fun so far.
That's awesome. How about you, Brandon?
You know what? When charity started in 2019, started in March of 2019, and I stumbled across it on Instagram, and I sent Brandon a direct message and just said, "Hey, how can I help?" And he's like, "Hey, here's the fundraiser that we're doing. You can buy tickets and support the cause." And I was like, "Well, no, I want to help." I was looking for a charity to volunteer with. And so I just started volunteering about a month after they started, and just kind of been with it since.
That's awesome. So I didn't realize that they were so new. I thought it maybe had been around for a while. So you said February of 2019 is when it started, or
March of
2019.
Yep.
Awesome. So you guys started out, you guys were doing some in-person events to start with, and you guys kind of transitioned into online, or I know you guys have a golfing thing coming up. So you guys do kind of a blend of both. You do both online fundraisers and in-person events, correct?
We actually just through COVID and fundraising events, and right now we're exploring options for some local events, possibly like smaller events. But then yes, we have our inaugural golf event. That's in November. We're so excited about that happening. So it will be here in Arizona, and we're looking at getting some celebrities, former NFL players, and it's going to be great. It's going to be really exciting.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Well, this fundraiser is just running through this weekend. So this is your Support Our Troops fundraiser. Tell us a little bit about, what was the inspiration behind that? Is it a personal connection, or, what was the reason to focus on this for this time of year?
Mm-hmm. So our fundraisers that we do are major ones. We have 5 of them per year, and this one just so happened to be around Labor Day. And we thought, why not honor those people who have served and are serving currently, just around Labor Day, and kind of the meaning behind Labor Day. We also plan our events kind of every other month, just to kind of give everybody a break. So we have events every couple months. So it kind of it falls right after our Father's Day one in June there. And so this kind of just naturally is the next one before our Thanksgiving event.
Very cool. Well, like I said earlier on, there's a link in the chat below or in the description below where you guys can learn about the actual giveaway. You can buy tickets to enter. You guys are giving away some really awesome bottles. I know you said the sponsor of the event is Beam Suntory, but you guys also have some awesome bottles from so many other distilleries. You guys definitely go check that out. I see you got our first super chat. Swan says first super chat, great cause. Let me be the first of many. So I do encourage you guys, if you guys do want to give, please go to the link below, down below. First of all, you get a chance to win some awesome bourbon, but also it goes to an amazing cause. By the way, I'm seeing some people pop in from Facebook. I see Billy, who is actually a service member, or I'm not sure if he's retired at the moment, but Billy, thank you for tuning in. I'm testing out the Facebook thing. So if you guys are on Facebook, feel free to chat. I know I'm looking at both the chats on my screen, so feel free to chime in wherever you're watching tonight. But yeah, so these bottles, like I said, Beam Suntory, we had a bunch of Jim Beam products that we're going to drink along tonight. So hopefully you guys watching have some Jim Beam products. I'm sure you do. You guys watch me. You know I love Jim Beam. So I actually poured, my first one that I have is Legent, which is their collaboration with Beam and Suntory. It's blended by, of course, the Suntory Master Blender, but it's still Jim Beam distillate. So what are you guys drinking on? You guys had something poured too, right?
Yes.
I poured her some Little Book 2.
Oh, nice.
Slowly been working on here. And then I just pulled some Baker's Single Barrel.
Very cool. Yeah, I thought I had Little Book to drink along with you guys, but I finished it. So I've been trying to find the one that came out this year. No luck yet, but I love Little Book 3. That was that bottle I drank very slowly because I really enjoyed it. But
I'm with you.
So are you guys typically like what bourbons do you typically gravitate towards just when you're just drinking on your own? Like I said, I'm a big of a Jim Beam fanboy, so I have like everything then. But like other distilleries that you guys like that you maybe prefer?
I mean, I'm all over the place. I typically don't drink two of the same. I don't have two of the same pours in a row most of the time.
Same here. Yeah,
I hop around every glass, and I don't know. Like I thought, I have my fair share of a lot of the bigger distilleries. But, I have a lot of these like small, new and up and comers. Like I have a ton of Beam stuff. I have a ton of Turkey stuff.
Oh yeah.
Of course,
you fit it right in with these guys here. They're bits of Turkey fanboys.
I realized how much Russell's Reserve I had when I was.
Oh man, and you know what I told Stephanie? I actually, or sorry, not Stephanie, sorry, Samantha. My bad. Wow, that was bad. I have your name hidden. The one time I have your name hidden, I'm like, oh man, I messed that up.
You're all good.
I actually thought I didn't have a Russell's, but I had an older bottle of it that was kind of hidden in the back. I'm like, man, but it's all good. We got plenty of Jim Beam here tonight. Thank you, Stephen, by the way, for this super chat, which covered my screen, which made me mess that up. I see Bourbon Noob is in the house. Hopefully Bourbon Noob is, and that's my friend Patrick. He's hopefully going to join the military as well. He's in the Air Force. So thank you, Patrick, not only for your service, but hopefully coming on later too. We're going to be seeing a lot of that tonight. So like I said, I'm inviting also Independent Joe as well, is also a service member or retired service member. So yes, hopefully you guys will see them come on here in a bit later on tonight. I just thought this would be a fun stream to kind of just pay tribute, have a few pours with people. I think it's such a great cause. It's something that I'm very passionate about. I have a lot of family members that are, have served in the past. So I think it's such a really cool thing that you guys are doing. And like I said, if bourbon's involved, I'm always excited. So, so I guess let's talk a little bit about, before we get into the bottles that are actually being given away, let's talk a little bit about the different funds that you guys are, contributing towards. There's 5 different charities that are, these are going towards. Now, you guys, this is the biggest change since last time I had Brandon, the founder, on. You guys are now giving 100% of all donations are going towards the charities. Is that right? So, and you guys, I know you guys have had that for a goal for a long time. Tell us a little bit of how you got there.
Yes, it has been a goal of ours for quite a while, and we were at about 92%, I believe it was in February, and then our Father's Day fundraiser just allowed us to hit that 100% model and meet that goal, which is amazing. And really the heartbeat of the charity is our Bourbon Hood members, and that kind of allowed us to meet that model and give 100% of those funds. That just doesn't happen very often. And with all the overhead costs and everything that nonprofits have, and we've made it. So it's really, really awesome. And, we have our group of Bourbon Hood members, and they're our monthly donors. And so we have now over 650 monthly donors, from anywhere from $10 all the way on up. We've got some people that, and we have also offered some options, which is really neat too. People that have reached out to us that maybe they don't see the denomination on our website. So we can be flexible there if people have a different number in mind, but we offer 10 all the way on up, and you get perks that come along with it. And I think the community that our Bourbon Hood members it's so great. We have a Facebook group and Instagram group just for our Bourbon Hood members, along with special merchandise for those members. So, and then we also do giveaways throughout the year where Bourbon Hood members only can get the bottles, along with barrel picks too.
Yeah.
Oh, very cool. Actually, our friend Perry says he just donated through the link. Cheers to everyone, and thank you for sharing this, everyone. So thank you so much, Perry, for donating. You guys, like I said, the link is in the description below if you guys want to enter the giveaway. And I see you guys have already raised, I'm looking at the number now. You guys just launched this fundraiser, and you're already at $34,500. That's incredible. So the organization, I know you guys work with a couple of core foundations, including like the Breast Cancer Research and the Prostate Cancer Foundation. But for this specific giveaway, you're also working with 3 military-focused organizations, which I think is really cool. One of them was one that I was not aware of until I did a little bit of research. It's the Pat Tillman Foundation. So they, for those of you who don't know, they actually do scholarships for military members and veterans. They've raised a ton of money. They have like tons of facts. I was just scrolling on their website. They've raised over $20 million, and they have a 98% graduation rate of their scholars. That's so awesome. Do you know how you guys got started? I know, like I said, you're relatively new. Do you know how that partnership kind of started, or is it just something that Brandon was passionate about?
Yes. So actually what's really awesome about our charity is that we open up at the end of every calendar year to the community, and they are able to kind of have the power and vote on the charities that we give to throughout the year. And so our 5 major fundraising events, the charities have been chosen by our members. And so so we came up with a list, and they kind of ran with it, and that just happened to be one of them. And what's really neat too is that we're based here in Chandler, Arizona, and then the Pat Tillman Foundation is also tied here to Arizona too. So
very cool. Yeah, so that's actually really cool that the people that are giving to you guys month to month, they actually have a say into which organizations they're passionate about and where the money goes. I think that's really an important thing. It's not like you guys are just picking them yourselves. I think that's so awesome, and especially that's something local to you guys. Are most people that are Bourbon Hood members, are they mostly local to the Arizona area, or are they like nationwide?
Everywhere.
Yeah, really? It's nationwide. Yeah. We actually had our statistics guy, I had him run some numbers for us last week, and it was really awesome to just see that we really have members in all of the states.
Wow.
And it's really cool. Arizona is definitely one of our higher donor states. However, it's just all over, and it's really cool. And that's what's neat about our Bourbon Hood group, is that we get to connect with people that, obviously now you're somewhere else, but it's just, it's just neat to be able to connect with people all over. Like we know one of our members who his family had a baby last week, and you kind of get to know them on that personal level, which is really awesome too. It's not just monetary donation and that's it. The engagement on our group is really, really amazing, and they reach out and they want to do more than just our events. They want to help volunteer. What else can they do? So it's really neat.
That's awesome. Our friend Trev saying hi. Hopefully Trev can stop in later. He's also military service member. So thank you so much, Trev, for popping in. Hope to see you on, hopefully later on tonight. If you're welcome to join us. Like I said, for those of you just now joining, I've seen a few people join in. We are going to invite on members of the Whiskey Tube community that are serving or have served in the military towards the end of the stream. And we're going to just drink a little with them, maybe have a couple pours and let them, I guess, say a few things. So yeah, that's awesome. So of course you guys work with other charities as well, including the Wounded Warrior Project and the DAV, which is another one that I was not super familiar with. So that's Disabled American Veterans. So lots of really great causes. I think that's causes that, a lot of people may not be familiar with, but they're familiar with the actual work that they're doing, if that makes sense. So that's really cool. So we have I'm looking at the list of bottles now. You guys have some awesome prizes here. So I'm seeing, and by the way, the thumbnail of the stream, if you guys clicked on it, hopefully you saw a bottle that you liked that brought you in to watch this stream, because you guys have like a big lineup. Not only, some stuff from Jim Beam, like you said, the little book, you said it's signed by Freddie No, correct?
Right.
Yes.
That's super. Oh man, I want that. But you guys also have some items from the Van Winkle lineup. You have some Weller products. You have, wow, this is a fantastic group of prizes. And if you guys, like I said, the link in the description, it shows you all the prizes, all you can win. Now I do notice each item has get tickets below, but that's just in general, right? They're not for specific items.
Correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure that was clear. So like I said, if you buy tickets, all the info is on the link for you to enter that. But yeah, they do a drawing. I think I watched you guys did Instagram Live, I think when I did the last one,
yes.
You guys gave away the winners. So you guys can tune in. They put the link, or they put the date on their website for when they're doing the drawing. They're going to do that on the 10th of September. So make sure that the drawing closes though on the 6th of September. So what is that, end of this weekend, maybe a little into next week. So you guys have a little bit of time if you're watching the replay to get your entries in. But man, those are some incredible prizes. So which prize excites you guys the most looking at the lineup?
I'd probably like the sign bottle also.
That's always really cool.
I don't know. Like I'm a big Little Book fan.
Oh yeah. Did you try the I mentioned the one that came out this year, but there was one last year. I did not get a chance to try that one. I've heard that one's really interesting. It was the one that used like the brown rice.
Yes. You know what? It threw me off. At first, and I let it open up. I went back to it a week later, went back to it a week after that, and then it turned out really good.
Really?
Yeah, I just needed to let it sit for a little while. That initial drink just didn't do wonders for me. It was still good, but it was just different. But I like that. I like different whiskeys that, it's not just the same stuff that you're drinking all the time. Like you need a little something unique.
Absolutely. And I think, they have the Booker's line for their typical bourbon. Actually, I maybe might kill a Booker. My last of this is my 2019-04. So this is Beaten Biscuit. So I'm going to pour that one next. I'm always been like I said, I'm a little bit of a Jim Beam fanboy. They were one of the first whiskeys that I gravitated towards when I was first starting out. And then trying more and more, including like
that one.
Okay. Have you tried the cast strength one?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
I've heard so many good things about the cast strength 12 year. Actually, I think I may have been sent a sample from someone. I think maybe Brian Bernicki sent me that. So I need to dig for that one because I've heard that's incredible. But
I've got a little stockpile of some of the older 15-year picks that they're not really doing.
Oh yeah, I bought those up too when they were everywhere. At least in California, like I guess 2018, 2019, they were everywhere. Like the older novelty picks. Now it's all the 9-year stuff, which it's still good. But it's not. It's not as special.
I see Whiskey Mountain. Oh, you just highlighted it.
That's our good friend Adriana. She has a really awesome channel. If you guys haven't checked out Whiskey Mountains, y'all go subscribe to her. She's so much fun. She does whiskey reviews, but she does them out in nature. So she goes on hikes and she brings whiskey with her. It's such a fun channel. So go. And she's also really big. She actually our last fundraiser thing that I've done on this channel, or is actually on her channel, we raised over $10,000 for Alzheimer's research because that's her passion. So she actually was one of the top donors, like I think in the whole organization because of her fundraiser that she did. So I think that's one thing I love about this, online whiskey community. We love giving back. We love, even if it's, a bigger cause like that, or even if it's one of our own, someone's in a car accident, needs to replace their truck. I'm thinking of my friend Wheels. He had a GoFundMe, man, we all gave to that. So I love the whiskey community. How about you guys? Do you guys get involved like with maybe local groups out there, in your area? Just, either with Bourbon Charity or just on your own. How is it out there in Arizona?
Yes, I think that's there are a ton of groups, that's for sure, out here. I know you're part of some of the tasting groups that are local, and those, what do you have to say about those guys?
I've got people that kind of in the same boat, if there's an emergency, or if there's something that, they have a cause that they want to donate to, we'll donate to them too. It's all about taking care of the community, your friends. I mean, some of these people you never have met in real life, but there's still a connection, and they've got your back and you want to have theirs, and so it goes both ways.
Yeah, and I mean, I always say this. I don't know if it's necessarily a true in general, but I always think that whiskey brings people together in ways that maybe they wouldn't be brought together if they didn't have whiskey. Maybe you get a little tipsy, you open up with someone, but you form some real bonds. I mean, some people I've cried with probably after a few pours with bookers, but I just feel like I feel like it kind of, not only do you have a common passion and a common interest, but it kind of loosens you up a little bit, especially when you're someone like me that's super introverted. So like after a few pours, you get to like really open up and get to make some amazing connections.
Sure.
That's very, very true. He would probably say the same about me.
Yeah. So what's your background with whiskey? Like, how did you get into just becoming a whiskey drinker?
Myself or?
Both, either.
Well, I kind of am just getting my feet wet in it because I married into it, but then, he kind of has probably.
At least you didn't have to buy it though, right? Like that's usually. my husband, he doesn't buy any of it, but he's gotten into it because I'm so into it.
Yeah.
I think that's why it just kind of rubs off on, I see all the bottles and everything. I mean, what you'd say you have more than. How many? More
than my fair share.
Yeah, it always hurts to count. Like you want to know, but you also don't want to know.
Yeah.
It was, but anyways, I have kind of started to just try all sorts, and I like old fashioned. That's kind of my go-to, I guess, mixed. He has introduced me to so many. Just try it. It's broadened my taste buds, but it's been really fun just getting to taste all these high priced and not so like all over the spectrum. And turns out I like I have expensive taste, but
there you go.
Yeah,
I'm right there with you.
Yeah,
I keep giving her some, and in the beginning it was like, okay, this is okay, and then I decided to pop open a Whistlepig Magellan's, and I had her try that, and I said, what do you think? She's like, oh, I could sip on this. I'm like, oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, sure, of course, you love that. I actually, there's another channel here on YouTube. They call it I Whiskey She Wines. So it's Sam and Bobby. So you guys are familiar with them. So she started out as a wine drinker, and he has made it a mission to turn her into a whiskey drinker. Now she can outdrink the hell out of me. Like but when she first started out, man, she just made the funniest faces when she tried things.
Yeah.
And then I think it was a similar situation. Bobby pulled out a very expensive, I think actually it was Whistlepig too. It was like the $500 Boss Hog. And she's like, oh, I like that. And he's like, oh, of course you do. Of course you do.
Yeah.
That seems to be the case with multiple people then. That's crazy. I actually haven't had a chance to try that. I've tried some of Whistlepig's more affordably priced things, but I've not tried that one.
Sure. I think their stuff is a little on the higher end price wise. The Boss Hogs are definitely notches above like their standard flagship stuff too. Not saying that it's not good at all, but like for me, the Boss Hogs just blow it out of the water.
Yeah, I'm so excited to try that. Holy crap. Sorry, I just saw a super chat come in. Scott says, for the people that are willing to put everything on the line so we can do things like this. Scott, thank you so much. Actually, I think I've decided. I think I know it's a little confusing. All of the proceeds I get from YouTube, from all the super chats tonight, I'm going to donate and buy tickets for myself. That way, because I know it's kind of confusing because it's like a fundraiser, like people are giving through super chats. I don't want to take that for myself. I want to give it back to you guys. So I'll put that out there if anyone does want to, do that rather than a giveaway that way. Because I mean, your credit card's already on YouTube or whatever anyway. So if you want to give that way, you can do that too. Either way, but if you want to enter for yourself, make sure to check out the link below. But thank you so much, Scott. I appreciate that. And that's going to be sent right back to these guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Yes, thank you both. That's so generous of you. We appreciate it. It's going to a good cause, that's for sure.
Absolutely. By the way, I sent out a link to a few people that have served. You guys are welcome to join the StreamYard. I'll bring you in as you are here. So y'all are welcome to go ahead and join us now as we, drink a little bit more and maybe talk a little more. So just want to throw that out there if anyone's waiting till I said that to join it. So I guess tell us a little bit about the, after this, you guys are doing the golf fundraiser. I mean, that's that's kind of a big deal for you guys because it's like your first, is it the first in-person event in general? You guys have done? Oh, that's exciting. And what are the dates for that one?
It's going to be November 20th.
Okay. That's very cool. I'm not a golfer myself, but I imagine there's a lot of people that are whiskey drinkers that are really into that. So very cool. So how is that going to go? Is it going to be like a weekend? Is it like a one-day thing? What's planned so far for that? I know it's a good ways out, but.
Yeah, so we had a meeting a couple weeks ago with the Boys and Girls Clubs here in the Valley, and everything is going to benefit them for that event. But the night before, we kind of are kicking it off with everybody who's coming in from out of town, and I'm just doing a little happy hour at Pitch in Scottsdale. And Pitch is just a restaurant bar, really, really nice. We actually had a whiskey event there this kind of outside of the charity, but a whiskey event there this weekend, and it was a really, really nice place to just hang out, super chill vibe, and we got to taste some nice bourbon. So there'll be some great bourbon at this event. They've got some great food going for at that night as well, and again, just a place for us all to kind of hang out pregame before the actual day. And then on Saturday we kick it off with golf. It starts at 9. And then it'll go until about 2. We are doing foursomes right now. We just opened it up as well to just for singles. So hopefully we'll get a few more in there as well that might not be able to come up with that foursome and join in. Again, we're getting some NFL and possibly MLB players that might come. We're really excited about that piece. Just some celebrity presence, which will be super exciting.
Very cool. And I see a lot of people in the chat are donating. Donnie says he just donated. Scott said not trying to win anything, just giving to those that serve. And that's why I decided, Scott, I'm gonna donate myself all of the proceeds that I get from this as well. So Trev, it sounds like he's about to join us. He says someone pick my pour. Well, Trev, I mean, do you have any? I know you're kind of all over the place with your interests. I say pick something Jim Beam, but you're welcome to pick, whatever you want to grab. But yeah, I'd love to have you join us. And I see a lot of new faces here tonight. By the way, if y'all are just tuning in, whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, make sure to not only follow these guys. I've linked to both of their Bourbon charity page on Facebook. There's like a link to their page. On YouTube, it's down in the description below. Make sure to follow them on Facebook. Make sure to follow them. They're everywhere. You guys are on Instagram. I saw y'all posting on there. Make sure to give them a follow. And if you're new here to my channel and you want to follow as well, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe. Hopefully to do more giveaways and things like this. I love working with, charities, nonprofits. Like I mentioned earlier with Adriana, like that's something that's really important to me. No matter what the cause is, just the amount of support that this community can give is incredible.
That's very, very true. We have found too that, just in learning more about people and their backgrounds, whether it's military, whether it's a connection to kids, like for our Valentine's Day fundraiser, the Children's Hospital or whatnot, you can kind of reach a lot of hearts based on kind of what the theme is. And then just overall, we've just found that the whiskey community is just so giving and generous. It's truly amazing. It's kind of blown my heart away. That's what's been past couple months.
Very cool. Well, we do have a couple guests that have popped in, so I'm going to go ahead and bring them on. Please welcome Patrick and Trev Wilson. What's up, guys?
Hey, good to see you guys. What is up?
So for those of you that don't know, I guess introduce yourselves, your involvement with the military, just so people that are in the chat know how you guys are involved.
All right, well, I'll go first. I'm Patrick. Been in the Air Force just over 20 years, and I like whiskey, so.
Perfect.
How about you, Trev?
So unlike Patrick, I actually did something in the military.
Oh gosh,
I was in the
this
Army.
is not what this stream is for.
No, Patrick, I freaking love you. I was in the Army. I was in the infantry. Did my one contract, wrecked my body, and I got out. And so yeah, I enjoyed a little infantry action, did my due diligence, and I got the heck out of Dodge.
There you go. But hey, your impact still means a lot that you served in general. So thank you for that.
Thank you both for your service too.
Thank
Yes.
you. Mhm.
So I'm just keeping up with the chat. It looks like Blake Anderson donated the other day. Love that more people are sharing. Great question coming in from Whiskey Mountain. She asked, what was the original cause that kicked off the group? I know you guys are both relatively new to it. Do you guys happen to know what launched Bourbon Charity? What was the main cause that, Brandon believed in?
So Brandon really had a few causes. I mean, the military thing, since we're kind of on that subject, his brother's in the military. So that's kind of how that came to fruition. And then his dad had prostate cancer. So that was another one of the big charities, the main 5 that initial year. And his dad was fighting for his life for a little bit, and he ended up beating the prostate cancer. So that was also another reason why that was in there. And then he had another friend, and a little girl, she had tumors growing all over her body. So Children's Tumor Foundation was another big important cause for him too. So yeah, it was a lot of things culminating, and he just said, I have all this bourbon. Why not try to raise some money and give back?
And he was blown away, by kind of that thought, after having that thought and kind of opening it up to people. Now 2 years in, we raised over $1.2 million.
Wow. Congratulations.
Yeah,
that's
crazy. Thank you. And it's kind of mind blowing, now it's just kind of taken off, and we've supported 26 different charities. We've helped build wells in Africa for clean water, for charity water. And yeah, it's just been going, taken off. I mean, he kind of just started it as a business venture. And then from there, it's people haven't stopped drinking bourbon with COVID. So,
definitely have drank a lot more than before.
That's right.
So cool. I know, Patrick, I wanted to shout you out for a minute. I know you have been actually doing a little bit of your own bit of fundraising. He's actually, well, I'll let you explain what you've done, but you did like an Amazon wish list because you were actually taking physical things over to so tell us.
So I'm an aircraft maintainer by trade. I don't work on airplanes anymore. I'm more on the management side, but with the Afghanistan stuff that's been going on the past couple weeks, the C-17 community has been overly busy with the airlift, and that's my community. And we sent people over to help out. They've been nonstop over there, right? They created a wish list on Amazon. It sold out probably within an hour of being spread around Facebook. And they were told to stop asking for stuff to be sent out there to support the refugees and the maintainers and the air crews that are out there to keep them going, because it was bogging down the mail system. So I started having stuff sent here to my house that I can just throw it on the airplanes as missions go out.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
Eric, you have part of your community in the chat. C-17 pilots are badass. I see Scott Tilton just became a Byte Club member, which is my YouTube channel membership. Thank you so much for that, Scott. If anyone else is curious and wants to support the channel, I feel weird promoting myself when we're talking about raising money for a cause. But if you do, for $1.99 a month, you can get access to some really cool emojis and things like that. So thank you so much, Scott. Welcome to the Byte Club. Very cool. So what are you guys drinking on now? I know you guys had the Bakers to start with. Did you guys want to pour something else? I'm drinking the Bookers now. It's so good.
I'm still working on mine. I'm almost ready for that next one.
Gotcha. What about you, Patrick and Trev? What are you guys drinking on?
So I just cracked open Tagalong batch.
Okay. Oh wow! What years or what?
That's the newest one. 21.
Oh okay. I have not had that one yet. How is it?
Fresh crack. It's really good. I like it.
I was going to say something, but then what Patrick just said, I actually tried that tag-along batch this past weekend, and typically most of the Booker's batches I'm not the biggest fan of, but that one's pretty dang good. I will say that.
I saw one store had it, but they were charging like over $100 for it. I'm like, I'm not at the point where I want to pay over $100 for Booker's yet.
Still wouldn't do that. I don't care what it was.
Yeah. Oh, we have a new person joining us here. Please welcome Independent Joe. Welcome, Joe.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Joe.
Hi.
So,
What's up,
Joe,
Joe?
tell us about your experience with the military since you're actually, I didn't. You were one of the ones that I actually didn't know that are you a veteran? Is that what it is?
Yes, I served in the Marine Corps for just over 20 years. I say just over 20, but it's like a month over 20. It sounds long.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome, man. Well, thank you so much for your service. Someone else told me, I actually wasn't aware that you were, and someone's like, "Oh, Independent Joe, you got to invite him on." So, man, I'm happy to have you here.
I appreciate it. Appreciate the invite.
Yeah. So, what are you drinking on, Joe?
Well, I heard you guys were doing Jim Beam, so I pulled out a Little Book and a Knob Creek 12. Not the cast strength, but the Knob Creek 12. So.
Yeah, us peasants have to settle without the cast strength.
I was gonna say, Joe, man, 20 years. That's awesome. That's a long time to be eating crayons, man.
Yeah.
20 years in the Marine Corps eating really crayons, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy. How many you think you've ate over the? It's a long time.
Let's see. It's like spaghetti when you put them on a plate. So, and I like spaghetti, so I guess at least twice a week, 3 times a week.
So the orange crayon's your favorite, is what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Big Vic in the chat said he just got his 500 tickets for the giveaway. Very cool. Thank you so much, Big Vic.
Thank you. Awesome.
Cheers, Big Vic.
Cheers.
Adriana says Trev's here to talk shit. I know, Trev. In fact, you're on the channel and you just shit talk everyone.
No, to this for sure. We can talk crap amongst each other, but like if someone from the outside talked crap of any of us, it's like we would go from fighting each other to ganging up on that person as if we were just. It's like, we're all siblings, and you give your siblings hard time, but at the end of the day, I will kill for you. So that's how it is.
What are you drinking, Trev?
Well, Eric Thompson, right before I came in, I said someone pick what I drink, and he picked Maker's Mark 46 cask strength.
I need to get another bottle of that.
Everyone just picks me Maker's stuff. They just know that I'm a huge fanboy. So he did me a service.
I was going to get the regular Bookers, but then I saw Trev was on, so I got the Little Book instead of the regular size.
Oh, nice. Which batch Little Book is that? We were talking about that earlier in the night.
This is the batch for Book 4, 2020.
Oh, okay, that's what we went. So yeah, I know Brandon said that he's tried that before. How do you like it, Joe?
Popping it.
Okay, cool. There we go. Get a live uncorking here. Yeah, I've been wanting to try that one. I haven't seen it, and I've seen more of the new one than that one. But again, the place are charging a lot for it.
I'll send you a sample, Clifton.
Oh, thank you, Patrick.
You haven't tried this one?
Wait, which one? No, I haven't.
Okay. I'll get it to you.
Oh, that's true. So Joe's actually, we're gonna do something, work out something soon.
Yeah.
So, well, Smith and Brandon, what do you guys? I don't know. I'm trying to think. Like we talked about the golf thing. I mean, you guys do 4 fundraisers a year, right?
Five.
Okay. So, do you guys do the same? I meant to ask this earlier. Do you guys do the same causes each, every year, or does it change up every now and then?
So the theme kind of stays the same every year. We do it around Valentine's Day, Father's Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving,
And the Derby.
and the Kentucky Derby is our 5th one there. And then the charities, they always change every year just based on what the community votes on. And so that, again, just kind of makes us unique because our members and the community bourbon lovers, get to choose. We open it up to lots of different charities. The members come forward with the charities that they're most connected with, and then they get to vote. So that's really the cool thing about us.
I wanted to touch on that too. I know earlier it was said that I forget. I think you had mentioned, Clifton, the monthly donors get to decide, but it's not just the monthly donors. It's anybody who donates anything throughout the year. You'll get an email after the end of the year to help choose the charities for next year.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
Part of Bourbon Hood, you still get to help choose.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I need to look into, because I know the Bourbon Hood thing. I think you guys have grown significantly since last time. I like I said, you guys are finally up to the 100% that you're able to donate from all of your donations that you get. That's just incredible, because I know a lot of people that want to do something similar, they have to take a large shot, understandably so, for the administrative costs. But I mean, the fact that you guys can, every dollar that's donated goes directly to these.
We're super thankful for all of our Bourbon Hood members. I mean, we really couldn't be here without them.
Yeah.
So those of you that are on, are Patrick, Trev, Joe, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to look at the link, but I want to know which of these bottles are you most interested in getting. I put the link down in the description on YouTube if you want to check it out. They have a lot of things, but I would be just as excited for that little book, the signed bottle that Brandon was talking about. Of course, there's some Old Rip, which is also great, and Van Winkle Rye, which, by the way, was my unicorn bottle for the longest time. I finally got a chance to try it, and it was fantastic.
Is that on your Facebook
Let me
page?
scour the list here real quick.
Yeah, I have to look.
That's on your Facebook page, Clifton?
Trying that one? No, I was actually at a random bar.
No. The list of bourbons on your Facebook page?
Oh, yeah. So on the Facebook, I don't know if if you go to the Facebook page, there's a link in this live stream right now. So it's just down below. But if you're on YouTube, it's also in the description below. Or you can just go to, the link is give.bourboncharity.org/support our troops for anyone that's on a device where you can't see the. Here, I can put it on the screen. There we go. That's the list. So it shows the list of bottles that they're giving away. There's so many hitters here. It's hard to pick one that I want the most.
The question, what are you asking me, Clifton? Which one do I want to drink?
Or to win? Let's say you were in a giveaway.
If I win, I'm drinking it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, of course. Yes, Jeff. And they're browsing the list.
Shoot, man. This is difficult. You know what? Let me just throw a curveball. Like everyone... You see that OFC and people are like, man, that's it. I'm going to throw a little wrench into things here. I kind of want that smoke wagon. Rare and limited.
I saw that. Yeah, what is it, is it a single barrel?
It's actually a rare and limited pick that one of our local restaurants out here did for us. Phoenix City Grill over in Phoenix. Our good friend of mine, good friend of the charities, Chef Micah. He went through, came up with this blend with Aaron from Smoke Wagon, and they bottled it. Micah went a little above and beyond with some of the bottles and had his own medals made to kind of have a play on the Smoke Wagon rare and limited medals that Aaron did himself. So it's just a limited run of these rare and limiteds.
That's awesome. Actually, I hadn't heard of the rare and limited labels. So that's actually really cool. I'm a big fan of Smoke Wagon. I have not had a chance to try some of their more rare and limited products.
Well,
but uncut and filtered is pretty great.
I'm going to tell you right now, I've tried a sample of one of them, and it was so freaking good that I would pick. Okay, let's face it. If I won the OFC, that I would probably be crying like I would be crying like Joe, seeing a 64-pack of crayons. I'd be ecstatic. But
I don't cry. I get excited though.
I've tried the OFC though, and it didn't. It would be cool to own it, but to drink it, it's not that Smoke Wagon. That made me feel good drinking it. So it's good stuff.
There you go. Blake says he didn't know that 100% went to charity. That's unreal. Just donated again. Congrats on all you do.
Thanks, Blake.
Thank you so much. It's amazing.
That's awesome. All right, Joe and Patrick, have y'all had a chance to look at the bottles that they're giving away?
I'm kind of in the same boat as Trevor. Like the OFC would be cool. just for the rarity. But I'm either looking at that little book or even that Knob Creek pick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I saw the Knob Creek pick. So that's the Knob Creek single barrel bourbon. Do you know the age on that one or no? Is that one of the older Knob Creeks or is it like a newer one?
I don't remember which one was in there. I see so many.
The green lining.
That one.
It says the Green Lining Institute.
Green Lining. Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually,
Yeah.
right here.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Give us a live review of it. Let us know how it is. I'm always a sucker for Knob Creek picks.
It was kind of a barrel rescue when COVID happened. There's a place locally in town that they couldn't take on all of their barrels, and so we picked it up, kind of saved it, and got it to some people who would still appreciate it. But it is a rye.
Oh, gotcha.
Yep, rye pick. Just
those are
7
good.
years. But yeah, phenomenal.
That's awesome.
What's the proof? Is that what's the proof on it?
Where are we at here?
I think those are 115, right?
Should be
115.
Yeah.
Those are
some of those
freaking good.
They really are. Yeah. I actually had another bottle. It was a similar situation out here. Our local store, K&L Wine and Spirits, did a similar thing where they got a bottle that was a charity bottle. I forget the exact name. I think it's Speed Rack, I believe. But it was also a Knob Creek rye, and that bottle is delicious. I want to highlight Scott's comment here. He says, "I do think this is the most supportive community I've come across in a long time. Pre-COVID, during COVID, post whatever. The Whiskey Tube community is one of the best things I've come across in years." Well, cheers to you, Scott. I completely agree with that.
Cheers, Scott.
I have something to add to that. I tried to comment something, and with me typing, I deleted my message, but I have something. I was replying to that specifically. Coming out of the military, this being military themed, it was weird. And, Patrick, he's still doing this. So maybe one of these days he'll get to see, but it's weird when you transition out and you're so programmed into, your day, every minute of your day is essentially on a schedule and it's ran it's controlled, and you get out in the real world. It's just weird. You're not around people 24/7. I'm not living with these people 24/7. It's weird. It's really, really weird. You almost feel out of place. Like I'm like, I do not belong here. This isn't right. But I would say this community to me was the first time kind of I feel welcomed. I feel, I would show up and people are excited to see you and they talk to you and it's like you just fit in. And I don't know. That's why I was so drawn to this community when I first got into it. It finally gave me like a sense of purpose. Like I have a sense of doing something else other than just, going to work, not interacting with my coworkers, coming home, just, I absolutely loved it. And it drew me in.
Yeah. And I have to agree.
This community is freaking amazing.
I have to agree with Trev. Other than here, he really belongs nowhere else. But I was looking at those bottles. And I was thinking the Baker's 13, and but then Trev did point out the smoke wagon, so I'd like to bring it out and rub it in his face.
I was seeing messages from Bourbon. He says, somehow I did send an invite to Bobby from Bourbon Battalion. I'm sorry to hear they didn't get that. Sometimes my emails get sent to spam, and I guess it's because it's like a business email. So I'm so sorry, Bobby. I'll try to DM him the link real quick if he's able to pop on for the last 5 minutes or so. I'm so sorry. I definitely sent him that invite. I mean, maybe some people in the chat, if you guys have served, please let us know, because I had no idea there's so many people out there that have in this community. I think that's incredible.
Yeah, I believe Eric had told you on the stream, and I guess he didn't email you, but he was in the Air National Guard or something like that. So
Yeah, I was because I asked him to. Yeah, I don't have his contact information, so there's a lot of. I'm sorry if I missed people to invite. I tried to gather as many email
No,
addresses.
you had let him know to email you, so it's his fault.
Oh, well. Well,
That just means you have to do another segment.
I guess so. I mean, hey, I'm happy to support the military in any ways possible. I mean, it's again a cause that's important to me. Pretty much, all of my grandfathers did serve for a long time, so it's always been it's been in our family. We're not that we're a military family, but it's like my parents definitely were.
Yeah, I was just kidding, Eric. I know you were in the Army.
Yeah, I was about to say Eric was in U.S. Army, regular Army, not the Air National Guard.
Yeah, I know that. I was just kidding.
I'm coming to your defense, Eric.
I'm trying to send Bourbon Battalion this thing just in case he wants
I
to
love the
pop in.
banter, guys. It's fun.
Yeah, that's. I mean, these guys. I mean, some of these guys go live like every freaking night of the week. I feel like, and they're always on each other's streams. So, I love. I mean, the whiskey community is basically some of my best friends in general. So, all right, I sent Bourbon Battalion the link in case he wants to pop on for the last 5 minutes. But I looked at my sent folder and I did email him. So maybe it went to spam.
Let's get on here, Bourbon Battalion.
I mean, Bobby was a Marine too. I don't think he knows how. I don't think he's that smart.
Technology,
to figure out email. Bobby's about to pop in right now, guaranteed. I got him in.
Well, I guess question for the military people in there. Do you have a favorite memory from your time that you served? Is there anything that stands out as like your favorite memory?
You're gonna have to narrow that down, man.
Okay, I'm trying to make conversation while we wait on Bobby. Okay.
No, I know, but it's like, what kind of story you want? I guarantee you, between the three of us right here, we got about 1 million. But
okay.
We need help.
Favorite camaraderie moment. We've been talking all
night.
night about coming together and supporting each other. Is there anything like that sticks out?
Deployments. That's all your deployment is camaraderie and teaming up and just working together. Obviously, Air Force is a little different. We're not, in combat, but still working 14 hours a day. Just grinding and getting, these guys to where they need to go, in or out. So, seeing the effects of that is really. Just like these past 3 weeks, right? We airlifted 124,000 people in 13 days.
That's incredible.
So,
my daughter's stationed in Georgia at Moody Air Force Base. She's been in for a year now. I posted that on my Facebook, and just so proud of her to take on that challenge. And they are working them like 10 to 14-hour days, getting people their orders and getting them out there to help in the efforts of getting our people back. So I applaud everybody who serves. Doesn't matter what branch you are, or Trev.
All right, there he is. Okay, he made it. What's up, Bobby?
What's up, Clifton? Someone sent me a message like, "Do you know about this?" I was like, "No."
I did check though. I may have went to your spam folder, so I apologize.
I checked everywhere. I was like, I don't see anything, but like I'm just smoking on the back deck. So let me know.
Well, thank you for coming out. Well, tell us about what you have in your description. Marine Corps. How long did you serve?
I served 5 years, but I'm a 5th generation Marine.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Scott Pigsley
proud to do it.
Says, cheers to y'all. Thank you for your service. Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring everyone on, because I think we're just a communal cheers to y'all. I know it's a cause that's important to Bourbon Charity. So I thought it'd be fun to, have everyone's faces here and join us for this stream. Well, I guess we should probably wrap up here because I know you guys, it's getting late for some of you East Coasters. But Samantha and Brandon, thank you all so much for coming on. Like I said, info is in the description below if you guys want to enter. It goes until the 6th. So make sure you get your entries in. Like I said, I'm going to donate all the super chat proceeds to that as well. And thank you all for coming on, and thank all the rest of you guys for coming on too. I'm sorry it was a short short thing for you, Bobby, but appreciate you stopping in. Samantha, any last words? You guys, where can people find you guys on the web?
Yes, bourboncharity.org. And thank you guys already for, everyone who has donated tonight. And Clifton, what you're doing also tonight for us is just amazing, donating everything. And if you do another segment, call us back.
Yeah, anytime. Yeah, you guys are welcome to support it. And I love being able to get back through these amazing people that are here with us tonight. So, well, thank y'all so much. Yes. Well, thank y'all so much for watching. People that are patrons of the channel, if you guys want to go over to the after party, we're about to kick that off. You guys are all welcome to the after party. If you guys aren't in my Discord, make sure you join. I'll invite you in tonight. But thank y'all so much, and thank you, Samantha and Brendan, again. Y'all are awesome. Y'all, but make sure you donate. Get your entries in before the 6th. So cheers.
Thank you. Cheers.
I'll see you guys next week.
Thank you.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another Thursday Night Live stream. I am so excited to have our guest back on for the second time, probably the closest I've ever had the same guest on twice. But I'm so excited for the samples we're going to be trying tonight. If you were watching the replay, I will be putting markers down below where you can skip around and find which bottle you happen to be trying, or maybe you're thinking about trying. And you can see us taste along, maybe taste along with you if you're sipping along with us. But I want to give a couple shout outs to people here in the chat. By the way, I put that message up. I put a poll on my community tab on my YouTube channel where you can vote for what you are most interested in seeing me try tonight. I wish I could share a pour with you, but make sure to go vote in that. I'm curious to check that throughout the night and see what people are most interested in trying. Right now, it seems like a lot of y'all are really interested in this cognac one, and so am I. So get your votes in. We'll be referencing that later on tonight. See maybe what people are most excited for. I see Fred in the chat. He says, exploration for the win. Jesse is one of us. Agree with that 100%. So, Fred, you mentioned that the funky drummer is not an option. Not tonight. However, I am going to be doing a giveaway. It's been a minute since we've done a giveaway, but I figured tonight would be a good one. This one brought to you by the good folks over at Doc Swinson's. They actually sent over 2 more samples of both the funky drummer, which I tried on the last stream. That was the rye whiskey finish in Jamaican rum cast, as well as the smoke on water. Now, this is the rye whiskey finish in Scotch quarter casks. So I will be giving away a sample of both of those, as well as this older release of Doc Swinson's rye whiskey. This is actually from a few years ago, before they even started the Solera Method Alter Ego rye. So if you are interested in, I didn't break it, I promise. If you are interested in winning those pours, you know the drill. Every $5 super chat is an entry to the Wheel of Whiskey, which we will be spinning at the end of the night to see who wins these samples. But most of all, I just appreciate all the support of the channel, whether it's a super chat, becoming a patron, or just hitting that subscribe button down there and the like button. So without further ado, let's bring on our guest, like I said, for the second time in very, very close quarters. Welcome back to the show, Jesse Parker from Doc Swinson's. Welcome.
Thanks, Clifton. Appreciate you having me on again, especially so close to our last round. I think this is the closest I've ever done a podcast redo too. So that's awesome. One for the win.
Yeah, well, you guys, so we did this last stream together where we tried both the samples that I mentioned before, as well as just the core lineup, the Alter Ego Bourbon, Alter Ego Rye, and the blenders. What is the bourbon? I forget the name of it. Sorry.
It's okay. All of our names are really confusing here at Doc Swinson's. We like to make them ridiculously long and hard to remember. No, it's a Blender's Cut. And it's the 3621 is the bourbon. And there will be a rye eventually, so sneak peek for you.
Gotcha. So yeah, you guys make sure to check out that stream. I put a link to it down in the description below. Check out part 1. This is technically part 2, but I guess you guys like the show so much that you guys sent us 5 new ones to try. So I'm very, very excited for this. I see a few people in the chat who are also excited. I see Zopher here in the chat, Donnie the Linux Cat, Donner Pass Whiskey. I know there's quite a few people streaming tonight, so I appreciate y'all tuning in. Emily Chambers in the chat. Good to see you, Emily. Alexander Drought, I do like port, so it'd have to be the tawny port for you. Yeah, I'm very excited for that one too. Yeah, there's a lot of us for the tawny, so I'll be referencing the poll later on tonight. If you guys have any questions, feel free to send them in. If I miss them, send it again. I'll come back to it. But like I said, we're trying 5 different ones tonight. Now, 4 of these are bourbons. 1 of them is a rye, like last time. So we're gonna do the bourbons first, because I think you were telling me right before the show, this is really interesting because these are all coming from the same base bourbon, like it's the same blend for all 4 of these, right?
Yep, that is correct. It's the Blender's Cut 3621, and in fact, these 4 samples all come from the exact same batch of bourbon. So the only difference is the time they spent in each different type of finishing cask, which is pretty cool. So you can see how it's evolved.
Awesome. So are these releases are these out yet, or are these still kind of in still being blended?
These are still secretive. No, I'm just kidding. They're not that secretive. We're actually bottling them next week, and we're expecting them to hit the market here probably the next 2 to 3 weeks. And I honestly don't know exactly where you can find them yet. I think that's still to be determined, with the exception of we will put a small limited quantity of each one on our bottle shop on our website at docswhiskey.com.
Awesome. So yeah, keep an eye out for their website. If I don't have the link down in the description, I'll put it when I come back to edit this after. So that's very exciting. That's awesome. You guys are getting these bottles so quickly. I know if some of you guys may have seen, Matt from ADHD Whiskey did these in a blind flight. I think that was about a couple weeks ago. So tonight I'm trying them first time that have not tried any of these yet. We're going to be going through them one by one, and Jesse's going to tell us a little bit about each of the different finishes. So if you're ready to get into this, we can get started with the first one.
Yeah, I've got my lineup right in front of me, so let's do it.
All right, so the first one is the cognac cask. That's 114.7 proof.
Yep. So this is actually sort of a second release of what we released a while back, which was the L'Esprit, and that was part of the Mind, Body, and Spirit collection, which makes up the 3 finished whiskeys that go into the Alter Ego triple cask. Gotcha. So this is just the cognac finished bourbon. And this one was pretty unique and quite special. A couple very small barrels. And if any of you know a little bit about what I like to do, is mostly large format casks. So stuff, 400, 500, 600 liters. So 3 times the size of these guys right here behind me. These ones were actually a collection of small, newer French oak casks, so they really exhibit some more of the French oak flavors going on in there. And I thought they were just really beautiful, so I wanted to blend up a little batch and put it out on the market.
Awesome. So first of all, I've noticed that the award behind you, is that new, or was that their last time and I missed it?
That one's new. Yeah, I keep swapping awards out from time to time. That's our new Fred. That's our Fred Minnick, our Ascot Award this year. Awesome. For Independent Bottle of the Year. There's been so many award season. Wow. It was Independent Bottle of the Year, which is pretty cool. And then he recently talked about Blender's Cup being one of his favorite, which was an awesome shout out. So
that's awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's thank you. I appreciate it. It's the heaviest award I've ever gotten, let me tell you.
So our friends at Whiskey Fancies, which is another incredible YouTube channel here, they say that the first cognac cask they really enjoyed.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, this is my first time trying it, so I haven't had it. And then Fred Gilbert says small cognac cask. That's odd / interesting.
It certainly is. That's why I thought they were pretty unique, and I wanted to highlight that. And small meaning they're 225 liter to 350, so they're not that small,
right?
But small for what I usually do. And they were much younger. Typically, my cognac casks have been used for cognac for 12 to 20 years before I get them, and these ones were only used for a couple.
Gotcha.
So a little bit more oak influence on it.
Awesome. Well, I'm gonna give this a nose. Now, you said this is the same. This is Indiana bourbon, correct?
Yeah, correct. So this is the Indiana 36% rye and 21% rye blended together, which is our Blender's Cut base. Mm-hmm. The whole point of early Dachshunds is kind of showing the evolution of what we create. And the exploratories, which these kind of fall under, are sometimes just a little haywire, but they're designed to highlight, I think, the best characteristics of each whiskey and each type of cask.
Yeah, I think that was one of the big takeaways from the last stream is that the both the blender's cut and maybe it's just the blender's cut. That was like your base. Try that first, and then work on these exploratory things, and then see how that impacts the whiskey. Unfortunately, I don't have that one in front of me, but I got a good memory of how it is. So I'm excited to try it. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you.
Now, is this the? I mean, you said these are all around like 114 proof. I'm trying to remember the other bourbon that you guys had that we tasted last time. Was that as high of proof, or was that also a little bit lower proof?
So the blender was the blender's cup we're referring to, right? From our last stream.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that is 115 proof on the nose, and that's how we bottled that every single time. So
okay, I was thinking it was a bit lower
in that ballpark. Some of the other ones, of course, like our triple cask is 95.8, our Solera method rye is 95, and then the exploratories are all over the map, except for this lineup. This was a unique one since they all came from the same batch. And these were in those casks for about 11 and a half months.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, so they're quite long actually.
I was gonna say I definitely get it on the finish. I think I'm picking up a bit of those like cognac notes, like very. It's not overwhelming. Like if you're a little hesitant about that, because I know sometimes cognac casks, I've had some that have been overwhelming, and it kind of like tastes like actually like you're drinking brandy. This though, this is a bourbon first and foremost, and I think it kind of complements the back end of it, and I think it works really, really nicely.
Thank you. I mean, I think we may have discussed this last time as well. Doc Swinson's, we want to focus on the bourbon first, the whiskey first, because that's what it is. I mean, it's the first ingredients. It's the majority of it. So we try and stick with more subtle finishes for 90% of our products. So you still get bourbon.
That's always good.
That's good. It's affirming.
Get bourbon in the bourbon.
Yeah, exactly. I was just like, wait a second. I've definitely had some finishing casks too that were excellent still. But you're like, yeah, this is like drinking a cognac, like you said, or a port. And I'm like, okay, well. This is an expensive port.
True. So David from the Whiskey Ring podcast, another awesome show. Love seeing all the other channels and podcasts in the chat. Says awesome job both. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Our friend Bill, the Whiskey Dick, is here as well, saying Clifton is the best. Thank you. By the way, if you guys in the chat are interested, Bill and I, along with Jason from the Mash and Drum, Ed from the Rock Gut Review, and Molly from Hugging the Cactus, do a Dungeons and Dragons campaign called Dungeons and Drams. We do it every Tuesday night, 6:30 Pacific, 9:30 Eastern. So much fun. Are you a D&D guy, Jesse, at all, or no?
That's awesome. No, not really. When I was younger, absolutely. My brother he's 33 now, and he's been a DM since I can remember, like moving, so I had my fair share for about 8 years when I was younger, and I can't say I partake much anymore, except for over the pandemic during the lockdown. Definitely got back into it for a little while. I wish I could say so.
So I was totally new to it when Bill asked me to do it for the channel, and I was like, you know what, that seems really on brand for my channel. You know what, I'll do it. So he sent me a guidebook. I researched for a couple months, and we're on, like, Bill, what episode are we on now? But we're good bit into the campaign now, and I'm finally getting the hang of it. I'm still really bad at it. And that's why I do especially the role playing. The role playing is like so different for me. So like I have to have a few pours before I go live, and then I'm like, okay, I got this.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my character's name is Nobilis, so named after Knob Creek. But which is one of my favorite whiskeys. So he is a half elf warlock. It's a bit crazy.
No, that's awesome. That's awesome. I usually played a halfling thief of some sort. So
awesome. Yeah, we have quite the characters on our campaign. It's a lot of fun. But
that's epic.
Thanks, Brandon, for the reminder about the giveaway. Yes, so if you guys missed it at the top of the show, giving away samples of the two we tried last time, Smoke on Water, Funky Drummer, and this older release of the rye whiskey. So every $5 super chat is an entry. Thank you, Brandon. So, all right, well, I'm going to leave a little bit of the cognac in this. I want to go back through it when we're done and kind of maybe rank my favorites of these. Cool. But if you're ready, we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. What do we decide on? The Pinot de Charente.
Yes. So you were telling me a little bit about what this was. I was not familiar with this. So can you let us know what Pinot de Charente is?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a fortified wine, classified as a fortified wine, and it's a mixture of typically either fresh pressed grape juice and some partially fermented grape musk. Not always, but then with cognac added back to it, usually a young cognac. And then that's aged in barrels for typically, I believe it's a minimum of 18 months, but also quite a bit longer as well. So it still has a lot of residual sugar in it. You usually get a lot of those nice, like Uni Blanc, the grape characteristics from the cognac grapes. So still kind of the same category, just a sweeter version of the last.
I think this will be a fun one to do a little side by side with, but
it's typically aged in that.
I think on the nose it's pretty similar. What do you notice anything distinctly different about this one compared to the previous one?
This one to me just honestly smells a little bit sweeter and more like honeysuckle or wildflower honey.
Yeah, I went back to nose the other one. Yeah, it's definitely a good bit sweeter. It does still have a little bit of that like fruity. I think honeysuckle is actually a great way to put it. It's not quite like straight up honey, but like a little bit of honey floral kind of aspect going on.
Totally.
Yeah, it smells really good. I'm excited to try it. Oh wow, interesting. That's pretty different. I wasn't expecting it to be so different, but that one, it has a bit more I guess heaviness. It tastes a bit more viscous. I think the finish it's less just on the back end, and it's more basically the whole experience. You're getting a lot more of that cask influence. At least in my opinion. Again, first time trying all of these, so just going off the first impression.
Yeah, it's a good impression to have. I mean, I really think it really unfolds over your tongue as it goes, and it definitely sticks to it because of those residual sugars that were left in the cask as well. That and it's kind of, for me, it also reminds me of like orange blossoms or like what is it? Almost like kind of like a creamsicle kind of flavor to it. It's a little bit citrusy, a little bit bright.
Yeah, on the finish, I think it goes back. It gets really sweet, like up front and mid palate. On the finish, it goes back towards what I was interpreting as floral earlier. I think it finishes very light, which is surprising because it feels so heavy up front, but it finishes very light. Yeah, that's super unique. I don't think I've had a finished bourbon that's not necessarily. I've had some that have kind of dominated the flavor in a way like that, but not necessarily this flavor profile. This flavor profile blends very nicely with the notes that you already get in the bourbon. So I'm still getting a lot of those dessert notes that I really love about Indiana bourbon. But I think it's a heightened sweetness, kind of like you said earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't disagree. It was an exciting one. It's more of a dessert one. Something you kind of sip. It is really good on a rock too. So
I can imagine. Yeah, I can tell there's like a bit more heftiness to this one.
Yep.
Donnie with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Donnie. He says, awesome stream with an awesome guest. Love it when you have distillery folks on. Fingers crossed I get the samples. Well, Donnie, now you have a 100% chance of getting them. But thank you so much. Anyone? Yeah. Donnie, but I appreciate you so much. Anyways, yeah. So that's a real dessert forward one. But this next one, we're gonna only get sweeter from here, right?
Maybe not quite. Maybe not necessarily as over or as intense as perhaps the Pinot is, but yeah, we should get a little bit more sweeter, a little more viscous as we go, and then until we hit the rye, that's a whole different story.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited for the rye. By the way, I meant to update us on the poll that I put out earlier. So I asked you guys what you guys are most excited or most curious about hearing about tonight. The cognac won overwhelmingly. 44% of y'all seem most interested in that. Maybe you were like me and you weren't familiar with some of these other casks. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have voted for them because I didn't know anything about them. So maybe after you hear this, you may be curious to try a bit more of these. So, but yeah, the Muscatel cask, which we were about to try, was 13% of y'all were curious about that one. So this is another one. Jesse, I'm going to have to ask you to tell me about this Muscatel because I'm not familiar with that type of a wine. Is it a wine?
Yeah, it's like technically a sherry. And this particular one, it can be made in a few different countries, usually France, Spain, and Portugal, but mostly Portugal. And in this case, it is a Portuguese product. It's Muscatel de Setúbal, which is grown in the southern region of Portugal, and it's produced just like a sherry. So, for example, you ferment the grape juice to a certain point until you want a certain amount of residual sugars left, and then you add your usually it's brandy de Jerez or some other brandy that's been added to it to stop the fermentation in its tracks, and then it continues to age for however long the producers decide it to. So it's more similar to like a Fino or an Oloroso in this case.
Okay. Gotcha. So maybe not. Yeah, maybe I was wrong about the sweetness, but maybe we're still going up in kind of intensity, maybe.
Yeah, and to be fair, like our Oloroso finishes actually have quite a bit of sweetness in them, and they're super dry. I mean, we like the wine itself, right? The sherry is, but then when we go to put our whiskey in them after it has time sitting at finishing cast, we notice those bourbons tend to have these really beautiful sweet notes that you wouldn't think you would ever get out of the sherry itself. So.
Gotcha.
So
yeah, my experience with Oloroso sherry is fairly limited. I have tried one like actual Oloroso, but I've had plenty of Oloroso casts. So usually to me it's less sweet, but I mean, man, this nose, this one's honestly the most intriguing on the nose. I'm trying to, I mean, it's hard to even compare to the other ones. I think it's very different. What do you get on the nose of this one?
So this one I think is a little more wine forward. You get more of those wine characteristics out of it that you would like from most sherries, especially like an Oloroso.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, it's been a little while since I've even gone for this one.
Yeah. Oh, that's so different. I'm gonna try it. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Oh wow. Very. I mean, man. That's it kind of like tingled my tongue a bit. I wasn't expecting that. I guess I mean it's similar proof to everything we've been drinking, but wow. That I don't know, maybe it's just the wine influence, but oh whoa.
That one definitely dances on your tongue a little bit more.
Yeah.
This one to me tastes more like Mirabelle and plum, or like a fresher, lighter style plum.
Looking at the chat right now. Jeff Perkins is asking, he said, looking forward to the Doc's store pick I just picked up from K&L. Curious how that will compare to batch 9 and the blender's cut. I haven't had one of the store picks yet. So those, I imagine, are single barrels versus blends, right?
Typically, yes. The store picks tend to always be single barrels. So directly from the cask into the bottle. Yeah, it would be interesting. I imagine it was a bourbon. I think we've done bourbons and rye recently for some of those store picks at K&L. So if it is a bourbon, I can tell you I have tasted it right out of the barrel myself because I do approve every single one of those that goes through our system. And it's only going to be one of the mash bills in the blender's cut, of course. So I'd be curious which one it is.
Yeah, Jeff, let us know. He picked it up. So Jeff, let us know in the chat which one that is if you happen to know. Emily's here. She says, "I love port." I am a big fan of port too. I see Lil here, Joseph in the chat. Good to see all you people popping in. Steven here. I saw Steven had a comment. He said, I've been a big fan of muscatel finish stuff. This is the only thing that I believe I've had, at least in American whiskey, that's used this kind of finish on it. It's super interesting.
Yeah, you don't find too many of them. There's definitely some other ones. I tried it was a Japanese whiskey that was a muscatel finish that actually blew my socks off lately. I thought it was epic.
Wait, I'm trying to think. I think I may have tried that one on my podcast. I think they sent me a sample of that one. If we're thinking about the same one, I forget the name of it.
Probably me too at the moment, actually.
I mean, Stephen may know because I think he actually recommended it to me to try on the podcast. So that may be the one he's been talking about. He likes that one. So Stephen, let us know in the chat. Man, I'm going back to the muscatel. This is honestly, I think this is so unique. It's something that I don't think I've experienced on, like I said, American whiskey before, and I'm really digging it.
Yeah, that one I can chew on for a while.
Well, I was going to say the last one I thought was viscous, but I think this one is still turned up
even more
on ice. This would hold up super well, I think. It's lighter to me. It's still got a bit of like the floral aspect to it, but it has like a I don't know. Maybe this is the one that you said that they added grape juice back into the original cask that they were.
No. So that was the Pinot de Charente is primarily grape juice and cognac blended together, and this muscatel is partially fermented grape juice, of course, to make a wine base, and then stopped with the addition of brandy.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say this one has like a bit more of this one I think is fruitier. I mean, I'm gonna have to go back, like I said, and taste back through them comparatively, but so Steven says Sagamore had a rye that was finished in it too. Okay, I haven't had that one. I'm a big fan of Sagamore though, so
neither have I. It's hard to get some of those bottles here on the West Coast.
Oh yeah,
at least in the Northwest, nobody buys that. Nobody buys it in Washington, so we always have to like hunt them down and like find them. I usually get my sales guy to try and grab me some when he's over on the east side.
I think Total Wines around here in Southern California have a good bit of them, but
I'm envious.
So Joseph Brazo says, when we visit our daughter in Bellingham, is it worth the trip to Ferndale? Gift shops has facility. We had that question come up last time from someone else.
We did. We actually are in the works to maybe do a tasting room, but we don't have one at this point in time. We do all of our blending and warehousing here. But if you happen to be up in this area, probably shouldn't even say this out loud, but drop us a line or something like that and tell us where you heard of us, and maybe we could open the door, But technically, we don't do anything. Yeah, exactly. Say Clifton McDaniel. But we were technically not open to the public.
Gotcha.
At all. Maybe one day. That's the goal.
Jeff Perkins. Oh, the question earlier about the single barrel pick. It was barrel number 0272. So I assume it is the bourbon then.
Probably. I'd have to look it up. We have a couple hundred barrels. I imagine it was 027 or 0272 was probably a bourbon, and it was the 21%. I'm sure. If it's the bourbon. So.
Gotcha. Well, very cool. Enjoy that, Jeff. Cheers.
Yeah.
Big Vic in the house. Good to see you, Big Vic. Oh, apparently Woodinville also had a Muscatel finish. Interesting. I haven't had the Woodinville one either.
Oh, neither have I. That was probably like local release only or something.
He says they still have it at the distillery. Yeah, Joseph is like he's not an official Woodinville ambassador, but he's just he lives close to the distillery. So.
Oh, awesome, very cool. Well, hey,
so he may give me some samples every now and then from them. So.
Well,
I'd
buy a bottle if you bring one.
I think Steven says, I think Nika and Yoichi. Okay, those weren't the ones that I've had, but that's really interesting to know. Yeah, I think Muscatel and Japanese whiskey seems like something that would work really well together.
I thought it worked beautifully. I think the one I tried was the Nika.
Gotcha.
I didn't buy the bottle. Somebody just gave me a drink of it.
Very cool. Well, I think that might be an here. So let's go ahead and move on to the port one. Now, that was the one that I think was also, according to the poll, that was the second most. So 29% of you guys were most interested in hearing about that one. So can you tell us a little bit about this one, like the Tawny Port cask you guys use?
Yeah, certainly. So I mean, it is also fortified wine. So once again, fermented grape juice. That's been stopped. The fermentation was stopped to keep some amount of residual sugar in the cask, of course, and it stopped with brandy. Yes, brandy. Sorry, I'm mixing them all up now. It stopped. The fermentation stopped, and then it's aged further in oak casks. And these casks were used for upwards of about between 2 and 4 years, typically before I got them. So they're pretty rich in tawny port, and then these aged between 5 and 8 months. Actually, most of these were between 5 and 8 months that we've tried so far.
Other than the first one, the cognac, that was, you said 11 months.
Oh, yeah, correct. Yeah, the cognac was aged 11 months, pardon.
Gotcha. So Fred is excited for this one. Chadwick says, aloha from San Diego. Love Doc Swinson's fantastic juice. Awesome people. Cheers to you. Thanks for watching.
Thank
I
you,
think that's the first time I've seen you in the chat, so I appreciate that. By the way, if anyone's new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the like button while you're down there. Like I said, giving away samples of 2 Doc Swinson's pours, as well as a sample of 2 of the exploratory cask. I need to slow down. And this rye whiskey from a few years back. So thanks so much. So yeah, let's go in. I'm going to give this a nose. I'm excited for this one too.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to start without you.
No, it's all good. To me, that's more familiar. I've had more experience with port casks. So
there's definitely a lot more of in the market. And they, I mean, because they tend to be a little bit more bold in flavor. I think that they go really beautifully with both bourbon and rye. Also, you can find the casks a little more often.
Yeah, I think most of my experience with it has been with rye compared to bourbon. What made you go with bourbon for this one over rye?
I think it was more curiosity because of that exact reason. I haven't seen that many bourbon versions of this or finished in port casks where I've seen a lot of ryes. In fact, I had quite a few of those bottles that you probably all have tried. And they're all great, but I really wanted to try doing something with bourbon.
Yeah, I've always felt that rye, to me, it kind of doesn't hide, like there's still the rye spiciness that's there, but I feel like the cask sometimes takes over rye more than bourbon. For this one though, with the bourbon as like the base, I think it's still that dark, rich bourbon flavor that I really love, and it's kind of accented by that sweeter, the stone fruit kind of influence that the port's giving it. This one again is more bourbon forward than I think some of the other ones we've tried most recently.
Absolutely. I mean, I really think the Tawny Port, because of being an aged port or in a oak aged port, it really emphasizes like those, like you said, the fruit flavors, but specifically like to me, this was like raspberry preserves. I mean, it was like dark raspberries and cherries, in like a nice syrup. So I think that really uplifted some of or added to the bourbon notes that were already present. Without consuming them by any means.
To me, I feel like part of the like you said that it isn't. You said an oak aged port. I think to me this. I know that we're using the same bourbon for all this. To me, this tastes older. I guess maybe it's just the way it's interacting with it. But to me, this one almost tastes. It makes the bourbon taste a bit older, which I think is, and that's really awesome. I think that can have that much of an influence on it.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of I think what we do here is to try and because we're working with typically 5 and 6 year old bourbons, which is great.
Right.
They're all really wonderful. It's a really like nice, safe spot to work within. They could be a little bit more predictable in that age frame, which is really nice. And I think one thing we do really well here at Doc Swenson's is like almost make everything taste like it's punching closer to like 7, 8, even 9 years old. Like for example, our blender's cut, most people think it's 8 or 9 years old when they try it as well, but it's actually 5.5 to 6.
Oh, gotcha. Alexander in with the super chat for entering into the giveaway. Okay, Donnie, now you got some competition. Thank you so much, Alexander. I appreciate that. Steven is asking, what is the barrel size for the port casks?
The port casks were 225s liters. Pardon. So
Gotcha.
Standard wine cask size.
Cool. Also, I know we rushed through this a bit quicker than we normally do, but I'm still okay. Before we move on to the rye, I think I'm gonna pick my favorite bourbon. Do you have a favorite? I mean, I know you may be biased, but like, what is your favorite of these? Not that there has to be a best one, but is there one that really aligns with your palate?
Yeah, I think one that I've kind of found myself attached to a little bit more often was actually from the get-go was the Pinot de Charente, because I thought it had more like these really beautiful, like insanely subtle, complex characteristics in it that were kind of hard to pick out actually. But as you sit with it and chew on it for a while, it really starts to kind of just open itself up more. But I would have to say the Muscatel was probably one of the more surprising ones. And
that one definitely would caught me off guard the most compared
to I mean, like you said, you don't really see a lot of those kind of things here. If you have it, there hasn't been a widespread use of them where you see a lot more port casks or cognac casks. And I don't know, I think it was pretty darn good, that one. So they're all wonderful, but I think the Pinot de Charente is the one that kind of like took me from the get-go right off the bat. I was like, whoa, this is really pleasant. This is some flavors that remind me kind of actually like my grandma in a really awesome way. Like,
so like her, like, is it more of like, cause I mean, that's a note I hear a lot. Like a lot of people say grandma's house, or maybe people say grandma's perfume. Is it you more of like the house or the, that's a weird question. Is it your grandma's house or her perfume?
No. It was her kitchen actually, straight up her kitchen all the way. And it reminds me of like all the fruit and stuff that we used to process and can when I was a kid. We made a lot of different kinds of like apple sauces and stuff like that. That one kind of reminds me of that for some reason.
That's awesome.
So it has something kind of close to me, and she actually just passed away. So
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's part of it.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
No, it's okay. But anyways, that would reminds me of it. I was like, wow, that's so nostalgic for some reason. So
I love, and I think it happens a lot. I think whiskeys bring back certain memories, not necessarily the fact that you were drinking whiskey when you were with your grandma making preserves, but something about smell. Sometimes to me, it's more of the smell than anything else. And I think I love when a whiskey can do that. And especially if you're like, just sipping, just like by the fire, relaxing. I love that you can sip that and bring back those memories. I've had that happen with several different whiskeys. So that's really interesting to hear. So
it's probably one of the coolest things to experience, right? Is, I mean, like probably one of the most underappreciated senses, aromatics, and how it can influence you and change your like emotional state. Like right off the bat, you're like, whoa, my gosh, I remember this time. And then, hopefully they're always good. Mine are.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have a memory that gives you bad memories. Maybe you want to drain pour that one, but got a couple super chats coming in. Fred says, props for another fun stream with a great guest. I've only had the Tawny Port finish on a Pendragon single cast. Interesting, but I can see it working well with the bourbon. Hopefully these will get wide distribution. Hopefully. So yeah, Fred is our resident trucker, so he's all over the country. So he's usually
yeah.
based in like I think Colorado and Texas area. So maybe they'll hit out there.
That's awesome. Pension makes really wonderful stuff too. I've actually had that one before.
Oh, interesting. I haven't had anything from them as far as I'm aware, or I may have. If I have, it's probably because Fred sent me a sample, but I don't recall that specific one. And then Tony is in for the giveaway. He says, "Hey Cliffy, I'm rocking my Cliffy and Bus shirt. It's an inside joke. It was a reference on another stream, and I made a T-shirt out of it. But he said, I've only had the Alter Ego bourbon, but I drank it all. That says something about how good it was. Cheers."
Hey, thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate that.
Cheers, Tony. And thank you for repping my merch. I know there was a sale in line with Prime Day. There was a sale on my merch. So make sure you guys go check bourbonbytes.threadless.com if y'all are interested in any merch. It might still be on sale. I don't know for sure. Might be. But thank y'all for the entries. Also, so I got to say, my favorite of these, oh man, I'm going back and forth between two. Not that it matters, but I just, first impressions. You know what? I got my order. Okay. For the bourbon.
Okay.
I think the Muscatel is my favorite. I think it surprised me the most. It, to me, tastes like something unlike anything in my collection. And I think that's what makes me like it the most. A close second to me was the Pinot. I think that's, I see why you fell in love with it. I think it's sweet, but it's like not overwhelmingly sweet. It's got a nice heftiness to it. But yeah, those two are really close if I had to pick. Now this is just first impressions. I've only had like literally a glass of each of them. So I'm sure if you spend more time with these, you can maybe appreciate things that certain other ones. I will say the Tawny Port was also very good. And cognac to me, I typically haven't loved cognac finish. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I've had it in quite a few other whiskeys. And I think to me, it's too subtle. I want something a bit bolder. So that's why for me, that's of the ranking of these, that's my last, I don't want to say last place, but my fourth place. But yeah, that's my thoughts.
I totally get it. No, thank you. I mean, absolutely. It's kind of fun every time I send samples out and stuff, and whether they're friends or influencers or bourbon groups, etc. There's always a wide variety of people that just love one in particular, for example, and I think that's really awesome because that means we do a good job across the board. At least that's how I interpret it. It's like, okay, we're doing well. Somebody over here loves the Tawny, somebody over here loves the Muscatel, the Pinot, et cetera.
It's not like everyone like hates one.
No, exactly. We haven't had that comment so far, so that's been great, whether directly or indirectly. So I can't complain there. And that's the goal.
You got to contribute to the name. Oh, sorry. I was going to say it kind of goes with the name, exploratory cask. It encourages you to explore. Like tonight, I'm trying finishes I've never had on bourbon. Well, especially this last one we're about to move on to. But so I love that. And I think, everyone's going to find something that gravitates towards, that their palate gravitates towards, whether they've had ones like it or not, or if it's their first time trying it. I do encourage, I think you guys are pretty, do we know pricing about, I know it's different depending on areas, but about pricing on these exploratory casks?
I actually have not been told the price on the exploratory cask at this point in time. But my guess is they're going to be somewhere between, and once again, keep in mind I'm in Washington, the highest price state in the country. I'm pretty sure for liquor, or one of them. My guess the exploratories tend to be somewhere around $70 and $100 a bottle, $70 and $90 a bottle. Gotcha. But once again, that really just depends on where you're going. I mean, I've seen one of our rarest releases we ever did, other than the 15-year, was the Kiona Cask Cabernet, which was.
I reviewed that. On my podcast. Actually, I forgot who sent me a sample of that. But
oh my gosh,
one of my viewers sent me a sample of that one. Yeah.
Well, that's epic. That one got nominated for best finished whiskey for San Francisco Spirit Awards this year.
Yep.
Cognac one took it, but we were right there.
I remember those nominations had just coming out the day that I recorded that, and I couldn't tell if it was like the winner or the nominee. But that's awesome that you guys were nominated. And I think it may have been Patrick, who he may not be here tonight, that sent me that. So thank you, Patrick. Or if it wasn't Patrick, thank you, whoever it was.
Yeah, cheers for sharing. There's only like 443 bottles or something like that made is all we did, and that was 18 months in those casks. That's a long time. So.
These guys here are awesome, and I love that they love sharing, and I love giving back to them too. So I see Sugar Kitty, who is our Byte Club member here in the chat. If you guys want to support on YouTube and super chats, if you'd rather do a membership for $2 a month, you get access to cool emojis and you get your name highlighted in the chat over there. So, but it also does support the channel. So thank you, Sugar Kitty, for being here. All right, so are we ready to move on to the last pour of the night? The rye whiskey. I'm going to one more time before we move to this. We are doing a giveaway tonight of the Smoke on Water and the Funky Drummer, as well as the Doc Swenson's rye. So if you guys want to get in, every $5 super chat is an entry. Last chance. Once we try this one, I'm going to cut it off and we're going to spin the wheel of whiskey, which I haven't spun in a long time. I'm very excited to do that again. But okay, let's move on to the rye whiskey. So tell us about this one. Does this one, Tres Amigos. I was like, does it have a name? So tell us about this one. This is very, very unique and interesting.
Yeah, so this one actually was pulled right from the I don't know, the crazy playbook here. It was truly experimental. Actually, all the ryes that we kind of put out recently, or are going to put out recently, or soon in a week, are just kind of like out of the, all the way outfield there. So that's Funky Drummer, Smoke on Water, and Tres Amigos. And Tres Amigos is actually some extra Solera Method rye that I had. So the Alter Ego Solera Method rye finished in rum casks.
Mm-hmm.
I had about 150 gallons or so of that sitting left over from a batch because we ran out of labels one day. And instead of waiting to bottle that, a few months later, I happen to have 2 extra Añejo tequila casks sitting around that I was working on for another project.
I was like, as one does, just has extra.
I know, just laying around. Well, that'll give you a hint into something that might come out a little bit down the road here too. And so I was like, well, I think this would actually be a really nice flavor combination. And I ended up putting that extra Solera Method, Alter Ego Solera Method rye in these tequila casks for about, I think it was 5.5 months, 6 months. And it's actually probably one of the most surprising to me. And I don't want to spoil it, so maybe we should try it first. But I was pretty stoked about it. And of course, the name represents a couple different things. If any of you could guess why it maybe be named Tres Amigos, shout out.
Yeah, let us know in the chat. Any guesses? Get your guesses in. So Don Nishida has a super chat. It says, finally made it to a live. # sometimes I win. That was our
Yay!
Don Nishida, normally, he always say, I never win. And then he won 2 times in a row saying I never win. So now he's like, maybe I do win.
Oh, that's awesome.
Good to see you, Don. Don's joining us. He's in Hawaii on the island of Oahu. So
very nice.
Good to see you. Yeah, we have people from all over tonight, people on both coasts. So I appreciate y'all. Y'all East Coasters staying up late, and y'all Hawaiian coasters, or what do you call Hawaiian time, folks? Hawaii time. That sounds like a thing. You guys for joining us early. Awesome. Well, I just poured it, so I'm gonna go ahead and give it a nose. I'm really intrigued by this one. Oh, people are guessing that maybe it's the name of the tequila that was used. That's what Whiskey Fancy says. Tres Hombres Tequila.
Oh, nice. This is a good guess. I didn't even think of that one. No, it's not. After we're done tasting, I'll tell you guys the silly story behind it.
Okay. Tony Bagdona says, I voted for this in the poll not knowing it was rye, and now I'm really intrigued. Oh, yeah.
Sweet.
So on the nose, I think to me, it doesn't come across as anything too different than what I've had. I mean, I've had several of your expressions that are the rum finished ryes. So to me, that's not too different. But maybe I got to taste it and pick up on those nuances. So cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, wow. It is different. I don't know. I mean, I do like tequila. I don't necessarily know I would place it as tequila casks, because I think to me, tequila has like the pepperiness, but also so does rye. So I could see why those two work so well together.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on it? Like when you experimented with this one, like what was your impression of it?
Yeah, so this one to me, you're right. It's I wouldn't say it's blatantly tequila at all. In fact, if we didn't tell you it was tequila, you might not even pick up on it.
I don't think I would.
It's and being it's like an añejo tequila, it really focuses. And it was a pretty old one, if that. Probably an extra añejo, to be honest, but they didn't tell me that. They just said añejo. I got the cask. It really focuses more on those like sweeter, like agave syrup and caramel and vanilla notes from the cask itself. I think is more prominent there, with a little bit of that classic like vegetal tequila taste as well as pepper. But once again, the rye already has quite a few peppery notes in it that they just kind of mingle well together, and it's not necessarily overly pronounced in one direction. So I think you get a really nice mixture of the pear, apple, cinnamon flavor that we get out of a rye, with the more citrusy, grassy, fruity flavors of our rum, and then this nice kind of more caramely, vanilla forward, slightly peppery tequila. they just all really blend beautifully together. So once
I was
again,
gonna say, yeah,
you
this
might
is-
not even know. You'd be like, oh, this is the strangest rye I've ever had.
There's a hint of something that I'm just telling you. It's like almost like smokiness in a way. Like to me, it's almost. I mean, to me, it's kind of reminded me of like a mezcal, kind of like. I'm really into mezcals. Like they're especially here in Southern California, they're everywhere. So those have like a bit, typically a bit more smokiness to them. So I'm getting a little hint of smoke on this.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely. I mean, it's not a mezcal, but that's really cool, and it might just be from the type of cask that was used. So these were unique in the fact that they weren't previously used for bourbon. They were new casks that were used to age this añejo tequila. So you probably would get more of those toasty notes, or slightly, because it wasn't charred either, more toasty American oak notes in there, and that might be where some of that smokiness you're picking up is coming from potentially.
Gotcha.
I'd love to do a mezcal finish one day. Maybe that's
that sounds super interesting. So for those of you that are interested in the giveaway, I'm actually going to include a small sample of this one. I only have what's left of this, but I'll include a sample of that so you guys can try it too and let me know what you guys think of it. So if that's your encouragement to get in on the giveaway, I'll cut it off in about 3 minutes. So just if that's the tipping point that puts you in for more entries, figured out that out there. But I really like this. But I mean, I love you guys' rye anyway. I told you before, like that's what I buy most often from Doc Swinson's is the rye.
Nice.
About the way what you guys mostly like I said, the Ultra Ego one, which you said is 3 different casks. It's the rum, it's the
So Ultra Ego rye is 2 different mash bills. It's Indiana, both of them, 95 and they're 51. So you get more of the corn flavor profiles in there too. So it tastes a little bit more adjacent to bourbon. That is batched together, and then we take those bourbon casks that we dumped out to make that batch, and the previous round, and we fill those with rum that we produce in house. We blend our own rum in house, which is just for this process. We don't release it or anything like that. Maybe one day if we get real smart about it. And those rums, it's a mixture of 4 different nationalities rums that have been aged in 3 different types of casks, and we blend all that together. It goes in those empty bourbon casks. We take that out, and then we put the rye whiskey in that, and then eventually take that out, and it goes into our Solera system where it mingles amongst 154 other barrels is what we're at about now.
Gotcha.
So and then pulled out. So it's a long, arduous process, but it makes really good whiskey, and that's the point.
It does. It's one of my most purchased bottles. Like there's very few bottles that I will constantly buy a backup for and like just drink just on a regular day. That's one of the bottles. And like I don't like these people know that I've mentioned this on the channel way before I even had you on. So
that's awesome.
I'm not just hyping it up. I am a big fan of it. But this, to me, that takes that and builds on it. It gives it an extra layer of depth. To me, I got smoky. Some people say they may get pepperiness on it too. I know ADHD Whiskey, Matt said that this was just takes you on a wild ride. So I think I don't see it as too crazy. I was a bit worried because I saw them like, oh man, this is going to be crazy. But, yeah, but like, no, it works so well. And it really just complements the amazing rye whiskey that's in here.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel of it as well. To be honest, it just adds another layer that unfolds, and without being totally out in the left field there. I just think it's just really a pleasant one to hang out with. It's just a total sipper.
There's a couple questions coming in. Prescription Bourbon says, "Is that the actual Solera setup behind you?" You said before this is the mock one, right?
Yeah. So this actually represents the original one I had, which was made with this exact same amount of barrels. In fact, this is in a teeny little room, so these ones are empty. We had to like push them in through the door. We just thought it'd be a cool backdrop, and I had these barrels in here. And the only sad part is this is supposed to be my blending lab too, so it's blending lab / podcast room, and it's taken up half of it with these barrels. The other side is just bottles everywhere. Well, kind of. I haven't put shelves in. We moved not too long ago into this building. We're getting there, but. No, so these ones are actually empty. They used to be like this, all stacked up on top of each other, exactly like you see right here. And then when we moved into this new warehouse, we built these big steel racks. So they go all the way up to the ceiling, about 18 and a half feet or so. They're 6 barrels high and 24 barrels wide. So they're pretty big. We have multiples of those. Well, 2 for the Solera specifically. We'll have to post some pictures sometime or something like that, but.
Gotcha.
It's pretty cool.
I feel like I missed a. Oh, Fred was saying. Oh, so he's talking about the tequila cask. Can you name like where the tequila's from, or is it kind of no? You can't.
I unfortunately cannot tell you at this point, and this is something that I'm really trying to work towards here at Doc Swenson's is be able to get to do some collaboration. Say, hey, this is where these barrels came from, and that is a really hard and often fruitless process because of. If you can imagine, legal teams don't really like letting you do that.
Oh, no, sure.
Like the smoke on water thing, I made it as like obvious as possible to figure out who it was. But I'm like, I asked and I was like, can I please? And they're like, no. I mean, they were very awesome about it. They're like, we wish we could. But... Anyone
that knows Scotch whiskey, they're gonna know which one that is. But that was cool that you guys were able to not say it, but like the people who know.
No, so. Exactly.
Oh, by the way, you said you would tell us the story about the name, the name of the tequila.
Yeah,
the Tres Amigos.
There's one other thing I could tell you that might maybe lead to a hint, but it probably not. Is these are independent stave company barrels, so they're really nice barrels that were used to do the tequila or to age the tequila, and then we got them. I don't know if that'll tip you to anywhere, but
well, Fred, if you know, tell us on the after party, and I'll I'll figure it out. But yeah, okay, that's good info though. I mean, Fred's our tequila expert here, so he'll do a deep dive. So Tony says he gave a few extra super chats to get the sample of the tequila. Cheers to you, Tony. I'm excited for whoever wins it to try it. So and then whiskey. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say the name, but we could. We'll do this first.
Okay. Whiskey Fancy says, wait, you don't sell the rum? What do you do with it?
We use it over and over again and occasionally drink some ourselves.
So you said, so you guys aren't making the rum, right? You said you're getting it from 4 different styles of rum to blend?
Yeah, so it's a blend. So the base rums are, and they're either 0 years old up to 5 years old when I originally got them. So it's Trinidad, Jamaica, Venezuela, and a good chunk is also from the USVI, so Crucian rum, which I'm sure most of you know who that is. And then I age them all and then blend them together to make another batch, my blended batch, and then age that further. And then we use that to actually influence the ex-bourbon cask. So that's the reason why our rye also has a fair amount of bourbon flavor going on in there, is because they were recently dumped bourbon barrels, and the rum goes into those and then pulled out after a while. So you get this nice bourbony rum kind of flavor, and the rums can be a little over. They're very bourbon adjacent. Let me tell you that. It would be if you tried it, you'd be like, "Well, that's very different than any rum you've probably ever had, to be honest, or very, very out there."
Sounds like you should release it.
It's funny. We actually did release one version of the very first edition I ever did, like 5 years ago. It was just a total experiment. We put it on the market, and there may be some bottles running around somewhere in the ether. I don't know. And we did get a lot of feedback that people were like, wow, this is really good, like bourbon people that don't like rum, because it was very bourbon forward. It was very very there. And to be fair, we have talked about maybe releasing it one day, maybe like a 1 year random release. So if you want to find out more, here's my one sales bit. If you want to know more about these exploratory casks and when they're going to drop on the online market, if you go to the Cool Kids, like sign up for the Cool Kids Club on our website, and we're going to put in a little news shout out before anybody else will get to hear about it when these exploratory casts are coming out on the website. So
gotcha. You guys make sure you said DocSwensons.com, right?
DocsWhiskey.com. I think DocSwensons.com will also get you there.
Gotcha.
But DocsWhiskey. So I'll get you there.
Awesome. Emily asked, any idea what or where those tequila casks will go next? Oh, interesting. That's a good question. So like after you guys have done the finishing in it, you guys gonna do something with the tequila casks? Well, you said you have another project that you're working on.
Yeah, so that was the some other of those tequila casks when I originally got them is going towards something else. These were just 2 that were left over. I didn't have enough liquid for, or enough of the other product for, so I put the rye Solera, the Solera method rye in there. But to answer that exact question, I don't know yet, but I actually work with a lot of different cideries in Washington State, because we, apples is a kind of big thing here.
Yeah.
So a lot of different cideries in Washington State have been picking them up from us, and they age their ciders in them, which is pretty cool. And then, sell their cider. And I usually never see the barrel again, but usually I get some cider in return.
Oh, that's awesome. No, that's cool. That's a cool. Yeah. It's always interesting to hear, what happens to cask after they, move on, for whether it's, a bourbon distillery or a finishing situation like that. That's super interesting.
Yeah, I've actually gotten a lot of requests lately from American single malt distilleries for our casks. So you know, like I mean, I guess I can't really say their names, but you know what I mean. West Coast American single malt distilleries. I'm sure you could guess there's a couple of them. So have been asking for barrels because there's kind of a barrel shortage here in the U.S. at the moment, which has been impacting all of us. At least used barrels, I should say, and finishing casks.
Well, there's also a shortage of. I mean, I've heard there's like an oak shortage. Like that, we're predicting that we're going to run out of new American oak at some point soon if we don't do something a little more sustainable. So.
Yeah, something about needing the barrel to be brand new every time. maybe that's when the rise of American single malt was really going to take off.
Maybe.
Which honestly, there's some really great ones out there, so I can see it doing pretty well.
Yeah, Joseph said we do have a lot of apples here in Wenatchee.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Washington State. We have great apples here. We have really wonderful apples. So lots of good cider.
Awesome. Well, I'm ready to spin my wheel of whiskey to figure out who's going to win. So, Jess, you want to help me with the Be My Vanna White?
Yeah.
So we have everyone's name here. I've shuffled it quite a few times. So we're going to spin the wheel of whiskey to see who gets these samples.
All right.
It's a close one. But Donnie, the Linux cat, congratulations so much. I know you wanted these, so congratulations, Donnie. And everyone, thank you so much for your entries. Like I said, it does help support the channel more than anything. But Jesse, this was awesome. I'm so glad that you guys sent me these new expressions. I am definitely going to pick up 2 or more. So
sweet. Awesome. Thank you. And then Trace Amigos, I did forget to say what Trace Amigos meant.
Oh,
if
yes.
we have a second. If we have one
no,
more
you're
second.
good. You're good. Go for it.
So Trace Amigos, we all kind of sometimes come up with names here at our office. There's 4 of us in the office, and we all really enjoyed the film The Trace Amigos from the 90s with Chevy Chase. So it's an absurd film. It's totally absurd film. So that's kind of where the name kind of comes from. We kind of give a little ode to it on the back of the bottle, in the back label there. But it also represents the fact that it's 3 North American spirits all coming together in a bottle that happen to be really awesome together. So that being rum, tequila, and of course, American rye whiskey.
Awesome. Well, awesome. And I see Independent Joe's dropping in. If y'all missed, I was live on his channel last Saturday. Go watch the replay on Independent Joe's channel. Thank you for dropping my Patreon link down there. Appreciate that, Joe. But Jesse, thank you so much for coming on. You are welcome back next week. I'm just kidding. You're welcome back
anytime.
Whenever you guys have anything else in the works. Always a pleasure having you on, and always exciting to try what new products are coming from you guys. So
awesome.
Like you said, you guys go sign up for the Cool Kids Club at docswhiskey.com. Make sure to follow them on Instagram. Whoever's running your social media is very friendly with me today. I don't know if it's you or not, but
it is not me. I'm not as friendly as Sandra.
She's super helpful. She taught me how to add a collaborator on Instagram. Didn't know how to do that. So
heck yeah.
Thank you to her.
Awesome,
and thank you for her help promoting today's stream. So hopefully some people are, if you're new here, if you enjoyed the show, make sure to subscribe, come back. I'm here same time every Thursday night. And Jesse might be here for the next few weeks. I'm just kidding. Awesome, man. Thanks so much. Everyone, I'll see you, patrons, I'll see you at the after party, hang out. But everyone else, I will see you next week. Make sure to tune into tomorrow's podcast. I am reviewing 2 13-year-old Jim Beam whiskeys. So tune into that. Awesome. Jesse, see you next time. Cheers,
Thanks,
everyone.
Much appreciate it.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with a Gaming Twist. I'm your host, Clifton, and welcome to a very different stream than what I'm used to doing, but I promise, it'll still be fun. So if you saw the thumbnail, if you saw the title, we are doing apple-flavored whiskeys. Now, Some of you may know, some of you may not. I am a bit of a whiskey, not a snob, but a bit of what I consider an aficionado. I don't typically drink flavored whiskeys, but I realize that a good chunk of the world does. So I've done a similar stream to this in the past where I've done honey flavored whiskeys or honey finished whiskeys. So I thought, you know what? It's middle of the summer, not quite apple season, but the fall's coming up soon. Why not taste through 5 different apple flavored whiskeys and see which one's best? And this is not just a subjective thing, because I have actual apples that I will be comparing these to. Not only just that, I have a green Granny Smith apple and a Pink Lady apple that I will be comparing these whiskeys against to see which one actually tastes like apple and which one is just a syrupy mess of flavor. But first, if you're watching live, hello, good to see you. If you're watching the replay, hey, good to see you. Leave a comment down below what your favorite apple flavored whiskey is and hit the thumbs up on the way. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful Thursday, those of you that are watching live. Some of you may notice I dropped my first episode of my season 2 of my podcast this morning. It's called the Bourbon Bytes podcast. I did it a couple years back. It's been a while, but I thought it would be fun to start back up. So if you're curious, go wherever you get your podcasts, or you can go to bourbonbytes.podbean.com, but it's available on Apple, Google, Spotify, wherever you can find your podcast. Hope you guys enjoyed the first episode. I'm looking forward to doing that. It'll be every week. Thursday mornings is when the episodes are going to come out, and then you guys can join me Thursday night for these live streams. So thank you guys for all the positive comments on Discord about the live stream so far. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Yeah, I was just excited to relaunch that. You want to say hello to some folks? Zopher's in the chat. Cheers to you with the green apple. Is that your apple of choice? Do you prefer green or red apples? Let me know. Let me know in the chat while I'm scrolling if you like green or red apples. Honestly, I don't think I've bought a green apple in like a decade. So I'm pretty sure I'm a red apple guy, but we might change tonight. We'll see. Donnie says, I show up in Cliffy's late. At least I gave a warning this time, okay? He's going to give me crap for that comment. Absolutely, you know it. No, I was just gathering everything in front of me, so I was going to make sure the apples were here too. I planned this, don't worry. Jeremy Dirks in the chat. Cheers, Jeremy. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Emily's here. Hey, y'all, I'm listening while trying a recipe. Wish me luck. Well, you'll have to share some photos on Discord of what your final result is. Cheers to you, Em. Good to see you. Em and Donnie are some of our incredible mods here on the channel. Also, Byte Club members, which is what I call my supporters, whether you are on bourbonbytes.com or Patreon. You can support me for as little as $2 a month, and you become a Byte Club member. So, Byte with a Y, not like a bite, like an apple bite. But you get the point. You get the point. Let's see. Donnie said he had one of those tough weeks at work. Peers, manager, and director all out of town for a conference. I had to fight fires Monday through Wednesday. Ugh, I feel you, man. Well, I'm glad you hopefully get to take I think you said before that Thursdays are your Fridays, so hopefully you get to take the weekend off and chill out. Brandon says, this is me falling asleep on the couch after dinner because Justin was working on some stuff. He had to go to the police station for some stuff, so I fell asleep. And then my alarm went off. Well, no, my alarm went off, but I snoozed it. And then he came in the door at 6:57. And that's why I was late. That's the real reason I was asleep. So yeah, it's a little bit of bad habit. It's also a little bit of, Mike Meyer in the chat. Man, it's been a while. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you are doing well. Got some recognitions for my efforts. Okay, positive feedback does not cost him anything. It goes a long way. Absolutely. I feel the same. Sofer says, still his favorite thumbnail is the honey-themed episode. I know. I knew I couldn't compete with that this morning when I made that thumbnail earlier. But I tried to come close. Is that your new drunk name? Syrupy Mess? Probably. Granny Smith all the way. Okay, Adam's here in the chat. Good to see you, Adam. I nearly took a nap before this too. Donnie, we'll chat in the after party. If you guys want to get in on that, $10 a month, bourbonbytes.com. But yeah, we are doing some whiskey. I was going to say whiskey flavored whiskeys, apple flavored whiskeys, which, like y'all know, I'm not the biggest fan of them, but I'm not opposed to them. I just don't like when they are syrupy sweet, which is kind of the comment earlier. I like them to actually taste, 1, natural, 2, you can still taste the whiskey, and 3, I know most of these are for cocktails, so I'm imagining most of these are going to mix well. Tonight, though, I'm going to try them neat. If there's time, I might go get an ice cube for each of these glasses and try them over ice just to see if that improves things. I thought about maybe mixing them with something, but I'm like, I mean, you can mix whiskey with anything and make it drinkable. But today, I want to taste it neat first and then maybe over some ice, because either that or you're taking it as a shot. I can't really think of many other uses for apple flavored whiskey. Does anyone know the origin of apple flavored whiskey? Because I don't. I mean, I look at other flavors of whiskey and they all kind of make sense, right? Cinnamon whiskey, honey whiskey. I mean, but apple, who started this? Is it because people were like putting apple, like in apple cider, they were like putting whiskey in it? Because I know that's like, I know like a hot toddy, like sometimes has apple cider, or like but I usually think of rum with apple cider. I just want to know where the apple whiskey trend came from. I would love to, maybe I should ask ChatGPT where it came from, because I didn't know it was a thing. I don't think I ever bought an apple flavored whiskey in my life before tonight, other than the Proper 12 one, which I reviewed a couple weeks back. If y'all missed it, I did a full Proper 12 lineup, including the new single malt 13 year, which was a lot of fun. And if you're also watching Matt Madness, that was the one that kind of put me a little bit over the edge, and I ended up winning the first round. Speaking of which, Jeffrey Wack in the chat, 2 weeks away, I think. Yes, he is going to be my competitor. I am so excited to go up against Jeffrey Wack. You guys got to make sure to subscribe to Hello Again Whiskey Friends, another incredible whiskey tube channel here on YouTube. Speaking of incredible YouTube channels, Taste and Sensibility, Doug, what's up? Whiskey, I have none. I'm sipping a Nog Creek smoked maple and 4 apple brandies from the Calvados region of France. Apple and flavored whiskey both represented. Dude, that's awesome. I appreciate that. Yeah, I had a Nog Creek smoked maple that I actually ended up leaving on the bar cart at work because I realized most of my coworkers aren't whiskey drinkers, but I'm like, they'll probably appreciate that. So I brought that for them there. But love me some apple brandy. I actually was drinking Applejack earlier this week. I wanted something a little bit different to kind of round out one of my nights, and I grabbed some Applejack. So cheers to you. That sounds really, really good. Probably Crown Royal. Oh, are you saying that's one that you think would win? We'll see. Matt Madness training soon. We probably don't even have time for that. I'm competing not this upcoming Friday, but the next one, I think. Maybe though. I know we talked about meeting up. Brandon, remind me. Prescription Bourbon's in the house, and cheers to you. Hope you're having a great night. What is in an apple teeny? Not apple flavored whiskey, that's for sure. Apple flavored. Well, no, I will say apple. What is it? Midori. Midori, like an apple liqueur, is really good. I like it in a cocktail. But like, who decides whiskey? You know, maybe that was whiskey trying to get over the apple teeny drinkers. Do you think that's what it was? It's like, because like we know in like the 90s, like vodka, like flavored vodkas were really popular. Do you think an apple flavored whiskey was there? Like, wait, come back to the dark side, drink some apple flavored whiskey. Yeah, that's a good guess, Donnie. Yeah, well, Crown Royal is one of the ones that got me into it too. Yeah, Zover says that's what he thinks as well. Okay, yeah, that makes total sense. So tonight, like I said, we're going to chase through 5 different expressions. We're going to do them neat first, and then we are going to grab an ice cube and come right back. But first, let's taste our controls, right? Let's taste some apples. This is a Pink Lady apple, one of my favorite red apples. Honestly, I have not bought apples very frequently in this house. I just started rebuying them because I'm like, it's such a great like morning, I don't know, breakfast. I guess I don't really do breakfast, but I like having a little something on my stomach in the morning. So let's go ahead and try this. This is going to be a sweeter red apple. It's to set my palate. There's no attractive way to eat an apple. I guess there could be. A little sweet. It's got some tartness. It actually wasn't expecting that much tartness. But very, very sweet, very rich. I think when you're looking for an apple flavor, except in candy, I look for this. I look for red apples. I like red apples. They're my go-to. But with like candy, like usually like flavored things, it's usually a green apple kind of flavor. So I'm wondering, I will say every single one of these bottles is green. Green. You saw it in the thumbnail. Green. 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 And I don't know if this is green because it's Irish whiskey, but it's also green. So it's all green logos. So maybe they're trying to replicate the green apple flavor here. Pink ladies are great. Yeah, they're my favorite too. I used to go apple picking in the Carolinas, and those were always the ones that were my favorite. Well, so, yes, Applejack is America's oldest spirit, but I don't think that has anything to do with these apple flavored whiskeys. I knew that, but I don't think it's related because these are very much a flavored whiskey. Jeffrey prefers his apples covered in caramel. Me too. Yeah, I'm definitely more of a caramel apple versus a candied apple. Let me know in the chat. Do you guys prefer caramel apples or candied apples? And those of you watching the replay, let me know. Caramel versus candied. Love to know. When we used to get Granny Smith apples from New Zealand, that was the best. But I do love a green apple. Yeah, I mean, I think green apples are kind of the fun ones to do like caramel apples with because they are the tartness and you combine them with the sweetness of the caramel. That was probably the last time I had a green apple was yeah, like a caramel apple. So Granny Smith, let's give it a taste. Oh yeah. That's the apple that I don't typically buy. It's good, but it's so tart. I prefer sweet over tart. So that's good to have. We're going to try each of these, and maybe some of them are going to gravitate towards the red apple, and some might gravitate towards the green apple. So we'll see. What's up, Tony? Good to see you, man. Thank you for your comment earlier about the podcast. All right, so we're going to... So 3 of these are bourbons. 1 is a Canadian whiskey, and 1 is a Irish whiskey. So we're going to start with the 3 bourbons first. I'm going to start with probably one of the most popular apple flavors in terms of bourbon or American whiskey, Jim Beam. So this is Jim Beam apple liqueur infused with Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. So this one, they actually put some liqueur and infused it with some bourbon. So that's a little bit different approach, which we'll see. There's different approaches across the board, but they're all ultimately the same thing. So let's go and get that poured. I'm going to have like such a sugar rush after this stream. It's not going to be Cliffy, which is my drunk name. It's going to be, what is my sugar rush name? I don't know. It's probably another name associated with that. Green apples. As a kid, I only liked Red Delicious and hated Granny Smith. As an adult, it's flipped. Interesting. Prefer tart over sweet. Now that's a serving size I can get behind. Are you talking about the giant apple? Honestly, like I said, I've not gotten a green apple in a while. It actually surprised me how much that bite was enjoyable. Let me try again. You know what's the most... I don't want to talk with my mouth open. The most interesting thing is this green apple tastes the most like apple flavored things. Like whether it's like a green Jolly Rancher, like an apple Jolly Rancher, or even like Apple Jacks, which is like one of my favorite cereals. This green one automatically tastes more like what those taste like versus the red. So that's interesting. No, I don't want to go at that. That's the name that everyone gives me when they don't know my name. So I don't want to go with that one. Oh, the tiny bottles. I see. The nice thing about tart apples is how well they pair with cheeses. Oh, okay. I know you guys are big cheese guys. That makes sense. All right. So this is the Jim Beam apple. Color-wise, very light. And I saw a comment earlier that I think Donnie left. He was like, that's a great use for either younger whiskeys or just like not that good whiskey. Is to add some flavor to it, release it to the masses. And that's a good point. But no, that's actually a really good point. The one exception to that is like the Knob Creek Maple. Because like Knob Creek to me, I think of it as like a premium brand. So I'm like, why are they flavoring it? I would love to know the person that made that decision to make a Knob Creek smoked maple. My only guess, it was someone in the spirits or in the cocktail industry where they wanted to have an upcharged premium spirit, do like a smoked old fashioned with it. That's the only thing I can think of because it makes no sense to me why there's a Knob Creek label on a flavored whiskey. These all make sense. Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, Evan Williams, Crown Royal, like obvious, like mixers, like it totally makes sense. But Yeah. Oh God, I'm looking at some of these questions. Red Delicious are student. I do like Red Delicious as well. Cliff Cleven? I don't get that one. Cliff Burton. I don't know. We'll have to workshop that a bit in the hangout. All right, so let's go to our first apple flavored whiskey. This is the Jim Beam Apple. Let's give it a nose. Oh man, that is sweet. Wow. I mean, those aren't legs. That is just like, they are, but that's because it's so syrupy. By the way, ABV on these, I think are all pretty similar. This one's actually only 32.5% ABV, so it's 65 proof. The Evan Williams is the exact same 65 proof. Jack Daniels is 70 proof. Crown Royal is 70 proof. And then Proper 12 Irish Apple is 70 proof. So the Jim Beam and the Evan Williams are the exact same proof. And I think that's potentially because they are blending it with an apple liqueur. The others, no, the Crown Royals also says that. Not the Crown Royals, sorry, the Jack Daniels also says it. So, yeah, let's start with the Jim Beam. On the nose, sweet. Like candy. That's not even. I don't smell any whiskey here. It's like candy and almost like a. Yes, it's apple, but it's almost like an apple bubblegum. There's a little bit of like a Hubba Bubba. There's a brand of bubblegum. Just that typical generic pink bubblegum kind of note. It's like that and apple. It's like if you had an apple flavored Hubba Bubba is what it is on the nose. Doesn't smell like either of these apples, red or green. But you know what? I will go ahead and give it a taste. So cheers. We'll try it. You can tell that's 65 proof. There's no burn. Like the only burn is like, no, it's covered up by how sweet it is. That's like, don't want to say that's alcohol for children, but like if there wasn't alcohol for children, which I don't condone, everyone drink responsibly, 21 plus, don't get me banned, YouTube. But yeah, that's candy. The whiskey I think does appear a little bit. It's not, this doesn't just taste like an apple vodka. I'll start with that. This tastes like apple and like caramel, some caramel apple maybe, but it's like, it's not entirely just like a green apple teeny vodka kind of thing. This definitely has some of the whiskey flavor. Now, is it coming from the whiskey itself or is it coming from an artificial flavor? This one doesn't say that it includes flavors other than the apple liqueur. So that actually could be coming from the whiskey itself. That's interesting. This is one of the ones that's been around the longest. So it's like, I don't know. I'm gonna come back through. I'm gonna taste these all and come back through the lineup. But it's an interesting start for sure. The bourbon guy in the chat says, finally a bourbon channel not doing the same content as every other channel. Look, I love mixing it up. Yes, I do some serious whiskey reviews. Yes, I do some blind flights. But every now and then I'm like, let's not take ourselves so seriously. Let's have some fun. So that's what tonight's all about. Also, I just want to celebrate with the relaunch of the podcast. I'm like, I'm gonna take it easy tonight, drink some fun whiskeys, and just have a good time with you guys. So cheers. Thank you for tuning in. I promise I also do regular bourbon content, but again, nothing on this channel. I'm not saying nothing on this channel is serious. It's just like, I think we're all just whiskey lovers and we're just sharing it with each other. That's kind of my big thing on the channel. So definitely not snob. That's why I almost said I'm a whiskey snob at the beginning. I'm like, not a snob. I'm just an aficionado. Whatever that means. Well, who wants whiskey anyways? More apple, Tony. That is not true. Donnie says, now I want an apple. Yeah, I actually bought these specifically for the stream. I literally placed a grocery order. That's not all it. Could you imagine if I literally just ordered groceries and I just ordered 2 apples and I'm like, yep, that's all I want. No, we ordered groceries as well. There's only one apple flavored anything, and it's Busch Light Apple, the best. Interesting. You know what? I think, are there a lot of, I've seen that. Is apple a common thing with beer as well? Obviously ciders, shoot, what's the big one? Angry Orchard or whatever. But there's also a bunch of craft ciders as well. But apple flavor, that's a little bit different. Apple flavored Busch Light. That sounds fun. I wish I would have thought about that. I would have absolutely paired it with these tonight. Tony says, I'd like to make a cocktail with some of those apple whiskeys and Fireball. Okay. I would say yes, but honestly, they're so sweet themselves. I don't know if that would be that good. What I do know is thanks to our friend Steven, who showed up last week surprisingly in the chat. If you mix actual apple cider, like good apple cider, with Fireball, that is delicious, especially if you heat it up a bit. That's become my new favorite winter, I don't want to say cocktail, mixed drink, I guess you would say, but just some like really good fresh apple cider mixed with some Fireball, delicious. And Fireball and horchata go well together, and both of those are sweet. So I get it, but there's some creaminess with the horchata. This is just straight up syrupy whiskey. So it's a little, I don't know. I don't think I would mix Fireball in this. It might would taste good, but it definitely isn't going to be it's not going to be a fun morning after, if you know what I mean. All right, let's keep it moving. Like I said, we're going to go back through and we're going to rank these at the end, but I would like to keep it moving. Let's go with the Evan Williams. Now, Evan Williams, I think Evan Williams and Jim Beam are very close competitors. I mean, Jim Beam White Label and Evan Williams Black Label, I think, are very similar price points on the market. I will say, as someone that is a fan of both distilleries, both the Jim Beam Distillery and Heaven Hill Distillery, I like them pretty equally. I think if I were going to go for the bottom shelf version, I would go for the Evan Williams Black Label over the Jim Beam White Label, just personally. But I love products from both of the distilleries. So now, do I prefer the flavored versions? I don't know. We're going to find out. I imagine Evan Williams Apple came much after Jim Beam Apple, only because I don't think Evan Williams, I don't know. I don't see them being the first to go into this world. I see them more as like I don't want to say copycat, but like you look at their bottle shape, it's very Jack Daniels-esque. And like, I'm not criticizing them for this. Trust me, I love Heaven Williams whiskey. I love Heaven Hill. But I just don't see them as the one that came up with this whole apple flavored whiskey thing. I could be wrong, prove me wrong, but yeah. So we got the Jim Beam and the Evan Williams. Jim Beam is the one right here, the one on my left, your right. It's a little bit lighter, honestly. Proof is the exact same. Both 65 proof. Let's give this Evan Williams a nose. Similar, but more apple. Whereas I feel like the Jim Beam was definitely just like apple bubblegum. I mean, they're very close. I almost wonder, they say they both use an apple liqueur blended with the whiskey. How close these are on the nose makes me feel like maybe they're blending with the same apple liqueur. The Jim Beam, it has like a bright note at the front of it that reminds me of the bubble gum. The Evan Williams feels more intense. It's almost like there's more of a proportion of the apple flavored liqueur in there than the whiskey. Like Jim Beam is like, let's say it's 70% whiskey, 30% liqueur. The Evan Williams feels like it's like 40% whiskey, like 60% whiskey, 40% liqueur. Maybe a little bit further apart, but I definitely feel like there's more of the apple in the Evan Williams, but it seems like a very similar apple flavor. Tony said he would cut it down with something like seltzer or some apple juice, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, no, totally. I encourage you to experiment, try it out. I just feel like just knowing how sweet that first one was, I'm imagining mixing it with Fireball. Like, that would be a very, very sweet. If you do it as a shot, sure, that'd be a fun shot. But I don't know about like just sipping on it. It'd be a little intense of sickeningly sweet, syrupy flavor. Not such trendsetters. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they are either, and I don't think they try to be. I don't think anything in the Evan Williams line is like like unique. I mean, that sounds bad, but they have the single barrel, they have a bottle and bond, they have some flavored whiskeys, they have they do have some commemorative bottles, which I do commend them for that. But yeah, they're pretty traditional. Whiskey and math, I know. I was trying to make sure that I was doing distinct enough numbers, but then I was like, oh wait, that's very similar. So anyways, all right, so let's go ahead and taste the Evan Williams apple liqueur infused Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. Just want to make sure that the terms were the same. They both say Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey, which means it's at least is it 3 years old if it doesn't have an age statement, but it says straight bourbon whiskey? I always get that mixed up. I think it can be 2 years old, Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey, but it has to say an age statement if it's less than 3. I could be wrong. All right, let's go ahead and taste the Evan Williams. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Oh, my goodness. There's not a lick of whiskey in that. And the only whiskey element is like, yeah, it does have a little bit of caramel, but that's the most artificial caramel flavor. Oh, that's not good. Oh, man. It does say caramel color. Interesting. So the Jim Beam, it does not say any colors or artificial colors were added. This does say caramel color was added. That would explain why it's darker. I almost give them the benefit of the doubt, being like, oh, it's a darker, so it must be more whiskey or better aged whiskey. No, that's not good. It's a shot, sure, but you're not gonna wanna drink that. It's liquid candy, but not in like a pleasing way. It's so sweet that it just tastes like it's like if you melted down a lollipop and that's like what you're drinking. It's almost like an apple flavored vodka or even a liqueur, which is what's in there. At least the Jim Beam had some of that whiskey characteristic. Now, it didn't taste like a traditional whiskey, but there was some of that dark caramel flavor that comes from a whiskey. And knowing that that wasn't blended in makes it pretty clear that that flavor is coming from the whiskey itself. So of the two, Jim Beam's in the lead now, but we got 3 more to try. But yeah, definitely skip the Evan Williams apple. I'm gonna put it here because we're gonna rank it at the end, but that's not very good at all. Evan Williams 12. Yeah, but that's like an export. That doesn't necessarily count. Ralphie would love that, I bet. Oh God, you mean the Evan Williams? You can go for that. E150. I assume that's the caramel color. Am I wrong? Doug says, I think the Knob Creek smoked maple is more serious than the apple whiskeys because it's Kentucky straight bourbon and flavors at 90 proof. Restrained sweetness, restrained maple. For sure. I mean, it's definitely one of the higher proof ones. I will say that though, both the Jim Beam and the Evan Williams both say Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey with apple liqueur. So they at least have that classification. It's not just apple flavored whiskey, because that could mean, we all know calling something a whiskey does not limit it in any way. It could be barely aged to be called a whiskey. It just has to be a grain spirit. I don't think for a whiskey, it has to be at least aged at some capacity. But as we saw with the PBR whiskey, it can be aged 5 seconds in oak and be considered a whiskey. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, let's keep it moving. That just put a bad taste in my mouth, literally. Scott's in the chat. Scott, cheers to you. Thanks for tuning in for this crazy, a little bit different kind of stream than normal. All right, we're going to move on to our third apple-flavored whiskey. This is another very, very popular one. The color's a little off. It's really bright. My colors were acting crazy today. I think it's because of the green lights in the background. This is Jack Daniel's Tennessee Apple. Original recipe, finely crafted, apparently. Apple liqueur blended with Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey. Now, you'll notice that ingredient is listed first. Both the Jim Beam and the Evan Williams say Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey blended with apple liqueur. This one says apple liqueur blended with Jack Daniel's Tennessee whiskey. I don't know the TTB rules, but I imagine if you're putting something first, that's the primary ingredient. So just off of a guess, I think maybe the Jim Beam apple. Let's stick with my original numbers. Jim Beam apple, I said was 70% whiskey, 30%. Well, no, I didn't. I said it was 70%. Okay. Forget everything I've already said. I think this one is more. Let's think of it like mash bills, right? Let's say the Jim Beam whiskey, even though it has the most whiskey flavor, let's say it is 70% whiskey, 30% liqueur, just for the sake of this explanation. Trust me, I'm totally wrong with these numbers. Let's say Jim Beam is 70% whiskey, 30% liqueur. Let's say Evan Williams is 60% whiskey, 40% liqueur, because it's way more of that liqueur flavor. Jack Daniel's, with it saying apple liqueur first, makes me think this is at least 60% liqueur and only 40% bourbon. Again, I don't know the rules. But that's my guess here. Dungeons and Drams, what's up, Bill? Good to see you. Bill was on another live stream tonight playing some D&D. Brought back some very good memories of our campaign, Dungeons and Drams. If y'all want to go check out his channel, check it out in the chat. Check out the old episodes where me, Jason from the Mash and Drum, Adriana from Whiskey Mountains, Ed from the Rock Goat Review, and I'm probably forgetting someone, Bill from the Whiskey Dick, all played Dungeons and Dragons. It's so much fun. Very, very, reminiscent of those days. That was a lot of fun. All right. What I'm not looking forward to is the Jack Daniel's Tennessee Apple. So Jack Daniel's flavored whiskey products. The only one I've ever had was, sorry, I was reading Bill's comment. He's referring to my character. Just to be clear, this is referring to my character in the game. Tony says Jack just wants to be different. He doesn't want to be called bourbon or any other definitions. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I think, by putting the apple liqueur first, like I said, the description is apple liqueur blended with Tennessee whiskey. It's kind of like flipped it upside down. Now I'm wondering, let's give it a nose. Let's see how appley the Jack Daniel's is. Oh, did I finish my tangent? I was going to say the only flavored Jack Daniel's I've had was the Tennessee honey, which I actually really enjoy on the rocks. Honestly, in Las Vegas, sometimes I'll just ask for that on the rocks, and especially when I'm wanting a bit of like a sugar rush too, I'll get Tennessee honey on the rocks. But maybe Tennessee apple might be my future. Let's give it a nose. Oh, okay, Jack Daniel's. First of all, way more of a natural nose. Like, I don't know what they're blending in here, but that smells like an actual apple. Yes, it's very sweet. Like, I'm not going to say it's not sweet, but whatever they're using is a much more natural apple flavor, at least on the nose. Because going back to the Evan Williams, I mean, this is like candied bubblegum, green apple flavored bubblegum all the way. Jim Beam is the same flavor, but less intense and a little more whiskey. This, though, a little bit more apple juice. I'm wondering if like I said, I brought the green apple and the red apple to compare. This one's a little more apple juice. I think it's going to lean more into the red apple. It's been a minute since we've had a taste. Jack Daniel's Tennessee apple is a red apple. Even though it's green. I'm pretty sure they choose green because their red bottle is their Tennessee Fire, I think it's called, for their cinnamon flavored. Yeah, this is pretty spot on the nose. Very, very similar. All right, let's give it a taste now that we just had our bite of our red apple. Let's try the Tennessee apple from Jack Daniel's. Okay. I mean, it's still sweet. It's still very syrupy. This one's going up to 70 proof. The other two was 65 proof. So we're going up to 70 proof. We're getting 5 more proof points. Way more balanced of a whiskey versus the core flavor. So maybe what I said earlier about listing the core first doesn't really mean anything. I just think when you're talking about mashes like a bourbon, you would say it's a corn whiskey if it's more corn. You say it's a rye whiskey if it's more rye. That was my logic behind that. But this one is actually really good. Now that could just be because the liqueur they're mixing in is yes. I'm immediately a fan of that one. I could see myself buying that one, if that says anything. Tony said all of these should be on the rocks. Well, if you missed the beginning, what I was saying was I'm going to drink through them neat first, and then I'm going to add an ice cube to each of them. Because, yes, I agree. They're either taken as a shot or on the rocks or in a cocktail. But I wanted to do them neat first because, again, we're a whiskey channel. That's like the standard way of doing things. I didn't overlook that. That was part of the process, but I wanted to do them neat first, and then I'm going to go back through. On the rock in the yard as I throw it out my front door. Okay. Yeah, listen, I get it. But there's a market for this, obviously. If all the brands are doing it, lots of people are buying this. So I'm not gonna knock it just in general as a category. It may not be our jam, but someone's gonna enjoy it. All right, we're ready to move on to our fourth apple flavored whiskey. This one is the first one that I tried, and actually one of the first whiskeys. This is gonna make something bad about me. One of the first whiskeys that I ever had in my life was Crown Royal Apple. Me in college, that was back in the days when I was still mixing flavored vodka with soda, or just doing like flavored vodka neat or lemonade mixes. I would definitely, this is the kind of the gateway to me for whiskey. Crown Royal Regal Apple. I think it's because it came out around the time that like I was like 22, 23. So it's kind of was the trendy drink at the time. Because what was that? That was like what, 12 years ago? No, like 9 years ago, like 8 or 9 years ago. I can't remember when this first came out, but this was very trendy. I remember it was like sold out everywhere, kind of like the Blackberry was. Do you remember the Blackberry that came out a couple years ago that sold out everywhere? This one was the one at the time, and I remember mixing this with cranberry juice, and that was my go-to drink for an entire like summer. It was delicious. So I've not had it since those college days, but I'm excited to revisit it now in comparison to all these bourbons, because now we're switching the gear. We're going over to Canadian whiskey, but that's not last. We have an Irish whiskey at the end, which is even crazier. Tony said, I want a Snapple apple. Oh, so good. I've not had an apple Snapple. Some people are furious. Okay, listen, we respect all the people here. It's Pride Month. It's Pride Month, Bill. We don't discriminate against people and their identities. Irish whiskey. Oh, don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. Trust me. All right. Crown Royal Regal Apple. This one just says apple flavored whiskey. This is the most limited information available. And I will say that's because it's Canadian whiskey. Canadian whiskey does not have to be as strict as. So all I know that this is the only information is just an apple flavored whiskey. 70 proof, same as the Jack Daniels. So we don't know if there's just apple flavorings added to the whiskey. We don't know if there's a liqueur added. We don't know. I know what it is. I'm very excited. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I'm saving it for last. All right. Crown Royal Regal Apple. Much darker. It doesn't say anything about color added, but I don't know if Canadian whiskey can do that without saying. I know Scotch can. On the nose, very sweet. First thing I notice. A bit more of a candy flavor than the Jack Daniels, but it's not that like green apple candy flavor. It's almost, it does have like a sugar element. Okay, this is going to be weird. This is so similar, but so different in my mind. You know how I said the Jim Beam and Evan Williams were kind of like Hubba Bubba, like just like generic pink bubble gum? To me, this is like bubble tape, where it has a lot of that powdered sugar on it. This is like a powdered sugar version of that. So it is still a little bit like bubble gum, but it's so much powdered sugar and less of the green apple and more of a red apple flavor. Oh, thank you, Bill. He says Canadian whiskey can add color and doesn't have to say. I figured that was the case. I mean, definitely this is the darkest one. I have to guess that's what's happened here. Can't imagine Canadian whiskey. I mean, it could be the oldest because Canadian whiskey doesn't, it doesn't have to be with new barrels. So it could be older, but yeah. Same proof as the Jack Daniels, very, very different colors. So I don't dislike the nose. I just don't think it's as natural as the Jack Daniels was. But let's see how it is on the taste. Cheers. Very, very sugary, but not as candy sugar. More of like a powdered sugar, like I kind of said on the nose. This one, okay, this is a whole different territory of apple. This is like you have an apple tart from a bakery, and it's like an apple pie filling, but you sprinkle some powdered sugar on top. So it is very appley, but it's like a sweet, sweet red apple flavor with powdered sugar on top. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. I mean, it's definitely for like the sweet tooth. Definitely more natural than what we're thinking with the Evan Williams and Jim Beam. It's just very sweet. So it's like, I get less of the whiskey, which I think Canadian whiskey kind of lends itself to doing that, right? It highlights more of the flavor or like the finish. To me, this one's like, it's smooth. It's definitely less of a syrupy sweetness than some of these other ones were. Even the Jack Daniels, I mean, the Jack Daniels was still more thick, more viscous, more syrupy. This, though, the Crown Royal, it's pretty light. Where I love the body of this, I think it's a lot sweeter. So that's going to be a tough decision deciding between the Jack Daniels Tennessee Apple and the Crown Royal Regal Apple, because they both have things that I like better than the other one. So we'll go back through, we'll taste them, we'll add some ice, see how that changes things. But that's actually the closest call so far. Wow, okay. Well, we got one more one more apple flavored whiskey, and we're going to eliminate one at the end of this round. So we're going to move on over. Let me go ahead and just like finish this glass. I have a strong feeling that's one I would be eliminating before we move on to our ice round. Make sure I give it a good rinse. By the way, you guys, drink water, especially when you're drinking these syrupy, sweet, flavored whiskeys. You're going to appreciate it in the morning. Tony said, I may have shared this already. I dropped 2 pallets of Crown Apple off my forklift when I worked at Diageo. What a mess. I think I remember you saying that. Is it called on video? Because I love watching fail videos. I won't judge you particularly, but I will laugh my ass off of that video. Bill said my daughter spilled a bowl of cereal and I was cleaning it for like 15 minutes. Oh gosh, well I hope you spilled it outdoors, Tony. At least that way you can just like power wash the floors, or at least get it like on a concrete surface. So on carpet, you're screwed. Joseph says, I just want to stop by and thank Clifton for taking one for the team. Cheers, buddy. Listen, it's all in good fun. Cheers to you, Joseph. Thank you for stopping in. Replays on my honey video. I did a honey flavored whiskey video 2 years ago, and people still watch that video. So it's like, there's obviously interest in it. Doug says he thinks the Crown Royal works on their flavors more than the American Bourbon Giants. I think that's a good point because Crown Royal flavors are very popular. They sell out. The blackberry sold out. This sold out. Well, I think there was a peach between the two, the Royal Apple. Then it was peach, and then it was blackberry. That's a good call, Doug. I mean, that's definitely a better flavor than some of these other ones. Definitely is more like, I don't want to say natural is so hard to say, but more of an appetizing flavor. There we go. I don't know, Tony. I have not worked in the industry. All right, lastly, we got one more flavored whiskey before we go through and taste them again with ice and then rank them, including the one I said I was going to eliminate one, but I think I'm going to bring it back with ice because that could be a game changer. I don't want to give it an unfair advantage. So lastly, in the neat pour round, we're trying Proper 12 Irish Apple. Now, Proper 12 is an Irish whiskey brand made famous by Conor O'Gregor. Is that his name? Conor McGregor, yes. He's no longer associated with the brands. That's the only reason I couldn't think of it. I did a stream 2 weeks ago of the brand, including their new 13-year single malt. If you missed it, check out the replay. Make sure to subscribe to be notified about fun new release whiskeys. But I tried this with that one as kind of just like a nightcap at the end of that stream. And I thought it was pretty good. Now I've not compared it until this point, so I should be careful where I point this thing. It says Proper number 12 Irish whiskey with natural apple flavors. So that sounds very similar to what we read on. I mean, we don't really know. Natural apple flavors. None of these say that. Jim Beam and Evan Williams say apple liqueur. Jack Daniels said apple liqueur first. Crown Royal just says apple flavored whiskey, and this says natural apple flavors. So we'll see. Let's give the Proper 12 a nose. Oh, different. But that's because it's a different spirit, right? Irish whiskey. Listen, I love Irish whiskey. Irish whiskey to me is a shortbread cookie. It's like a very cereal, very... I will say there's like a metallic note that I get on some younger Irish whiskey. Getting a little bit of that on the nose. I think maybe that's just because they probably put their younger stock in here. I don't imagine there's an age statement on it. A little bit of that metallic kind of like tin kind of note, which isn't necessarily a Proper 12 thing. It's just like a cheap Irish whiskey thing for me. I do like the nose. It almost to me, though, it's like a bit chemically. I'm getting some ethanol. Definitely more, I mean, it's 70 proof, so it's like the same as the Crown and the Jack. But it's more of like an ethanol, I don't know, it smells a little chemically on the nose. But we'll give it a taste. Let's go ahead and try the Proper 12 Irish Apple. Much better on the palate. I mean, it is thick. It has the thickness of the first three. Not as sweet, which to me, that's a win. It's not as sweet. It's not, I don't want to say subtle apple. It's not just like a blast in your mouth apple like the Jim Beam and the Evan Williams. It's more subtle. The whiskey's still there. I can actually taste the Irish whiskey here. I could probably guess that this is Irish whiskey because it has that little bit of like the tinny kind of note to it, a little bit of that shortbread cookie. Honestly, this is a whole different category. I mean, I would even put the Crown Royal in a different category. The bourbons, they all are similar, but there's a clear winner in the bourbons. But I think what I'll do, actually, I think I will narrow it down. Let me give one last taste to my second place bourbon just to make sure before I narrow it down. Oh yeah, no comparison. I've already got my top 3. We're eliminating 2 at this point. Then I'm gonna go get some ice, and I'm gonna try these with ice to see if that changes things. Unfortunately, my last place apple flavored whiskey goes to Evan Williams. Sorry, this one is just so sweet, so artificial. You don't even taste the whiskey at all. Jim Beam Apple, unfortunately, I'm going to eliminate it at this point because I already have a clear winner in the bourbon/American whiskey category. This one is very artificial, but at least you can have some redeeming factors with the whiskey characteristics, but I don't think it compares to these top 3. No comparison. So we're in a whole different realm with our top 3, which, if you're just now tuning in, that is the Jack Daniel's Tennessee Apple, the Crown Royal Regal Apple, and the Proper 12 Irish Apple. So we're about to see which of those 3 is my favorite. But first, we're going to try them with some ice. We're going to see if that changes things, maybe if it amplifies some of the flavors in it or doesn't, and that could still be a good thing. But I'll take this moment while I think about the fact that I didn't bring any ice to remind you about my Byte Club, which is not like an Apple Bite. It's more like a BYTE. It's my membership here. You can support the channel for as little as $2 a month, which gets you access to some exclusive polls, gets you some higher tiers, get you access to our movie night at the $5 tier. We'll watch a retro movie every month. At the $10 tier, you get access to the after party hangout, which is after every Thursday night live stream. So right after this stream, we're going to head over to do our hangout over on Discord. Everyone's welcome to Discord, but there's certain channels that are exclusive to Patreon. So the after party hangout is one of them. At the $25 tier, you get access to, honestly, that's the one I'm kind of still reworking. You get some discounts on my merch. You get some challenge coins, things like that. At the $50 tier, you get access to our monthly tasting box. Every month, I will send you a set of 5 1-ounce samples of whiskey. We'll gather together on Discord, taste through them together, and have a great time. We're actually going to do it this Sunday. So if you sign up for that tier, you'll get it next month. But looking forward to doing that. Then, of course, there's the Bourbon Daddy tier. Yes, it's Father's Day coming up. Why not have a Bourbon Daddy tier? That is $100 a month. Basically, just shows your ultimate support for the channel. You get access to the tasting, but you get double the sample. So you get 2 ounces of every of the 5 samples. So you get 10 ounces of whiskey. You're going to be feeling good by the end of the night. Which, I mean, that's my goal, make my daddy feel good. So I'm just playing. But the sugar is getting to me. Tony says there was a 50% chance there was an O. Thank you. It's either O or Mick. I'm a Mick. So I was like, it's either O or Mick. Northwest Bourbon in the house. Cheers. Sorry. Every time I take a bite of the apple, I realize like that's going to take me a minute to chew. So I apologize. Don't forget the thumbs up. Yeah, please do. I mean, I know this stream's crazy. I'm just having fun with it. I hope you guys are having fun too. Emily says, as a spritzer or a ginger beer, I bet apple is tasty. You know what? I almost bought some apple, sparkling apple cider to kind of pair with these, but I decided against it. I'm like, that's going to add too many layers into this. I want to make it as simple. I'm already going like pretty overtime with this, but Doug said it has to be at least 3 years old to be a whiskey in the EU. Okay. Yeah, like I said, there wasn't an age statement on the Proper 12, but that makes sense. Northwest Bourbon says the Evan Williams Honey on Ice is the only Evan Williams flavor I like when I try them all. Oh, nice. I've never done the full Evan Williams flavor. I'm unfortunately not a fan of this apple. It's just like my least favorite tonight. I will say in terms of flavored whiskeys, Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey is one of my go-tos. So the fact that the Tennessee Apple's in my top 3 makes sense here. But like I said, I don't have my ice cubes. I'm going to go grab 3 ice cubes to put into these. I don't have any video to play. So we're going to play this one that says stream starting soon. Actually, no, we'll go back to my countdown. Give me 30 seconds and I'll have ice cubes in all 3 of these. During the break, make sure to go on your favorite podcast app and subscribe/add the Bourbon Bytes podcast. Download the latest episode and listen to it in the morning. All right, give me 30 seconds. I'll get some ice. Be right back. And we're back. All of these whiskeys now have ice in them. So I'll let them take a little second to mingle, get that nice and chilled. Now, I did mention that these were pretty syrupy, so I'm a little worried that the ice is going to make them even thicker, which I don't think is a good thing, at least in my case. I prefer my whiskeys a little more thin. When we're talking about syrupy sweetness, obviously with a cask strength whiskey, I want it to be rich and viscous, but when we're talking about syrupy sweetness, I prefer it a little thinner. Tony said play a Matt Madness Tanner. Oh, I totally should have. I wish I would have, but honestly, that was just because I need to get some ice and I didn't have it in front of me. So I'll take another bite of my Granny Smith apple and we'll taste through these. Does anyone have a prediction of which one they think will win? Do you think it'll be the Jack Daniel's Tennessee apple, the Crown Royal Regal apple, or the Proper 12 Irish apple? Let me know in the chat what you think it's going to be. I would do a poll, but I'm not open on YouTube to do a poll. So let me know what you think is going to be the winner, and we'll find out. The comment earlier about getting older and preferring green apples, I might be in that camp. It's not only my favorite. Honestly, with the green apple, it kind of reminds me of McDonald's when you get the apple side as like a kid in like your Happy Meal. Like if you don't get the fries, you can get like the apple slices, which sometimes I think they had a caramel dipping sauce if I remember correctly. At least maybe I'm wrong. Sorry, I saw the McApple and it reminded me of Happy Meals. Didn't they have a caramel dipping sauce for the apple slices at least at one point during the over fries? I love McDonald's fries, but I'm pretty sure they had a caramel dipping sauce. Anyways, let's move on. We're our top three. We're going to find our favorite apple-flavored whiskeys tonight. All right, we're going to go through these same order as we did before. We're going to start with the Jack Daniels, then work our way up to the Irish whiskey. So let's give the Jack Daniels a nose now that we have some ice in it. I mean, that's delicious. That's the one that like really made me realize that the first two were nowhere near as good as these, honestly. That is such a fresh, like if you had an apple candle, it'd be more like this. Very fresh, very crisp smelling, which is crazy to say. On the nose, that Jack Daniels is incredible. On the nose, the Crown Royal is similar. It's almost like the same note, but it's definitely more caramelly, a little more of like the caramel dipped apple. Proper 12. The nose is more like a whiskey. This is definitely more of an Irish whiskey nose. So it was fun nosing them all back to back. Zofer says no, just citric acid on his apples to keep them from browning. Good point. I'm confusing with another childhood memory of just having apple slices with some caramel dip. My grandma probably made it for, honestly. Hold on. It wasn't my grandma. It was those little snack packs. Like sometimes they were like, there were like two different versions. There was the one with like the little pretzel sticks and they had like a cheese dip. But then there was another one that had like apple slices and had a caramel dip. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? I can just envision it in my head right now. Just like a little kid snack, semi-healthy snack. That's what I'm thinking of when I think of that one. Tom says, I haven't been up this late in a long time. It's good to see you. Cheers. Well, Tom, thank you for staying up. This is a weird one to stay up for, but look, I'm here for it. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Keep in touch. It's good to hear from you. It's been a minute. I mean, I know you've been here, but like, appreciate you coming into a live stream. All right, we're going to taste through. Let's start with the Jack Daniels and see what my top three are, or the order of my top three. The ice does mellow out the Tennessee honey. Oh, sorry, the Tennessee apple. Less thick, less syrupy. But I lose the flavor really quick with that ice. I mean, this ice has been in all these the same amount of time. It's not bad by any means, but it very much thins out, which isn't necessarily always a bad thing. Like I said, sometimes in Las Vegas, I'll get the Tennessee honey and add some ice to it, and that's like just something I can sip on while I'm gambling. So that's kind of what's happening here. It's thinning it out a little bit. It's less intensive flavor. Doesn't mean it's any worse by any means, though. All right, let's switch over to the Crown Royal Regal Apple with an ice cube. Yeah, nose is still really good. More caramelly, though. Body holds up, sweetness holds up. Very still much that powdered sugar note. It's very it's funny because this one thickened up. I'm pretty sure this Canadian whiskey version I originally said was one of the thinnest of them all. This one thickened up with the ice, which sometimes does happen with like a liqueur. The more chilled it is, the thicker it is. I mean, I look at my Fireball, which I keep in my freezer. It does thicken up with time. That definitely happened with this Canadian one, and I think it kind of hurts it a little bit. So it's funny that Jack Daniel's thinned out and the Canadian thickened up. Remember when I tried it neat, I loved how thin the Canadian was and how didn't like how viscous the Jack Daniel's was. So did they just switch places? Oh, we'll see. We'll see. That's gonna be an interesting final ranking. Tony said, "I've seen you gamble." I know. I wish you would have joined us. You just seem to annoy. You're like, I'm not winning. I'm done. Listen, you gotta lose some to win some. This is my motto. All right. Lastly, we'll try the Proper 12 Irish whiskey, the most different of all 5 of these. Okay. Can I have 2 first place? 3 first place? Probably not 3. I should definitely have at least 2, or at most 2. Okay. These are all good in their own ways, so this is going to be really, really tough. I'm going to taste them one more time, and then we're going to make a decision which one's my favorite. Go backwards. Proper 12. That one always makes you make a face. I don't know why. Crown. Do a quick rinse. I do that because that Crown is the one that thickened up. Got really, really powdered sugary. This was the Jack Daniel's. It did thin out. Oh, this is tough, guys. I mean, these 3 are really close. I think that the bottom 2, the Jim Beam and the Evan Williams, I put ice in my Jim Beam just to try it. That's candy. No, not even in the realm. If you want a candy flavor, just get a vodka, get a Midori. Don't even bother with the apple flavored liquors, or the apple flavored whiskeys, because those are a whole different ballpark. But with these top 3, oh, gosh, man, there's one aspect that's holding one of these back that's not going to make it in my top 3. I'm actually about to eliminate it right now. My 3rd place, one that I thought I loved, but both with ice and neat, it has a sweetness that I just cannot get past. And not artificial, but it's just overwhelmingly sweet. We're about to eliminate the Crown Royal Regal Apple. It has that powdered sugar note. It's not bad, but it's so overwhelmingly. That's like what you're tasting. Is you're tasting that powdered sugar. You're not tasting the apple. So that means our top 2 are the Jack Daniel's and the Proper 12 Irish Apple. One's gonna win. I'm gonna pick a winner because why the heck not? We just hit our time at 1 hour. I'm gonna pick one right about now. Do a little side by side. Jack on the left, 12 on the right. All right. decisions have been made. I now have a favorite apple flavored whiskey. And this wasn't, just named randomly. I did some pretty serious experimenting here. I had some freaking apples to help guide my way. But I'm pretty excited to announce my favorite apple flavored whiskey goes to an Irish apple Proper 12. I just tried this for the first time a couple weeks ago. Compared to the rest of the Proper 12 lineup, it obviously didn't really hold up, but it inspired me to do this stream because I'm like, that was pretty dang good for an apple flavored whiskey. So I bought every single one I could find, even brands that I love, Jim Beam, Evan Williams, Crown Royal, Jack Daniels. And I was like, maybe one of these will beat it. Jack Daniels came the closest. I will say the only reason that this won against Jack Daniels is because Jack Daniels tasted less like whiskey than this tasted like whiskey. Jack Daniels was really good. I actually, flavor alone, I would give it to the Jack Daniels. But as a whiskey, like you're flavoring whiskey, you're not flavoring vodka. Vodka, like you would base it on what tastes the best, right? And what burns the least. This one, you got to have a bit of a whiskey character. And I think that Jack Daniels, I mean, we already said earlier, right? It doesn't say, the first thing just says it's a apple liqueur blended with whiskey. So you already know that like the whiskey's not the primary ingredient here, whereas this one says proper number 12 Irish whiskey blended. No, sorry, this is proper number 12 Irish whiskey with natural apple flavors. This is the only one that presumably, we don't know about Crown Royal, isn't blended with the liqueur. It's actually just apple flavors are added to the whiskey. And I will say that actually works better. As someone that's going to drink these either on ice or neat, that's the more enjoyable experience. Yeah, both are good. But if I'm looking for a whiskey, like if I'm buying an apple flavored whiskey, I want it to taste like whiskey. It's going to be the Proper 12. And yes, I would mix this with a apple cider. I think that would be delicious. Yeah, it just sounds like a really good treat. The whiskey face, that's a point for Proper 12. Oh God, I don't even know what you're talking about. Prescription Bourbon says an apple Jolly Rancher and Zima back in the day. Zima, wasn't that the thing that you guys had that was basically like our Fireball? I know Zima was a thing. That was just before my time. I think that was like a 90s, maybe it was an early 2000s thing, but I was obviously in middle school at the time, so like have no idea. Biking Bourbon, cheers. Oh wow, you showed up to a weird stream. I apologize, but hopefully you had fun too. Tony says USA, USA, USA. Not this time. Canada takes the... Oh, not even Canada. What am I talking about? Canada's got third place. Second place was Jack Daniels USA. First place was Proper 12 Irish. Sorry, you confused me with the chanting there. Doug said you had a previous relationship with that Proper 12 apple. I did, but it was the inspiration for this stream because it surprised me how much I enjoyed it. I'm like, surely other apple whiskeys have to be at least this good, right? But man, I worked my way up and they're not for me personally. But I would love for you guys to come back on the stream and leave a review or leave a comment of which one's your favorite. If you get them all, please leave a... That's asking a lot, but I will say these minis are like $2 or $3 each. So like each of the mini bottles, like that combined was like less than $20 for the mini bottles. Of course, this one cost me full size. It was like $20. So less than $50 to do the stream. It's a fun lineup. If you have some friends that may not be ready to drink whiskey neat, but are willing to do flavored whiskeys, this could be a fun flight to do. But if you do, please come back and let me know what you do. Zima was a clear malt liquor with a fairly neutral taste. Yeah, I can imagine that. It's not very good. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for watching. Like I said, if you missed today's episode of the Bourbon Bytes podcast, it is live. I reviewed Rock Hill Farms Bourbon, talked about some Eagle Rare 12, the new news that just came out, a new release from Remus Bourbon, the Babe Ruth Reserve, and Old Forester President's Choice and President's Choice Rye, which is also a new release. So check it out wherever you get your podcast, or you can go to bourbonbytes.com to get a link directly to it. Thank y'all for watching. I will see you guys next Thursday with both the podcast in the morning, the live stream in the evening. Thank y'all for supporting the podcast. I'm so glad to bring it back to you guys. And yeah, thank y'all for watching. I'll see you guys next Thursday. I guess Thursday is just my ultimate night. Bourbon Bytes every Thursday, whether it's the morning or the night. I'll I'll be infiltrating. Someone's gonna correct me as soon as I go to credits. I will be taking over your audio, like your radio and your screens. Wow, that's embarrassing, but it's okay. I embarrass myself every live stream in some way or another. Infiltrating, that's what it is. Infiltrating. And I just saw Zover's comment come in. I figured it out before I saw your comment, but yes, you're right. Infiltrating. Gosh. All right. Cheers, y'all. I'll see you on the Hangout, everyone that's on the Byte Club. Otherwise, I'll see you guys Thursday. Cheers. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes. My name is Clifton, and welcome to another Thursday night live stream. Tonight, we are doing a bit of a themed stream. If you saw the thumbnail, we are talking about winners and losers, or in terms of football, touchdowns and fumbles. And I say that as someone that's only watched football ever during the Super Bowl, because I actually do not understand it. Not that I don't understand it. I don't follow it. So hopefully a touchdown and fumble are both football terms, because if not, I am totally off the mark here. But I do want to have a great conversation today about the distilleries that are knocking it out of the park or out of the ball field. That's definitely not a football term. And the others that just might have missed the mark just a little bit. So we have two whiskeys we're reviewing here today. There's a couple of extra things I might pull out every now and then just to mix things up. We are doing a football themed stream after all, so I thought about doing a bit of a what is a good party drink for a Super Bowl party. So I might pull out a couple random shots of different things, but we'll see how the night goes. But more importantly, I want to say hello to all of the amazing people joining live and those that may be joining the after party. Those of you that don't know, we have an after party after every live stream here on Thursday nights. That's available to everyone on Patreon. That's $10 supporter and up. We also have our monthly movie night. Just don't want you guys to forget, we do a 80s movie night every month. This month's theme is rom-coms because we're watching it before Thanksgiving. Why do I always say I have always mixed up Valentine's Day and Thanksgiving. It doesn't make any sense. In the wrong microphone. Let's see. No, it should be fine. Sorry let me know if there's any further issues, but yeah. But anyways, we are doing a screening of what is the movie called? Shoot, it's something I've never seen before. It's like a classic 80s rom-com. You guys picked it on Patreon. We did a poll. And tomorrow night we are watching When Harry Met Sally. Never seen it. I've heard references to it my whole life, but we're gonna watch a watch party for it tomorrow night. So if you are around, that's everyone $5 and up on Patreon. If you guys want to join us, if you want to do a free trial of Patreon, hey, now's a great time to do it. You can join us tonight for the after party. You can join us for the movie night and see if it's worth the price of admission. Get it? Movie reference. Anyways, want to say hello to some folks here live. And if you're watching the replay, hey, leave a comment below your thoughts of tonight's stream, who you're rooting for. Not on, maybe sports ball, who you're rooting for, but also with these whiskeys. And just leave a thumbs up because it does help out the channel. Emily's here. Mash it early, mash it often. And then Donnie called me out saying, looks like a late start tonight. 5 minutes to go. Okay, way to go, Donnie. You know, I called you rude, which is true, but you weren't wrong. So, you got me there. What's up, Taste and Sensibility? Good to see you. Looking forward to hopefully seeing you at New Orleans Bourbon Festival. Hopefully, I mean, I assume you'll be there. Tony Back of Donuts. What's up, Tony? Good to see you. Tater Dom is back as well. Tony on his other account. Good to see you. Getting that extra thumbs up in, I see. Appreciate it. Thank you, Donnie, for dropping the Patreon info. Yes, that's great info. I actually have a little banner that I was going to put up right here. Oh, I did the wrong banner. Shoot. Let me see if I can change that. There we go. We'll put that up. Leave it up there for a minute, just people that are tuning in a little bit late. Joseph Brazo, speaking of late, what the hell are you doing here? Good to see you, Joseph. Yeah, so let's talk whiskey. Let's get into the two that we're going to be reviewing tonight. Again, I'm not putting them head to head, so don't think of this as a like this versus that. Think of it as a which one is a touchdown for the brand and which one is a fumble. So we have, of course, two newly released whiskeys. I was going to say bourbons. They're not both bourbons. Both of them are which a little bit controversial. So we got some controversy, but you know what? We can get to the bottom of it. We can see who is actually fumbling and who's actually has a pretty good touchdown right here. So Matthew Parks in the house. What's up, Matthew? Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. All right, so let's start with the elephant in the room. Not me. Let's start with the newest release from Buffalo Trace. Traveler Whiskey, blend number 40. This is a blended whiskey from Kentucky. It is 90 proof. It is a collaboration between master distiller from Buffalo Trace, Harlan Wheatley. I almost said Harley Wheaton. Harlan Wheatley, and of course, country music legend Chris Stapleton. So they collaborated. Now, the interesting thing is this is a Buffalo Trace product, but it is a blended whiskey, meaning it's not a bourbon. We do not know an age statement on this one. We don't know if it's all, I don't know if it's all American whiskey. There could be some Canadian in there. I don't know the details of this one. I don't think they've actually released that. But I'm excited to get into this, give a honest review. Like I said, I have tried a little bit of it, but I've never reviewed it for the channel. So let's go ahead and open up the Traveler Whiskey from Buffalo Trace. So like I said, not much info on this other than 90 proof and that it's a blended whiskey. We do know that it was blended and bottled by Buffalo Trace. Again, doesn't mean that it's all sourced from Buffalo Trace. It could be whiskey from anywhere, really. It doesn't even say American whiskey, which leads me to believe there's probably some Canadian in here. Sorry, so Joseph never pegged you for a football guy, or never pegged me in general. Well, I'm very thankful for that, Joseph. Donnie says, love Chris Stapleton's music, not sure about the whiskey. I've been a fan since the Steel Driver days. I actually cannot tell you a Chris Stapleton song. I grew up in South Carolina. I probably heard a lot of his music, but not really familiar with it. It's not really my jam, but, you know, gotta credit the guy. He gets his name out there. Partnering with Buffalo Trace is pretty incredible. So let's see. Now the controversy is, right, let's again, I keep making the elephant in the room pun, but let's talk about this whiskey. When this was first released, people went nuts. People literally flipped this bottle for 4 times the price or more on secondary. I think retail on this is only like $39. I think I paid $40 for it. Let me know. Yeah, $39.99. That's SRP on it. That's what I paid for it. People were buying this and literally by the case and trying to flip it for $300, $400. And at first people were buying it because, you know, Buffalo Trace. People said, "Oh, there's 2 L's in it. It must be Weller." So there was definitely a craze around it to start with, but then people actually tried it, and then I'll just say it didn't live up to their expectations of what they thought a Buffalo Trace whiskey would be. Now, let me remind you, Buffalo Trace technically also distills the whiskey that is in Fireball. Sorry, I should say distill. Technically bottles and blends the whiskey that is in Fireball Cinnamon Whiskey. They also, funny enough, I was looking at this new product that I picked up specifically for this stream before I knew I was going to do this thing. And I figured, like, what is going to be the college bro drink of the year for the Super Bowl? Well, we know one thing, that all college-age bros like them some Twisted Tea. So we got us the Twisted Tea sweet tea whiskey. So it's crafted with real whiskey, okay? And it's coming in at 65 proof. We'll see if we get to this tonight. Okay, this is after we do all the reviews. But I was actually looking at the bottle when I was comparing it. It actually also is. Let's see, focus. Actually, I don't know where it says this. I probably should be. There we go. Produced by Twisted Tea in Frankfort, Kentucky. Meaning, most likely, this is from Buffalo Trace, just like how they blended this. So, maybe people are going crazy for Twisted Tea whiskey. Maybe that's the new trend. We'll see. But yeah, let's save that for later. That might be Cliffy when Cliffy wants to make an appearance tonight. But we're going to start with the Traveler whiskey to not go too crazy. Okay, on the nose, I'm not getting my typical bourbon note. If it is a bourbon note, it's a very young, unrefined bourbon. It kind of does remind me of the nose of like some of the lower end bourbons, like the Old Crows or the what are some other ones like Early Times? It kind of gives me some of that like younger, cheaper bourbon notes, but there's definitely a ton of sweetness there that I think might be coming from some other whiskey that's not bourbon. It's not super off profile from other American whiskeys I've had. I just think there's a bit of sweetness there that could be coming from some Canadian whiskey, maybe some corn whiskey, which could also be Canadian as well. I don't really like, if you want to tell someone, what does a whiskey smell, an American whiskey smell like? You gave them this, it'd probably be pretty accurate. It's definitely not like an over oaky bourbon or anything at all. It's very, very sweet, very, very light. But let's see how it tastes. Cheers. Unfortunately, I pick up some notes that I've only gotten on some of the cheapest budget whiskey I've ever bought. There's a note that I get on some of those, not to point fingers, but there's one that I reviewed a long time ago when I did a stream with our friend Ed, who at the time was running Rock Gut Reviews. We reviewed a whiskey called Four Freedoms American whiskey, and it was like 80% neutral grain spirit, 20% American whiskey, maybe a bourbon, I don't know. It was literally $6 by the handle or something like that at the grocery store. It had this weird bubblegum note to it, like a very sweet, like pink, like Hubba Bubba bubblegum note. Not saying that this is that extreme, but it does kind of have that bubblegum note, which is such a weird one for a whiskey to have. It's very like powdered sugar. I mean, listen, I'll give them this. If you're trying to get someone into whiskey that's never had whiskey before, this is approachable. It's 90 proof. It's a little bit higher than 80 proof. It's not necessarily bad. I mean, there's some oak on the back end that kind of rounds it out a little bit. You can definitely tell that you're drinking a whiskey, but it does kind of leave you wondering like what went into this. Now they say this is blend number 40. They tried 40 different blends and ended up with this one. So apparently there's some artistry that went into it, talking about the master distiller there, and then of course Chris Stapleton. I don't know how much of a whiskey drinker he is, but country music and whiskey have always kind of had a thing for each other. Yeah. I'm trying to see. It's really hard to consider this a touchdown or a fumble, right? Because if it's Buffalo Trace, it's going to sell. Like you can't necessarily say a Buffalo Trace product is a fumble in general, because you obviously saw people buying this by the case. Now it's probably just sitting on shelves. I honestly didn't see it. I just went to Total Wine earlier today. I didn't see it, but I have a feeling it's going to sit on shelves after this first batch. I just want to get caught up in the chat. Gandhi Road in the house. Good to see you. People saying Everclear. Oh, it's not as bad as Everclear, but I mean, that's technically what neutral grain spirit is, right? It's that mixed with like some whiskey. So they can technically call it a whiskey, but it's a blended whiskey. They should call the Traveler the travesty. So, okay, let's be real here. Is this overpriced for what it is, being a celebrity whiskey? We see a lot of these, right? Yeah, I think it's overpriced. I think $40, like, even though you have a celebrity name tied to it, it has a I don't know. It's just with it being distinctly Buffalo Trace branded, there's a certain level of quality that you expect from Buffalo Trace. Kind of what this reminds me of, it feels like a missed branding opportunity because, like, it reminds me of how Knob Creek released that maple. Well, you remember the maple Knob Creek, which is a flavored whiskey? And it, like, people are like, this is so sweet. This is not like a Knob Creek. That felt like a branding mishap, right? Like why would you put the Knob Creek name on a flavored whiskey? Like, right? Shouldn't that be Jim Beam? Shouldn't that be, one of those more traditional flavored whiskey brands? So I think this is kind of in the territory of Knob Creek Maple. You're putting a premium, you're putting Buffalo Trace on the bottle. I mean, it's not hidden. It's definitely not on the front label or anything, but it does immediately say first of its kind collaboration from Buffalo Trace Distillery. So it's not like they're just using Buffalo Trace juice. It's they're branding it as Buffalo Trace, proudly blended and bottled by Buffalo Trace. So I do feel like if this had been another no-name Frankfort, Kentucky release like this Twisted Tea, then there would not be hype around it. But I also don't think there'd be $40. Celebrity whiskey is one of those weird territories where it's like there's like royalties involved and stuff, and things are going to cost a bit more. But when you're dealing with a non-age dated, no source information other than it's blended whiskey, you really don't know much about this. Yeah, Chris Stapleton had a hand in. I don't think so. So I really do feel like this is a fumble on Buffalo Trace's part. Again, people are going to buy it, but I think people went into this thinking it was going to be, I'm even looking at the press release here, and they talk about E.H. Taylor, and they talk about, apparently, by the way, it says E.H. Taylor was actually a staple in Chris Stapleton's home bar. So that they are Buffalo Trace fans. To put stuff like that and then immediately go into like Buffalo Trace is home to legends like E.H. Taylor, Stagg Jr., Blanton's, like it doesn't feel on brand for them. I gotta say, this is a fumble. But it's not a bad whiskey. I just think it's twice as much as it should be. If this were 20, I'd have completely different things to say about it. If it was a $20 not a bourbon, $20 whiskey, I would maybe be more like, forgiving. But 40, give me a break. Matthew Park says, is it as smooth as Tennessee whiskey? It's smooth, but not necessarily in a good way. Taste Sensibility says, I don't think travelers aimed at our demographic. That's a great point. It's not, I don't want to say a cash grab. It's a marketing collaboration. Like all collaborations like this are pretty much marketing. But, Buffalo Trace has a certain standard to it, I think, that people expect from Buffalo Trace. Even standard, trust me, on the shelf Buffalo Trace for the price, like $26, is a great bourbon for the price. Now, the prices people pay for it, that's a whole different story. That's a whole different conversation. But I don't know. Just wasn't really, it's something that winning for me. Also, Bill the Whiskey Dick is here. There are so few celebrity whiskeys that worked out well. Yeah, that is absolutely true. Also, he called out my amazing shirt. Yes, this is a shirt in reference to, if you didn't know, I participate in a Whiskey Tube Dungeons and Dragons campaign called Dungeons and Drams. This is our shirt. We do a risky whiskey where you can get a pour of whiskey to save yourself from a bad roll. If you guys are curious about that, check it out, Dungeons and Drams on YouTube. We go live on Monday nights. We're taking a bit of a break while Bill gets some computer issues sorted. By the way, Bill's our dungeon master. Jason from the Mash and Drum, Adriana Whiskey Mountains, Ed from the Rock Gut Review, and myself are the players. So it's a ton of fun. So yeah, make sure to tune in next time we are live. Bill says, no way is Buffalo Trace releasing anything for $20 with a name on it. I think 30 would have been more of a doable thing, but bad whiskey is still bad. 30, pushing it. Also, thank you, Bill, for dropping the link. Yeah, Buffalo Trace, the bottle itself goes for around 20 to 25 around here. Donald Rance is in the house. I'm just popping in from work to say cheers and hit the like button. Oh, thank you so much, Donald. Thanks for stopping in. I am our Chaos Goblin. Listen, when Cliffy gets a hold of Nobilis, things get a little crazy. Nobilis is my character. Tony knows what's up. Gandhi Road says, people will buy the first bottle, but not go back for a second. Buffalo Trace puts out so many more offerings that are better than the Traveler, Benchmark Single Barrel, Top Floor, and regular Buffalo Trace. Great points. Great bottles at great prices. Agreed. Yeah, so I consider this a fumble. Not that it's a bad whiskey, it just isn't worth the price point to me. Like you said, people will buy a first bottle to try it out, or for the name. They're probably not going to pick up a second one. So that being said, we got one more official whiskey to review here. Now, of course, I might dabble into some other fun stuff. But we have to figure out if the newest release from Elijah Craig, Barrel Proof A124, I don't know why I said it like that. We got to find out if Elijah Craig Barrel Proof A124 stands up to the reputation of this well-beloved brand. I mean, literally, Elijah Craig Barrel Proof is my go-to favorite whiskey. Anyone that asks me my favorite whiskey, I always say Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. So let's see how this newest batch stands up to some of my other favorite batches. The controversy with this one, by the way, I mentioned at the top of the stream, there is some controversy around a lot of these bottles. This one, last year they started putting age statements on the Elijah Craig Barrel Proof releases, and they are either under or over 12 years old. It used to be standard 12 years old. Well, now this one's pretty significantly under. This one's 10 years and 119 proof. So not only is it pretty young for an Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, it is only 119 proof. So people are wondering, you're like, hey, are they skimping out? Are they coming in younger, coming in lower proof? Like what gives, Heaven Hill? Well, let's find out. Again, this is a release that comes out 3 times a year. Last year I did a blind flight comparing all 3 of my favorite batches. I'm not going to spoil it. Check out that live stream replay if you want to see a blind, honest reaction to my favorite ECBP of 2023. But this is the first one for 2024. And people are just a little nervous with this being a little bit lower age statement. Now, there are some single barrel store picks of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof that do come in younger. Some of them have been fantastic. I've had some wonderful 9-year-olds, some great 10-year-olds. But with the batch version, this is talking about the youngest whiskey in here. The youngest whiskey is 10 years, 9 months. So we don't know. Maybe there's some older whiskey in there as well. We don't have that information, but we do know what they give us on the bottle. We do know that the price of this comes in at $75 a bottle SRP. I think that's about what I see it for out here when I can find it on the shelves. It's around 75, 80 maybe. But let's see. Is this a fumble or a touchdown? Bill says, what is my super well-informed pick for the Super Bowl, the 49ers or the Chiefs? Well, if you can't tell, I Googled the colors of the football teams literally 5 minutes before the stream and turned my lights red and white, and there's some gold here. So honestly, both. I don't care. I mean, even when the Panthers were there, which was my home team from growing up, I was never really a Panthers fan. I went to a few Panthers games as a kid, but I don't know. So to me, I don't really care. I'm in it for the commercials. I'm in it for the really cool advertising things. But that's that's my take there. I mean, I'm in California, so maybe the 49ers, sure. But really, I could care less. I do love that the Super Bowl brings together communities and friends and, tailgating and all that. That's all fun and games, but not a big fan of the sports part of it. That's just me. I don't even know who's performing at halftime. Normally I look forward to that, but now I'm like, I don't really know. So the last few years I've been kind of meh. I did the one where they did all the 90s classics, but I don't know. I'm not really feeling the Super Bowl. Even though I'm doing a Super Bowl thing, I'm totally maximizing on the fact that this is Super Bowl week. So totally, but at the same time. By the way, I'm going to be in Las Vegas, not this coming weekend, but the following weekend. So if anyone happens to be in the Vegas area, let me know. Would love to meet up, maybe for a pour or some gambling. Let me know. But just want to throw that out there. What's up, Pat? Bourbon Pierre said we're having a super stout Sunday at the friend's house. Oh, that's fun. Oh, it's Usher. Okay, I do. You know what? I like some Usher songs. Not really looking forward to it, but I'll definitely watch it. There have been way worse. That's all I gotta say. All right, let's enough football. Let's talk about whiskey. So let's go to nose this A124. Okay, it's giving the typical really hot note that I don't want to say that. Okay, hold on. Let me let this breathe for a minute. I feel like this is a new bottle. I feel like I need to give it some air a minute. Let me give it a second. Did not like that first nose, but I don't think that has to do anything to do with the whiskey. I think that's just because I just poured it and I just immediately jumped into it. So let me do some little opening up here. Again, 119 proof, not low by any means, but low on Elijah Craig Barrel Proof scale. Let's go ahead and give that a second try now that I've kind of Give it some air. Okay, still is pretty hot. You know, it's funny. I usually get that heat on like the C batches. I didn't know if that was like a constant theme or anything, but this one's giving that like really hot ethanol forward nose. Again, it's not really a fresh crack. I did open this probably a week ago and had a couple pours out of it, but yeah, that's really hot on the nose. I'm not getting the oak that I typically love with Elijah Craig Barrel Proof either. To me, it does have the sweeter notes, the things that I like, which are those bakery notes, which I repeat every time I review Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. But I'm sorry, that's a Heaven Hill flavor profile for me. If I can smell like, you know, a pastry or like a freshly baked dough, immediately that gives me a hint that it might be Heaven Hill. So that's there. But on the nose, I'm missing the oak, which, you know, being young, you know, it's like, oof, okay. But maybe it'll come through more on the palate. Let's give it a shot. Cheers. Gets you with the proof. I mean, I just jumped from 90 to 120, so that's a big jump. Flavor-wise, it's very sweet. It's very much what I do like about Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. Okay, my heart rate's going down a little bit because I'm like, I was not loving that nose. The nose felt really off-profile to me. Palate, it's a lot more familiar to me. It still leans into the sweeter notes versus the darker, richer, oaky notes. I love them both, but to me, I feel like this is definitely leaning towards that sweeter flavor profile. Nothing wrong with that, but I think that's a sign of it being a bit younger than our other releases we've had in the past. You know, even though it's been 12-year minimum age statement in years past, there's some older whiskey that's put in here. Now, there could be older whiskey here. We don't know the details. We just know the youngest is the 10-year, 9-month. I do think it does taste a little less rich and oaky than I normally look for with an Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. But I can't say too much because this is just trying it on its own. I'm not comparing it to anything else. If y'all know what I do on the channel for the past several years, once I have all 3 batches from 2024, I do a blind. And I give an unbiased opinion of all 3 of them. So stick around, hit subscribe if you're curious about seeing that. It's going to come obviously later in the year. First impressions, I think it's okay. I'm not loving it, but I still have a whole bottle. I'm going to see if I can maybe enjoy it a bit more. I think it's a good whiskey. Now again, backtracking all that being said, at retail $75 for a 10-year-old barrel proof whiskey from Heaven Hill, absolutely recommend it. I think it is, to me, again, favorite category of bourbon, the quintessential bourbon, great price, great, you know, consistent flavor. Yes, there's some variation. So all of the negative notes I had just given are related to other batches because I am a fanboy of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. If you were just looking for your first one, or, you know, you just happen to enjoy it and not be as obsessed with like the nuances as me, definitely pick this up. I think in the scheme of things, it's a touchdown. In the world of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, if I had every batch in front of me for the past 10 years or whatever, would this be a touchdown or a fumble? I'm leaning towards fumble, but at the same time, I'm like, let me give it a shot. Let me do it blind. I don't want to quite put it in that category yet. So do I feel like it's definitely like a absolute winner? No, but we'll see. What's okay? Going back to my lack of knowledge for football, what is like good at football but not a touchdown? What is it, like a field goal or something? Is that also good? This is like a field goal, but maybe not a touchdown. Y'all, I don't watch football. I'm sorry. I was actually gonna look for like a sports jersey to wear, but I'm like, I'm not gonna pretend like I know what I'm talking about. I don't actually own anything. The only like sports memorabilia I own are like my college's basketball team. I have like a shirt for that, and then I have my high school sports team. I was not on either team, but I had the clothes. I had the clothes to support the teams. But yeah, it's good. It just, to me, it's not quite as exciting as a batch of last year, is all I'll say. So let me know if you guys have had this batch already. I know it's pretty early. It just came out. But if you try it, come back, leave a comment below. Let me know your thoughts. Again, it's really sweet. It's not bad by any means. I'm curious to see how it'll compare to the other batches this year. So we got one fumble, one like almost touchdown, maybe more of a field goal. Again, no one corrected me, so I guess that's the proper term. But we still have some time to fill. So what to do. You know that bottle I teased earlier that I may have picked up for this stream? Shall I? I don't know. Let's see. I actually thought about doing a super chat goal for this one, but it seems like one of those nights where, it's just chill, hang out, maybe not. So we'll just go for it. By the way, if you guys do want to support the channel, smooth segue there. If you do want to support the channel, obviously Patreon is where I recommend the most. But if you want to just, give it a tip, you're enjoying the show, there's a little super chat button down there. Every little bit does help the channel. I actually have a really cool piece of furniture that is coming into my new whiskey room, if you guys haven't seen it. That's arriving probably tomorrow, and that's entirely thanks to Patreon. So don't want to spoil it, but patrons have seen a preview. I'm very, very excited for it. I can't wait for you guys to see it, but that's because you guys made it happen. It was a very expensive purchase, but that's what Patreon is for. That's what super chats are for. That's what YouTube members are for. That's just honestly what you guys are for, to buy me shit. Just kidding. But I'm just letting you know that your funds go to a good cause. That good cause being me. Wow. That sounds so conceited. That's awful. Wow. Horrible person. Just kidding. All right. Enough delaying. Let's get into this twisted sweet tea whiskey. Oh my gosh. Get some ice for that. I don't have a can of twisted tea. That would have been smart. I have melted ice. That's not good. I'll do it neat. Let's try it neat first. Up till March there. Yeah, that's the norm. They do take a minute to come out. Gandhi says, I think this one will probably be more available than they normally are due to the age statement alone. Great value. Yeah, oh yeah, totally. And that's kind of the point I was making, right? It's not like it's a bad buy. For $75 for a 10-year-old cask strength whiskey, it's a good one. But still. Oh, Fred says, oh no, that looks to have so much coloring in it. Oh, well. It's made with real whiskey, Fred. And also it has real brewed tea in it. So let's give them credit. It contains naturally occurring caffeine, so there's definitely real tea in it. I have no idea about coloring, but I'll show you all the color on this one. So the color of the Twisted Tea Sweet Tea Whiskey. It is very sweet tea. And just so you guys know, I'm not new to sweet tea whiskey. There's actually a brand in South Carolina called Firefly. I live right near their distillery. They were known for their sweet tea vodka. They made a sweet tea whiskey. I actually preferred the sweet tea vodka over the whiskey, believe it or not. But this is my first time having a Twisted Tea sweet tea whiskey. Now, don't get me wrong. I was shading on the college bros for the Twisted Tea earlier in the stream. When I go to Vegas, Twisted Teas are my jam. We try to, if you don't know, in Vegas, you can have open containers as long as it's not a glass bottle. So you can walk the strip with your alcohol. So, I'm not going to carry a bottle of whiskey, even though it's called Traveler, right? I'm not going to be like, that's trashy. But a Twisted Tea, you could pound that and no one would care. But yeah, so Twisted Teas, I get them. I like them. I like that they're not bubbly because if you're just drinking a lot of beer, you get so bloated. And I eat so much food today. Oh God, I'm hyping myself up. I'm so excited for next week if we get to go. But yeah, so not unfamiliar to Twisted Tea, but let's give this one a nose. Oh no, I don't think I'm gonna like this. It's do y'all know those candies? They might be a retro candy, but they're soda pop bottles, and they're like a Coke flavored or a soda flavor or a root beer flavor, and they're chalky and they're hard candies, they're kind of Sweet Tarts or Smarties. Do y'all know those? If there was a sweet tea one, this is what it would smell like. It's just very powdery sweetness. There is some tea notes, but it's very artificial. Maybe some lemon, but it's coming across as more like a lemon pledge kind of note. But it's not awful. It does not smell like something that I would want to drink neat. Probably need some ice, like Tony said. Andy says, I'm a brave man. Hey, I don't get told that often, but I appreciate it. Jeremiah Weed. I'm not familiar with that. Still being produced. Is it a sweet tea as well? Maybe it's just over steeped in bitter tea. Maybe. Firefly was, because the Firefly was good. I like the vodka. Secretly made with Pappy's 45. Don't tell people that. The root beer barrel candies. Those are delicious. Following Cliffy tonight. Oh, man. All right. Let's let's give it a taste. So, cheers to Twisted Tea. Never said that on the channel before. Oh. Huh. Weird. You know, with hints of lemon. Okay, that's what I was going to say, because Twisted Tea, if I remember correctly, the regular one doesn't have that lemon. They have like a half and half one that's like lemon and tea. Maybe I'm misremembering Twisted Tea. I mean, let's be real. Does anyone remember the last time they had a Twisted Tea? No, because you got twisted. But yeah, does it always have that lemon note? I don't think so. I don't think that's like a norm. I think that's like a lemon flavor. Let me just check. Half and half, but yeah, this has that lemon note up front. Okay, maybe it does. Maybe I'm wrong. Original Twisted Tea with lemon. All right. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but it does have that lemon. I wasn't expecting the lemon though. It kind of threw me off. Steph said no actual tea leaves were injured in the making of this product. No, it does. It does say made with real brewed tea. So there definitely is some real tea here. Whiskey was harmed in the making of Traveler. Arnold Palmer. So not so much. Like that would be what I would say if it's like 50-50. This is like 80% sweet tea flavor. Again, flavor, not real. And like 10-15% tea. I know the math doesn't math, but listen, you put me in a hotel room in Las Vegas. You tell me I got 5 minutes to pregame before we hit the strip. I'm gonna crush this. I'm gonna crush this with some ice. I think if I had lemonade, it would make it so much better. It does have a hint of lemon, but it's very, very light. Give me some ice, give me some lemonade. Do half and half with the Twisted Tea, whiskey, and the lemonade. I think I'd be set. I'd be rolling. You know what? I might grab an extra bottle of this to bring to Vegas. That's, it's not bad. It's completely unlike any whiskey that you guys would ever want to drink. I was going to see how much I paid for it. I literally just picked it up today, so I forget. Okay, this has it for 15. That's it. Yeah, 15. How much did I pay for it? Did I pay only $15? Okay, $15. Wow. $15 for $7.50. It's a mixer. Mix it with some lemonade. Maybe mix it with some real tea. Put it over ice. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun night. But people drink Twisted Tea. I thought it was solely used as a weapon. You know what's funny? Okay, not to be a hipster, but I was drinking Twisted Tea before it went viral. But their sales skyrocketed after those. I think maybe people just didn't know about them or they had forgotten about them. But after those viral videos of people throwing Twisted Teas at people, they were hard to find. There's bars I go to that have Twisted Tea on tap, and that was definitely not a thing before those videos. I don't know what happened. You know what? Kudos to Twisted Tea to not that they maximize it. Could you imagine their ad and it's just being violent with Twisted Tea? No. But, they're doing well. So now they released a whiskey. So I cannot complain. At least it's selling for $15 versus Traveler at $40. I mean, let's be real. Which one would I rather drink for the price? Twisted Tea all day. Legit, I would rather drink this than Traveler when it comes to price. Now, if you just give me a pour of each for the same price, I would obviously prefer the Traveler. But if I'm paying 15 versus 40, I think I have to go with the Twisted Tea Sweet Tea Whiskey. Wow, we still have a lot of time. I've been wrapping up my streams early. Okay, question for y'all. Do y'all prefer I wrap up the streams early when I'm done with my topic like I probably should have done 10 minutes ago? Or do you prefer me to go a little overtime? Maybe do some samples, maybe pull out some bottles that I haven't reviewed in a while? Let me know, because if y'all want me to end this shit right now, I will. We'll also head over to our after party, as we always do. But I do have one more similar crushable whiskey that I've put off for a really long time. But if y'all want to stick around, I might pull out that sample. But if not, we can just call it a night and we could just hang out. But I don't know. I just want to make sure, because I know you guys, you make time to tune in on Thursday nights, whether you watch it live or watch the replay. I don't want to let you down if I end the stream early and you're like, oh, I plan to be here for an hour. So I don't want to let you down, but at the same time, it's I don't like just streaming and not having a topic or having anything interesting to talk to. So I don't know. I don't like rambling, which I'm doing very much so right now. So let me just get that last pour. Let's get the last pour, and then we'll keep it going. So let me just have the last of my twisted tea. William Hall, you don't know what you got yourself into. Also, hi, William. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Yes, movie night tomorrow. So for those of you that missed the thing at the beginning of the stream, we are doing our monthly movie night tomorrow night. We are watching When Harry Met Sally. Can you guys hear me? I'm trying to talk while I fill time while I look for this bottle. Oh, it's not there, guys. We're doing When Harry Met Sally tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Everyone $5 up on Patreon gets access to our watch party. It's on Discord. If you guys are not on Discord, you don't have to be a patron. You can literally join Discord just as a viewer. It's a great community. These guys in the chat are all there. Most of you. If you're not there, click this link I'm about to send. But yeah, if you are a patron, you get access to some exclusive rooms like our monthly movie night, which is tomorrow, our after party hangout, which is right after this stream. And then if you are a Bourbon Terabyte, which is my $50 tier, which I know is up there, you get a monthly sample set where we do a live tasting, just you and me and whoever else is at that tier. We hang out, we drink those pours, and you guys tell me what you guys want for the next set of pours. So if you're at all interested in that, definitely let me know. If you have any questions, reach out. Let me drop that Discord link right here so you guys, if you guys are not yet on Discord. And if this link has expired for some reason, you can just go to bourbonbytes.com and you'll find it. But there's the link to our Discord. Please join. Everyone's welcome. Seriously, it's such an awesome community of like-minded whiskey drinkers. Almost said tweakers. No. I was gonna say game because like it's gaming twist, but it's mostly whiskey drinkers. We do some gaming nights sometimes though. All right, we got one more fun whiskey. This is one that I've heard a lot about, never tried, been very curious about though. We of course talking about the BSB brown sugar bourbon. This is a bourbon whiskey with natural something. My shirt has text on it. Natural brown sugar and cinnamon flavors and caramel color. 60 proof. Have y'all had this? Have any of y'all had this? I bought this. This was like 99 cents or something at the store. So I'm like, oh, I'm curious. I don't know anything about it. So it says, are we on for Patreon movie night? Yes, tomorrow night. Sorry, I'm getting caught up in the chat. Twisted traveling tea. Adam says, I'm late to the party tonight, but I'd take the Twisted Tea over the Traveler every day of the week. I thought Traveler was horrendous. Yeah, to me, it had that bubblegum note that I'm not a fan of, so I'm with you there. I didn't think it was horrible, but to me, I think for the price, it's ridiculous. I've never had it. Lil, have I missed it on a day off and forgot? How could you forget me, Lil? Did you not have your bell button notifications on? By the way, if you didn't know, you can hit subscribe and there's a bell that pops up. Make sure to click all notifications. That way you get a little ringy-ding-ding when Cliffy's here. Cliffy's here. Jamie Foxx's brand. Really? Is he the one over brown sugar bourbon? Interesting. Didn't know that. Okay. Pat said he's had it before the rebrand. Emily says she's had it with ice cream. Oh, that sounds really good. All right, let's go ahead and try this. I think they have a 100 proof version of it too. Didn't have a mini bottle of that, just the regular 60 proofer. So let's see. Brown sugar is a note that I get on a lot of bourbons. It does say cinnamon as well. It's just like, what are they doing? Like whiskey already has those notes. Why are we adding sugar and like faking it? I mean, I think there was one of the first flavored whiskeys I ever had was called Not Your Father's Bourbon. I actually bought that probably before any bourbon because again, in college I drank all the sweet drinks. And it was the same thing. It was like vanilla. It was like made with like Madagascar vanilla and caramel, but it just was like a very, very sweet product. Why are we doing that? When bourbon can be as good. Listen, if you don't like bourbon neat, that's fine. I have, drink whiskey the way you like to drink it, but buy a bottled or canned cocktail, do a old fashioned, if you want to bring out some of those sweeter notes or some orange notes, do a Manhattan. If you like those fruity notes, like, there's ways to make bourbon taste good without the flavors, but you know what? Let me stop knocking it. Let's see what this is all. So that's just my personal take on the apple. Let's go ahead and note Let's go and nose this brown sugar bourbon. Okay, I'm not actually opposed to the nose. Definitely has the sweet fake cinnamon nose up front, though. I do get a little bit of that cinnamon sugar, although it's almost like a cookie, like those not gingerbread, ginger snap. Well, maybe not ginger snap. Molasses. Wait, okay. What are the molasses cookies? Are they gingerbread? Like a cookie with a very strong molasses note. I feel like there's another name for those type of cookies. Let me know in the chat. Until Apple says you aren't allowed to have an app. Okay, I get it, but my apps that I use are all on Apple. Igloo 2, also welcome. I went from iPhone with the 3G to Android when they had OLED and LTE, and then back to iPhone when Samsung dropped SD cards and removable batteries. I will say I do miss removable storage. I mean, that's something that Apple doesn't have. It's something that my old Samsung did have. I love being able to put in a micro SD card. I do miss that, especially with the phones recording now in 4K, 60 frames per second. Storage is a major concern. So like, I definitely miss doing the storage. But I know now, like with the iPhone Pros, like, you can hook a hard drive to and transfer the footage directly to that. That's no problem. I'm sure Android probably has something similar too, but it's like, I just feel like iPhones just, I hate to be like cliche, but they just work. They work with the apps I want them to do. Yes, there are certain Android phones that have better performance, but all in all, I enjoy my experience on iPhone more than I do Android. And that's coming from someone that has tried both. I dabbled in both. I prefer apples to aliens. I don't know. What is Android? Tim Cook is busy with the Vision Pro. Oh, I do not have a Vision Pro, but I actually just recently bought a Quest 3. So if y'all are interested in maybe watching some VR gaming, hey, I do have a Twitch channel. I don't use it very often, but it's Bourbon Bytes on Twitch. I bought this nifty adaptive headband, so it makes it easier for me to put on with one hand. But yeah, if you guys are interested in VR, not a Vision Pro. Sorry, I didn't have $3,500 to drop. But you know what? I wanted to get back into VR. I had the original Oculus Rift when it first came out that was hooked to the computer. But yeah, I haven't really been dabbling in VR since. I'm really excited to go back. All right. I've nosed it. We have Vision Pro at home. Okay. Didn't say it was comparable. But I mean, for the price, cannot complain. All right, let's try brown sugar bourbon. I'm scared, but also let's do it. I've had worse, probably. Cheers. It's the problem I have with so many flavored whiskeys. They are so ridiculously sweet. Like, we're not just talking about just like lightly sweetened, like a cocktail. This is like you made an old fashioned, and instead of just putting like the 1/4 of an ounce or 1 sugar cube, you put like 2 ounces of sugar or like 4 sugar cubes. This is, or I guess that would be 8. That's the point I'm making. It is so ridiculously sweet. Yes, it's sweet. Oh, Jeremiah Weed with sweet tea flavored vodka and bourbon. Interesting. I'm not familiar with the brand. Brandon said I should get drunk and play VR like Brandon and like you and Pat did. Oh, that sounds great and also dangerous. We run into each other. We definitely like break some windows or some glass. Whiskey Saint, what's up, Darrell? Good to see you, man. Y'all make sure to check out Hello Again Whiskey Friends over on YouTube. They reached out. I'd love to be on y'all's channel sometime. I know timing doesn't work out because you guys go live so early. I'm on the West Coast, so like y'all go live while I'm still working. But if we can make it happen, let's make it happen. Y'all go check out their channel. Such a great time. They always have a great crowd there. So, all right. So my thoughts on brown sugar bourbon. Pass. Fumble. It's not even as a shot. I mean, yeah, as a shot it'd be fine. It's just so sweet. It doesn't have the bite. It doesn't have the high proof. Maybe the 100 proof version is better, but this 60 proof one just does not cut it. I don't like it. I'm also not a very dessert person, so like I don't love desserts. Maybe that's part of the thing. I'm not like loving the I don't know, like this how sweet it is. But you know what? I said that, and then Elijah Craig Barrel Proof had those had those bakery dessert notes, but that's very, very different. Listen, comparing Elijah Craig Barrel Proof to brown sugar bourbon, is like comparing Super Bowl to what is that thing that the toddlers play where they have the like baseball and the little blowy thing and they hit it? T-ball? Is it T-ball? But like they're like little like toddlers. It's like that kind of comparison. It's like they are both sport. That's the limit of that comparison. All right. Is there a VR Among Us? There is actually. There is. I haven't played it, but there is. Should we do that for our special stream in a couple weeks? Get drunk and play VR. Ooh, I don't know how to stream it though. God, could you imagine if I didn't stream the gameplay and just turned the camera on and we're just all here, just like, whoa, whoa. That would be so funny. Twisted T-ball. I like it. That's all. No, I'm just thinking of little kids getting, it literally says drink responsibly, not for kids. So, disclaimer there. But I think that's about it for tonight's stream. We went off the rails a little bit, but hey, this is what happens in a pregame, right? Or a tailgate, or whatever you want to call it, before your big game parties. You like to get a little drunk with some friends and hang out, which is what we're about to do at our after party hangout. Like I said, if you guys want to get in on Patreon, there is a 30-day free trial running right now at that $10 tier, which is our Bourbon Megabytes. If you want to join and you want to join us for this after party, click the link, patreon.com/Bourbon Bytes. Literally, the first month completely free. See if you like it. If you like it, well, if you do join, you can join our after party tonight, next week, the following week, and our monthly movie night, which is tomorrow night. So I'm going to give it a shot. Check it out. But if not, I'd appreciate you guys being here week to week. If you're watching the replay, say hello in the chat. I promise. I read every comment. But until next time, this has been Bourbon Bytes. Have a wonderful, safe Super Bowl weekend. Like I said, I'll be live next week. I'm going to go to Vegas next weekend, but I'll be live next Thursday night. So cheers. Have a great evening. And I'll see some of y'all in just a few minutes. All right. Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes, whiskey reviews with a gaming twist. However, tonight is not going to be like my normal stream because I am doing a inflicted. That sounds a little harsh. A self-prescribed dry week. So this week I am doing no alcohol whatsoever. I'm on day, I lose track of the days these days. I started on Monday night. So I'm going the full week without alcohol. That means tonight's stream, as well as tomorrow's podcast, will be something a bit different than usual. But I'm glad y'all are still here to hang out and party with me because you don't have to have alcohol to party. That's kind of the point of tonight's featured spirit, non-alcoholic spirit, whatever. Now, this is all big shout out to our friends Botanicals or Optimist Drinks. They actually provided these samples a while back ago. I apologize for taking so long to get to these. I actually reached out to them when Lil, who's here in the chat, was doing a dry period of time, and they wanted to send something for me to do on the channel to kind of help support that. So Lil is now back to drinking, but I still wanted to do this for my own benefit. Some of you may know I was in Las Vegas this past weekend, and I had a ton of fun. I overindulged in both drinking and eating. So that's kind of my reason for my dry week this week. But you know what? I just want to say thank you to the brand for sending these samples over. So Optimist Spirits or Optimist Drinks, I don't know. I think Optimist Drinks is the official name, but their labels say Optimist Botanicals. They are a Southern California, actually LA-based distillery brand. I wish I had someone from the brand on to talk a little bit about their product, but I did a bit of research. I kind of know a bit how they make these products, but their goal isn't necessarily to replace alcohol. They're not trying to mimic the taste of alcohol. It's more or less a reason to, still gather and get with friends without the alcohol. Not necessarily that these guys aren't drinkers, because I think they do. Actually, I think they have a bar on site. And they also have a lot of recipes for low alcohol cocktails. So this is definitely not meant to replace, try to be like a mimic of a vodka, a gin, a whiskey. But instead it's meant to create very unique craft mocktails, I guess. So what we're doing tonight is we're trying them all neat. So I have all 3 expressions that are out so far of Optimist Botanicals. But I'm also going to make one cocktail for each different spirit. So it should be a ton of fun. I've got so much stuff around me you don't even know. But it should be, hopefully you guys are, you guys can make it along with me, whether you have this or not. You can always, sub in a little vodka or gin if you want. But still thought this would be fun. I'm going to give a couple shout outs to people here. Of course, Lil was first here. Zophyr second, and then Frederick Gilbert the third was third. Great, good choice. Donnie's here in the house. What's up, Donnie? Good to see you. Donnie's a mod here. He's gonna help keep things under control in case things get wild. All the sober folks in the house, you know how crazy we get. I see Brandon is here. He's listening in. Got to finish packing. Brandon's got a big Europe trip coming up, and I'm so jealous. Have a blast. Keep me updated if you find some good bottles out there that you can bring back. Let's see who else is here. Emily Chambers, another amazing mod. Thank you so much. Make sure to hit the thumbs up. Yes, even if you guys aren't doing a dry week, give me some thumbs up encouragement. I need it because I still got like a whole weekend to get through, which is going to be a bit tough. It's going to be really nice weather. I'm going to really want to chill out by the pool or go to the beach. So I'm going to definitely need that encouragement. So give me a thumbs up to encourage me to make it through the weekend. Let's see here. Donnie says, so Cliffy will not show up at the after party. Cliffy will not, but Clifton will. So we are still doing our after party Patreon hangout, which if you guys ever want to get on that, it's the $10 level on Patreon, patreon.com/Bourbon Bytes. We do it after every Thursday night live stream. So I will see you there, Donnie. Just me, not Cliffy. Who else is here? Eric is here. Good to see you, Eric. Thanks for stopping back in. Good to see you. Trev Wilson, Nerd Alert, is here. Good to see you, Trev. Hope you're doing well. Y'all go check out the Bourbon Wrench over on YouTube. He does a lot of really fun live streams. I think he's doing one tomorrow. I don't know. I saw his Patreon post go out. I don't know if it was tomorrow or maybe it's today. I don't know. Y'all go watch it out. Catch the replay if you missed it. Let's see. Stanley is here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Stanley also recently rejoined Patreon, so thank you so much for that, Stanley. It really does mean a lot and helps support the channel. Deathless Dogs in the house. Cheers to you. Good to see you. I've seen you around. You saw my sober Jackbox party game last night with Trish over on Whiskey Eyes. They did a fun rap battle that I was a part of, and my patrons know I don't play around with that robot rap battle on Jackbox. So if y'all missed the replay, go to Whiskey Eyes. I'll just say, even though Cliffy wasn't there, he was there in spirit. And of course, Mashable, here we go. There you go again. He said, what? No, Cliffy, I'm out of here. JK, nothing but love. Really wondering how good, bad they are. So, like I said, I think the best way to think about this is approach it from not that it's trying to be a replacement for, it's not meant to taste like, a vodka, a gin, a tequila. It's meant to be used as a replacement for that in a cocktail and still work really well with the ingredients. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do a classic gin cocktail, a classic vodka cocktail, and a classic tequila cocktail. But these are all their own little twists. They actually gave me these recipe cards with some really cool recipes on them. So these are all down in the description below. I did modify them a little bit using the ingredients that I had around the house. But nonetheless, that's what we're going to be making tonight, as well as trying the neat. Who else am I missing here? I see Blythe Wilson. I'm on a sort of dry month. Hey, good for you. Well, hopefully you mean that in a good way. So cheers to you. Hey, definitely check this out. They're available for purchase online. I was thinking I wonder what states they ship to. Then I realized, oh wait, it's non-alcoholic. So I assume they could ship everywhere. So there are links down in the description below. It's just optimistdrinks.com. If anyone is planning ahead for the next, sober October, dry January, or just a dry week randomly like I'm doing, definitely check them out. They have all the pricing info right there. All right. So, Cliffy, little Cliffy was coming out. Well, if you watch the stream, that's going to sound really bad because I use little Cliffy as a euphemism. Anyways, Whiskey Nose is here. What's up, Marty? Good to see you. Good hanging with you on, I already forgot whose stream that was the other night, but it was good seeing you and good hanging with you. I think it was 21090. I think you were on 21090. Good seeing you there. Bourbon in the house. No dry week here. Hey, good for you. That's kind of like what I thought would be kind of fun because, like I said, they're not trying to make you say like, oh, you must be sober now, because some of their recipes they have on their website do incorporate alcohol. It's just like, hey, maybe you want to cut back a little, but you still want to have a good time with your friends. That's kind of what this is for. So you can kind of pair this along with alcohol. Like, let's say you're like, oh, I should stop now. I've drank way too many cocktails. Pour yourself some of this. You can still sip along to something really nice tasting and sober up a bit. It also hydrates you a lot too. Oh no, he says someone's trying to hack my bank card. All my Patreon was had to start back up. Hey, I appreciate that. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I hate dealing with fraud and stuff like that. I think we got everyone here. Blythe said limited to 1 drink a week, so mocktails in between. Hey, good on you. That's awesome. I actually, in addition to this dry week, I'm trying to cut back to like only on days that I'm putting out content and maybe like a weekend day or two. Which sounds bad because like I do a podcast and this stream, and then sometimes I do a Saturday stream. So I'm like, okay, that's like, so basically Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. I'm just kidding. That's my ultimate goal after I get past the dry week. Do they sell them in 750 milliliters? So I think they're actually in 500 milliliters. So this is the one of them that we're drinking tonight. This is the smoky one. Yes, 500 milliliters, so 16.9 ounces. But they do have a sample set where you can try all 3 at once. Which is pretty cool. And I think that's I think they're probably, I'm not sure, but they sent me these little samples for the other ones. So the sample set might be all 3 of these little ones to do. As you can see, I did a practice cocktail last night. I was hanging with some of my patrons as well as over on Whiskey Eyes. So I did a little practice one. So I still got some of this left. But we're going to talk about each of these different flavors and see what they are inspired by. This is definitely all very rooted in Los Angeles area. I think that's really cool. Speaking of which, I know there was just this horrible wildfire in Laguna Niguel, I think it's pronounced, which is a little bit like 50 miles south of me. I do have some friends out there, and they weren't, or they were either evacuated, but their house is okay, or they're on evacuation watch. So anyone that was affected by those fires, or let's be real, any California wildfires, seriously, you're in my heart, especially tonight as we're drinking these spirits that are so inspired by the California landscape. We got to keep them in our thoughts, because I know I can't imagine losing everything in a fire. So keep them in your thoughts tonight. Reach out to anyone that that may be affected, and but most of all, let's have a good time in their, I was gonna say in their honor, but in a nice way, not in like a very blasphemous way. Anyways, on with the spirits. So I saw Lil said a comment. Little Cliffy may have shown up in words only. Yes, just in words. For those who don't want those margaritas as strong as Donnie. Oh yeah. Donnie has shown me his margarita styles. We actually did that for last week's stream, which is a Mezcal stream. If y'all missed it, if y'all are new to Mezcal, it was a great intro, I think, to the spirit. It's a little bit like tequila, but a little more rustic, or it's not always rustic, but yeah, just watch the stream. You'll see what it's all about. Fred's an expert in that. Peter White's here. He said 8 p.m. That's pushing. I was talking about with Whiskey Nose. Oh no, it's always good to see Marty and Jenny here. And you too, Peter. Good to see you too. Independent Joe in the house. Joe is another person out here in California. So Joe, these spirits are a Southern California, Los Angeles based brand. So figured you might enjoy that. Wesley Sellers also here. Good to see y'all showing up. Thank y'all for showing the support and encouraging me to keep up this dry week, because it was a little tough at first, I'll be honest, because like I'm such a habit of whiskey or a fashion or something. So like I found myself, like the first and second day of the dry week, like really wanting a cocktail. So that's where this came in handy. Last night I made one of these mocktails, and actually it satisfied that craving completely. The habit of like, oh, I could, use a drink right now. Not because like, I need to get drunk, but just because I like sipping on something. So I think that's kind of what these are great for. So now that I think, if I missed anyone, I'm so sorry. Feel free to chime in as we go on. But let's talk a little bit about Optimist Botanicals. So like I said, they are a Los Angeles-based brand. They are started by husband and wife couple. And I think when I had a letter here from Lisa, she is the wife of the group. I think Tom, I may be wrong. I think it's Tom and Lisa. I don't have that in front of me. But so they started this brand to kind of have a way to encourage socialization and hanging out without the alcohol. So what we're drinking is 3 different expressions tonight. There is the Optimist Fresh, the Optimist Bright, and the Optimist Smoky. Now, all these are inspired by different aspects of Southern California. So we're going to start with the Optimist Fresh here tonight. By the way, like I mentioned, these are non-alcoholic spirits. They're actually distilled from water. So it's still the same distillation process, the steam, the stills and all that. But they actually, instead of using a neutral grain spirit like some brands do, because a lot of non-alcoholic spirits will actually use a neutral grain spirit, distill the alcohol out of it, and then distill the botanicals and things with it. This one's a bit different. They are just using water. So it's 100%, alcohol-free from start to finish. But they're still distilling it to infuse all of these flavors, which is kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting style to go about it. Donnie says no Optimus Prime. Oh, maybe that's their next generation. This is just their first batch, but great idea. Mashro said I was looking for some non-suspicious 750 milliliter sample bottles to hand deliver. I see. I take no responsibility. They take no responsibility for that. But that's really smart, dude. That's awesome. All right, so we'll start with Optimist Fresh. So this is a tribute to the Topanga Canyons area, kind of towards Malibu. It's very lush in California terms, lush. It's got a lot of grass, a lot of herbs, a lot of plants and flowers and things like that. Not necessarily like a forest like a lot of you guys across the country can experience, but it's a lot of wildlife and nature and a lot of herbs. So this one is inspired by that. It's actually their not replacement for gin, but it's their gin-like spirit that's to be used with gin cocktails. So this one is infused. I say infused. It's distilled with. So that's right. It's not necessarily they're infusing these botanicals in it. They're actually distilling it as if they were making a spirit out of it. So this is distilled from, let's see, juniper berries. So let's say the gin thing there. Cilantro, lime peel, fennel, lovage. Some of these I don't know what they are. Basil, angelica root, red thyme, tarragon, jasmine, habanero, oregano, and tangerine. So those are all actually, I guess it's kind of like a reverse thing, like what they do with gin, or maybe it's similar to what they do with gin. They kind of put all these things together into the water and they distill that. And a lot of the aromas and the taste from those things are actually getting infused into the distillate, which is coming out. This is all perfectly clear. So definitely the flavors weren't added later. Like I said infused. That was not the right word. But it's probably similar to like a gin's done. It's just they are all done with water instead of a neutral based spirit. So thought this was Pessimist Botanicals. I see it. All right, so let's go and get this first in our glass. Like I said, this is the Optimist Fresh. This is the green label one. If you saw the thumbnail, there's a little. Oh, can't show you a green label right now, can I? All right, so definitely want to save enough for the cocktail, but I just want to try a little bit neat. Now, this is the one that I've actually tried the least of, so I'm really excited to dive into this. So one, I guess, not necessarily a word of caution, but since these are distilled with water, they're not going to have the mouthfeel that we come and expect from either a high-quality gin, high-quality vodka, or, of course, whiskey. They're going to be thin on the palate, neat, but still they're going to be so really packed with those flavors. So let's go and give this one a nose. I know I'm drinking out of a Glen, but they do say you can enjoy it neat or on the rocks or in a cocktail. So, oh, wow. Okay, so that is definitely herbal. I don't think juniper on first whiff. I'm getting a lot more of the cilantro and kind of like it's definitely some basil too. It kind of smells like a really nice basil. I've had a lot of strawberry basil cocktails before. But this is like, it's super fragrant, like way more so than I expected, with this being a water-based spirit. It's got a little bit of like a cucumber kind of note too. It's kind of got some sweet, maybe like a little melon as well. Oh yeah, I can see why this would work really well as a replacement for gin in a cocktail. So let's go and try it. Cheers, guys. So I'll admit, okay, it's been a minute since I've had this. It's kind of so unexpected up front because it literally is the mouthfeel of water. So as long as you guys expect that, it's cool. But like at first, like you're like, wait, what the heck? What am I drinking? So that's why they do encourage you to mix it with other things. Maybe give it a little bit more of the mouthfeel, especially over ice. I've heard it kind of thickens up just a little bit. But yeah, it's definitely very thin. But I think on the palate, it's a lot more simple and subtle compared to the nose on it. The nose is big and bold and herbal, whereas the palate is a little more subtle and simple. I think that's kind of where you get the juniper. Definitely some of those roots. It says angelica root, but you get kind of some of that earthiness. Not necessarily like a ginger, but there's a little hint of that kind of like rooty, earthy kind of texture. This is really, the best way to describe it is it's complex, which is their goal here. I mean, these aren't, they come in really nice bottles. They're not the cheapest, alternatives altogether, but they're straight up front with like, everything involved, which is what we're getting to later. They tell you all the botanicals and spices that are used to make these. They are very, very high quality. So that's something to keep in mind. These aren't just cheap flavored water. Like that's probably what someone might think of this. These are really nicely, well thought out blends. And you'll see that when I start making cocktails with it. So yeah, this is not one that I would consider just enjoying sipping neat. To me, it's just the flavors aren't big and bold enough. I want something really, if I'm going to sip something neat like that, I want it to have a lot of flavor packed into it. So let's go ahead and make our first cocktail tonight, which I'm so excited for. This is actually our easiest one of the night. So this one, they're calling it the Simple Serve Cocktail. So it's 2 ounces of Optimist Fresh, or you can actually use any of these for this one. I just chose to go with that one. So 2 ounces of Optimist Fresh, 4 ounces of, they actually call for, is this one they called for club soda? One of them they called for club soda, but actually decided to do tonic water. Yep. So they say tonic water or club soda for this one. So I'm gonna do 4 ounces of tonic water. I have an elderflower tonic water that I think would work really nicely with this. And then of course a garnish. So let's go ahead and get this. Let's go ahead and get this gin and tonic, this mock gin and tonic made using the Optimist Fresh. So let's get our measure here. You guys are welcome to join with the real gin and tonic, but I just thought it'd be kind of fun to do this. I haven't done this before yet, so I'm really excited to see how this turns out. All right, so we'll do 2 ounces, which might just finish this off actually. Oop, a little bit left, save a little bit. So 2 ounces of the Optimist Fresh. And then, you can add lime or whatever. I didn't add lime to this one because we're having a really lime forward cocktail coming later tonight, but we're also going to add in elderflower tonic water. This is of course Fever Tree brand. There's a lot, you can add whatever tonic water you like. I just this spirit. Let's just top it there. Nice. Yeah, if I had some lime juice, if I would have thought ahead, I would have probably put a squirt of that in here, but it's okay. We have a very lime forward cocktail coming later tonight. So, and then I'm going to garnish with, keeping the theme of California herbs. There's only one plant that I'm able to grow in my apartment because everything else died. Not in my apartment, but on my balcony. And that's rosemary. So, you can't really see it. So I got a sprig of rosemary in there just to add a little bit, amp up the herbalness to it a bit. You could do basil, you could do whatever. I wanted something that I actually grew. so I'm going to go ahead and give this a taste. Cheers, guys. Yeah, I think those flavors work really well together. I figured that I actually haven't tried it with the elderflower before, but I think it kind of works really nicely there. The rosemary might be a bit much, but I just wanted to have something a little pretty in here. It's honestly just for looks. Of course, I didn't think about the green screen, so that doesn't really help. But yeah, I think it's really fragrant. I think those herbal notes are really popping with the rosemary. I think basil would probably be a better thing. I just didn't have basil in front of me, so it looks pretty. It's a tree. But yeah, I could see myself with some lime. I could see myself sipping on this for a while. So I'm starting to see what Zophar and Fred are saying no about. Is it the tonic water or is it the rosemary? Whatever. I think you guys judged me for adding rosemary or something before. Listen, I used to put, this sounds crazy, but I used to put rosemary in my margaritas that I made here, and I like it. It's like a nice little herbal boost to it. But yeah, that's just me. And also the fact it's the only thing I can grow. So I promise I've ordered a craft rosemary margarita before, and it was really good. All right. So let's go ahead and move on to the next one. So this is, let's see, Optimist. That was fresh. Y'all got me saying Optimist now that y'all said that. All right. So that was the first one. That's very very green forward. So the next one though is a little bit different. So this one, let me go and move this out of the way so I don't spill anything. Oh, it's just the tonic water. Gotcha. I was like, damn, y'all are judgmental about my garnishes. Damn. Nah, it's all good. All right. So next up, so that was the fresh one. Definitely a refreshing kind of. I don't want to say replacement for gin. It's a replacement for gin, but it's not a I don't want to say like 1-to-1. It's not like a 1-to-1 substitute, basically. That's really refreshing. And I could easily, if I was trying to, cool down for the night and like sober up and hydrate, this would be fantastic. All right, let's move on to the next one. We're going to do it neat as well. So this one is called Optimist Bright. So this is the yellow label. I'm just going to rinse my glass real quick. This is the yellow label. This says inspired by Venice Beach. So it has notes of citrus, sherbet, salty sunshine, featuring lemon, jasmine, green mandarin, lavender, turmeric, corn mint, which I don't know what that is, orange, tangerine, fennel, myrrh, and cinnamon leaf. This is just water. I'm just rinsing the glass real quick. I know it's hard to tell. All right, so this is the Bright. So this is the yellow label. This definitely sounds like it's meant to kind of be used instead of a citrus vodka. So I've tried this. This is one I made a practice cocktail with last night. So I'm gonna save enough for the cocktail. But let's go ahead and give it a nose. Neat. Oh, okay. I don't know what corn mint is, but that's definitely got some mintiness. A little bit of like a. Ooh, that's got a. I would say this is way up more up my alley with the nose. That like the way that lavender works with that lemon smells like a really nice herbal tea. Donnie said. Ben says, I know this might be weird, but I think I just drink about it. Well, so the point of this is to be used in different cocktails. So it's like if you want to like, enjoy the company, everyone else is drinking cocktails, you want to like, have either a sober night, you're doing a dry week and you want to have something to sip on. That's how I'm using it during my dry week. These other cocktails are going to get a bit more complex than just, tonic water. But I just wanted to start with that one because I knew that was a gin. Gin and tonic is one of my go-to cocktails whenever I'm drinking. So, Donnie says, so it's, he said, let me just read it again. Lemon, jasmine, green mandarin, lavender, turmeric, corn mint, orange, tangerine, fennel, myrrh, and cinnamon leaf. So the other one had the thyme in it, the one we were drinking earlier. So, it's a wild mint. Good to know. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of mint influence on this. But I think it's like a minty, lemony, floral kind of note. This one's actually smells really good. I'm excited to not just try this neat, but I'm excited to try this in a cocktail. So cheers. That one has, again, it does not have the mouthfeel of the body of a gin or a vodka, but it does have the complexity and intensity of flavors that actually I could drink that neat. That's actually really... It brings a lot to the mind, all those different things working together. I think it makes your breath smell really good afterwards too. I can taste it on my breath now, but really that's really complex, and complex is the best way to describe these. There are so many different elements working together. There's the different botanicals, but also like just the tasty notes. I mean, this is getting me a little bit of like a kind of like an Earl Grey kind of bergamot kind of note too. That's not even actually in here, but really, really interesting. I could spend some time sipping on this, thinking about it. What's up, Viking Bourbon? Good to see you in the house. It has like a little bit of bitterness at front too. I know if y'all are on our Discord, our friend Donald Rantz up in Canada was talking about a non-alcoholic Italian bitter that he drinks sometimes, just neat or on the rocks or whatever. This kind of has a little bit of bitter to it. I'm actually be curious to combine this with something like that. By the way, if you guys aren't yet on our Discord server, there's 18 people here right now. You guys go to bourbonbytes.com on a different tab. Scroll to the bottom. There's a link to our Discord server. That's where we hang out all the time. I have accountability partners to get me through dry week. But we also do random hangouts there like we did last night. I know Fred was there, Zofer, Donnie, Donald. Man, it was a good crowd there last night. So if y'all ever want to get in on a random hangout, you're just sipping alone some night and want just some company, feel free to join us over there. Like I said, bourbonbytes.com. It's a ton of fun. We'd love to have you over there. And if you're a patron, you get access to our VIP lounge there and some of our private hangout rooms. So tons of fun there. All right, let's go ahead and make this cocktail, shall we? So this next one is called the Bright Side Cocktail because we're using the Optimus Bright in it. So this one is 2.5 ounces of Optimus Bright, 1 ounce of pomegranate juice, a 1/4 ounce of, it says pomegranate molasses. I use grenadine. And then it says top with, they said club soda. We're doing tonic water because I still got the tonic water. So this one I'm actually going to stir. So let me make room before I spill everything. So I've got, of course, my mixing glass. Do have some fresh ice. Ooh, almost spilled it all. I have not much room over here to work with. All right, let's get some ice in the glass. Just enough of that. All right. So we're gonna add all these ingredients. Like I said, 2 ounces, 2.5 ounces actually of the Optimus Bright. So let's get our sugar here. I probably don't have enough of this left to actually make this full size, but it's okay. We're just gonna have fun with it. Salty. So they do say salty sunshine. I didn't necessarily get that as a tasting note myself, but you know, we all interpret things differently. All right. So it actually just came out to about 2 ounces of this for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add in the little bit that was left in my sipping glass. There we go. 2.5. Close enough, right? All right. This one. Next, we're going to add 1 ounce of pomegranate juice. So I don't normally have pomegranate juice on that around the house, but specifically for this cocktail, I'm going to ahead and grab some of this. So this is probably the most popular. That should use that as a slogan. 100% pomegranate juice. So we're going to just use 1 ounce of that. Oh, you know what? I didn't get my strainer, so just give me 1 second after I can wait a minute. So add in 1 ounce of that. And then we're going to add 1/4 of an ounce of, they say pomegranate molasses. I'm going grenadine. I feel like it's close enough. I mean, I guess technically it's like a pomegranate syrup, right? I don't know. Let's just add 1/4 of an ounce of that. Just to give it a little bit more of that concentrated flavor. All right, so this one, that's actually all you need other than the tonic water. So what I'm going to do is not get my tops confused. So let's set this over here. I'm working off a desk. I really wish I had a nice cocktail area to make these at, but I don't. So I'm just working with my desk. So I'm going to stir this up, give this a nice stir. Wish I could show y'all. I promise that's what I'm doing is I'm stirring. I see. There's in the glass. So get that nice and cold. While I go get my strainer, because I forgot to get it for this glass, what are you guys sipping on? It's okay. It can be alcohol. Let me know. Give me literally, okay, don't leave, I promise. Give me 10 seconds. Be right back. Where's my be right back music? Be right there. And we're back. All right, so I forgot to get my strainer earlier. So, because I'm going to try to strain this into, they actually call for a rocks glass for this one, but I'm going to just use a champagne glass because I think it would be really nice with the added tonic water. So let's not spill this everywhere, Clifton. So if we do, you know what? You'll have to tune in my podcast this week because I definitely spilled one of the things I was reviewing all over my desk. I literally had to like take a pause from recording because it was bad. So I left it in, by the way. So it's not just a Patreon exclusive. Everyone's going to get to see that monstrosity. All right. So we're going to go ahead and pour this into our glass. All right. Nice. No spills yet. Still got one more cocktail to make. All right. And then we're going to top it with our same thing for the elderflower tonic water. Like I said, they call for club soda, but I already had this out, so let's give it a little bit of spritz. Now, I don't have any garnish for this one. It'd be nice to have like some, pomegranate or something to garnish it with. But see what you guys were sipping on. Fred has some Nika Toketsuro. I don't know what that is. I mean, I assume it's Japanese. I read that wrong. Taketsuru. That's probably better. Viking Bourbon has Old Forester single barrel. Nice. Like the other time you spilled all over your desk bad. I'll just say this one exploded. And that's all I'll say. Just wait till listen to tomorrow's podcast. It'll make sense then. All right. So we have our bright side cocktail. Like I said, they did say make this in a rocks glass, but you know what? I wanted to like have a nice, because I feel like sometimes you go to a party, people are drinking wine, they're not drinking like gin and tonics and stuff. You want to have something like in a champagne glass that we can pull someone. This is totally a cranberry mimosa. But again, I'm not super familiar with pomegranate juice or like just using it as a cocktails, but let's go ahead and try it. Cheers, guys. I feel like this should be the thumbnail, right? Cheers. Ooh, heck yes. That's, man, I know I said that about the last one, but this is the way to drink this. This really does taste like a really nice cocktail. I normally drink like vodka cranberries, like I was that basic bitch. But this is like this is way better than a vodka cranberry. And this is like non-alcoholic. If that says something. This is really sweet. You still get those like bright, like floral notes, like the lavender, you're getting that lemon there as well. Really, it tastes, this is literally just 2 ingredients. 3 technically. Grenadine, pomegranate juice, and then Optimus Sprite. But wow, it tastes like there's so much more going on in here. And that tonic water really helps top it off, like give it that bubbliness. Man, I could make these all night. These are awesome. Man, I'm gonna have to sip on that one. I don't want to just sit here and keep drinking it because that's really good. Like, I'm not joking, guys. Like, I would 100% make that again. All right. Viking says all drinks get better as the night goes on. We're gonna end with a really fun one here. I'm really excited for this last one. So this next one, let's go to move on. Good timing. We're gonna be a little early tonight. It's okay. All the more time to hang out after. So we're going to move to our final Optimist Spirit, and this one they actually sent me a full bottle of, which I'm really excited for because this is the one I was most excited for. This one is called Optimist Smoky. So by the way, this is what the bottles look like. They look really nice. Smile for thumbnail. I'm not making a thumbnail though. I'm so used to recording videos. I'm like, let's hold up the bottle and smile. So here's what the bottles look like. Optimist Botanicals Smoky. You see there's a nice little graphic on the background. You can kind of see like some of the botanicals in there. But this one was inspired by the high desert at sunset, according to this sheet. It says intense notes of bonfire, bittersweetness, and spice. And of course, you see all the ingredients there. You got I'm not going to pronounce that, Lapsang Sochong, bitter red orange, clove, ginger, sage, turmeric, bergamot, cinnamon leaf, habanero, geranium, oregano, angelica root, Valencia orange, corn mint, and jasmine. So a lot of these we saw in the previous ones. This one's just going to have a bit more of like campfire smoke to it. So this is meant to be used in place of tequila for a tequila style cocktail. So this one is, like I said, the one I was most excited for. They have a few different, they actually have recipes on the back. I didn't realize. But we're going to make something that they actually provided the cocktail for. I'm just reading. Let's see what other info is on here. It says, so they work with a master distiller in downtown LA. So I don't know if necessarily it's their own master distiller or they actually, had someone from a brand, from an actual, spirits brand do this for them. It is also important to mention, I completely forgot to mention this, but I'm seeing on the bottle, 2% of all of their proceeds, they youth with mental wellness. So that's a lot, especially here in LA. There's a lot of homeless population, there's a lot of minorities, undocumented people living here. So 2% of the proceeds do go to help their mental health, whether it's just government programs or different private programs to help those causes, which is something that's really, really important to me. Living in LA, you see it every day. So to know that they're helping out in, still a small but impactful way, it's important. And it kind of gives you more of a reason to support the brand. All right, so let's go ahead and pour this one. I'm gonna rinse my glass real quick because this one's gonna be really interesting. So make sure it's starting fresh. This is just water. All right, let's pour this. They have a really nice like glass topper too. Let me show y'all. It's also hard. I'm not, I know there's a certain way you're supposed to open glass toppers. I think it's just tilting it, not pulling on it, but like, it's kind of cool. Like I said, really nice bottles. Go and get this poured. And I got a big boy here, so we can be generous with our pours. Just catch up on the chat. They need to make a fojito. I like that. Fojito. Ooh. You could totally do that. It'd be really easy. Like I said, this is a pomegranate mojito. Or not mojito. Sorry, I was thinking, what is the orange juice and the champagne? Mimosa. Sorry, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, you could totally do like a mint mojito. Yeah, as a rum replacement. That'd be actually really good. I would probably, if I were to suggest one for that one, I would probably use the one we just did. What was that one? The Bright. I think that would be really good in a mojito. It has that like that kind of citrus note as well. All right, let's go ahead and nose the smoky one. Optimus Smoky. Ooh, wow. I'm really curious. I think that Lapsang Sojong, which by the way, I should probably look that up, see what that is, because I definitely there's something really unique in that. It's kind of like it is kind of smoky, dare I say. So it's actually a type of black tea. Let's see. So Lapsang Sojong, which I'm probably mispronouncing, is a black tea consisting of Camellia sinensis leaves that are smoke dried over a pine wood fire. So that definitely sounds like the major flavor influence here. They're kind of steeping that tea in the water and then they're distilling it. Yeah, that's really earthy and rich, and I mean that mint is, and this one is working more like a menthol, kind of like I don't want to say Vicks Vapor Rub, but kind of like that same experience of like a menthol kind of rub, but it's kind of mixed with like an earthy kind of smoky kind of characteristic. And there is a hint of those peppers. I see Donnie said, yeah, jalapeno and habanero. There's a hint. It's not necessarily, it doesn't smell spicy, but you can kind of smell that. You know, like when you eat a hot pepper and you're like just bite the flesh of it and you're like, wait, that's not spicy. But then you like eat the seeds and like you die. By the way, that happened earlier tonight, which we'll get to in a second. It has a little bit of that, like the green part, like maybe like a bell pepper kind of note to it. Yeah, that smells really medicinal. Honestly, this one smells the most like an ancient like Chinese like herbal medicine or something like that. And it does use Chinese tea leaves, so that could have been the inspiration behind it. Like I said, they said this is inspired by the desert. I guess that's more of like the whole like replacement for the smoky like the tequila, but it's actually honestly one of the most nice smelling noses. I think the bright to me smelled the most approachable, but this smells the most complex. Let's see how it tastes. Cheers. What the hell are y'all laughing? Y'all got me feeling y'all laughing at me. What's going on, Donnie and Fred and Zofer? Some inside joke that I'm missing out on? When he read that, I died. I see y'all. Don't think I'm not reading the chat. Are y'all still picking on Zofer? All right. On the palate, it's really bitter. And I think that would work really nicely over some ice or in a cocktail. Donald Rance, if you're looking for one non-alcoholic bitters thing, this is you. Not necessarily bitter in the same kind of way of, did I mispronounce? Is it habanero, not habanero? I would say jalapeno, like y'all. White boy here from South Carolina that's trying to appreciate Spanish words. Okay, don't make fun of me. Jofer called me out on that. I almost said Jofer. Zofer called me out on that on my Mezcal stream, so don't y'all be doing it again. Anyways, let's thoughts on this. I think on the palate, it's not necessarily for me on the palate. I think if I were to drink any of these neat, it would be bright. This has a little bit of a bitterness to it, but I think, of course, they say it's a bitter red orange that's used in this as well. Clove, ginger, sage. It kind of makes a lot of sense. But that bitter characteristic, I think, on its own to me, it's a bit overpowering. Like I said, over ice, this might do a bit better. But I think in a cocktail, it's going to be even the best expression of itself. I know you guys love me. Thank you, Donnie and Fred. And it's apparently International Don't Bully Day. So yeah, guys, what the hell? Just kidding. All right. So let's move on to our final cocktail, the one I've been most excited for. I have not made this yet tonight or ever. So this is called the Optimist Pina, not Pina, Pina Margarita. So this is a cocktail using 2 ounces of Optimist Smoky, 2 to 4 ounces of serrano peppers, or is it serrano peppers? I don't fucking know. I'm sorry. Be kind. I don't know anymore. Seeds removed, which is the important thing, because I took a bite earlier and there were seeds and I almost died. 2 ounces of pineapple juice, half an ounce of lime juice, and half an ounce of simple syrup. So what you're going to do is you're going to take all these things. So what I did is I got this started a little bit before the stream. So I muddled the 2 to 4 slices of the pepper. It's hard to see the light in there, but I got 2 to 4 slices of the pepper. I've got half an ounce of lime juice and half an ounce of simple syrup in here already in the bottle or in the shaker. I'm going to add 2 ounces of pineapple juice. So of course I just got a little can of Dole. I wish it'd be really nice to buy like. It'd probably be easy to get fresh pineapple juice. It's just I don't have any. It goes bad so quickly. That's the thing. That's why I like these little cans. Because I mean, Zofer knows he bought me a bunch of stuff to make tiki cocktails. So I've been making a lot of pineapple-based cocktails. So these cans do wonders. They last forever. You don't have to worry about using too much of it or too little and then saving it. All right, so we're going to do 2 ounces of the pineapple juice. Pour that right into the shaker. We're going to do 2 ounces of Optimus Smoky, which should I put over here? Zofer with the super chat. I know you guys love me. I know. I know you guys love me. I know it's all good fun. All right. Again, the glass cork, I got a learning curve to it. All right. Let's put it right there. So I'm so close to finishing the stream without breaking or spilling anything. So let's keep it going. All right. 2 ounces of this. And you know what? Why not add a little more? Just to make things a little stronger. Just kidding. But you do you. All right. So there's that. Next up, we need to add. We've already added the lime juice, simple syrup. That's actually it. So we're gonna add some ice into this shaker, which I probably should have done before I just added all those ingredients, but it's okay. We're gonna hopefully not splash too much. Ooh, my ice is melting. There we go. Oh, a little bit of splashage. That doesn't count as a spill. I don't count splash as a spill. Because this is definitely going to be a margarita style. Now, you could put this in whatever glass. I have these really elaborate glasses we got from a beach bar in Redondo Beach. So we're going to use that. It's, again, Spirit of California, right? So I'll show you guys in a second. Ooh. We did it. Okay, a little more ice. All right. So we got our ice in the glass. Let that sit there. Got the ice in the shaker. And Donnie is also saying he loves me. Hey, thank you guys so much for the super chat. Zofer, Donnie, and Stanley. Thank y'all so much. Seriously, it does really mean a lot when you guys support the channel, whether it's through super chats or memberships or Patreon. Honestly, love y'all so much. So let's go get the shake. Hopefully it's not too loud. Sorry. By the way, this is in a what is this? Elevated craft cocktail shaker. Love these. I know I think Donnie and Diana have this one as well. It's insulated and it's got a measuring cap on it. It's so nice. But it's my favorite cocktail shaker. Ugh. All right. Blended with ice could be really nice. Although it is kind of, it would need a thickener, I would think, probably, because it's just really water-based. But maybe with some coconut milk or some coconut syrup. Or what do you call it? Coconut cream. That's what I was thinking of. Cliffy is feeling loved, but thank you, Perry. I thought they were making inside jokes about me, but they were apparently joking about something else. Well, then they made it about me because I mispronounced my NA and Inya's. So, but it's all good. And then Fred says, peer pressure. Hey, Fred, thank you. Yes, I peer pressure everyone right now. Send me a super chat. I'm just kidding. Please don't. I mean, you can, but no pressure. I can't blame it on Cliffy tonight, so I gotta be careful with what I say. All right. Let's go ahead and, by the way, this also has a strainer built into. Another reason I love the shaker. I should have put a link to this down in the description below. I don't have a referral link or anything. I just bought this with my own money. So let's go and get it poured. Nice. Fits nicely. And now that we have it poured, by the way, this is the glass I'm using. Isn't it so extra? It says Tony's on the beach. And in the back says limited edition. So this is, we ordered a Mai Tai at this bar. And then it came with a glass, and it was only it's $9. And I was like, I got the glass too. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. So this drink isn't complete until I use this lovely umbrella that Zofer got me for my birthday. He got me a ton of these to put into cocktails. So they're going to use already. All right, let's put it on here. I don't want to stab my face with it, but I think it looks super cute. Let's show you all this. Y'all gotta see this. Hold on. Please don't spill this. All right. Look at that. Is that not adorable? This is so cute. So thank you, Zofer, for the umbrella, and cheers to you guys. Thank y'all for watching this. Let's see how this Pina Margarita tastes. Cheers. Kind of hard to do. This glass isn't ideal for the umbrella, but we'll try it. Ooh, that's spicy. Man, I even took the seeds out of that pepper. Actually, I actually got some of the additional pepper slices to top this with, but it's so spicy already. Drinks do come to glasses. Yeah. Well, keep on roasting. So, you know, I'm going to put... you can't actually see them. I have a couple of rings of the pepper here. That's kind of cool, though. Where's my face? So my eyes. Okay, sorry. All right, I want to put the pepper down into the glass. Didn't want to touch it, though, because it's really spicy. Stir it up a bit. That's actually really nice, too. The spicy kick. I love a good jalapeno margarito. I'm not even drunk, and I just said jalapeno margarito. Oh my god! Sober Cliffy is just too much. I need drunk Cliffy, but okay. So now I got the. I like that you can see them floating in there, like they're just like CGI'd out. All right, let's try it again with the garnish. Ooh, that's nice. So yeah, it's like all the ingredients of like it's like a mix of like a tiki drink and a margarita. So it's got the pineapple juice. You really get that really nice sweet, tropical taste. But the little kick of that lime, not kick, but a little bit tartness of the lime, and then that pepper. I mean, I feel like, you know, maybe this recipe kind of overpowers the smoky, Optimus smoky. I do think on the nose though, those like smoky campfire notes are still kind of there. But the pepper is really strong. On like second sip, I do get those elements of that strong earthiness that we were getting from that tea that was used for this. A bit of that bitter is still there. I think it pairs really nicely with the lime juice. And really, there's like that ginger kick as well. This is really nice. I think it's a bit more complex to make. But I think if you want a replacement for like a margarita or a tiki drink, this will do just fine. This is really good. I know I deserve these laughs at the margarito. Next shirt, margaritos for everyone. Oh my god, totally should do that. Just like drunk Cliffy, like passing out margaritas, just margaritos. Was that a habanero margarito? Oh my goodness. All right. Honestly, this is really nice. This would also take me a really long time to sip on. I mean, honestly, when you combine pineapple juice and lime juice, can you really go wrong? Pineapple juice as a base for any kind of cocktail is a winner. That nice spicy kick is really delicious. Now, I know I'm going to go on this hangout with you guys, and I'm going to eat those peppers. I'm going to regret it immediately. So let's go ahead and just speed that process up, and let's go ahead and eat one of these peppers real quick. Let's see how this. Let's take a bite. How about that? Spicy Nut Challenge Part 2. I actually avoided the seeds with that one, so not awful. But man, this was really fun. I love that you can still experiment with different cocktails or mocktails, whatever you want to call them, but use non-alcoholic spirits as the base and really discover a world of flavor that, you know, maybe even more complex than the base spirits themselves. So hopefully y'all had fun with this stream tonight. By the way, hi Diana, see you in the chat. And now this was a bit different, but thank you all for sticking with me during this dry week. I hope you all enjoy this. Now, next week's back to regularly scheduled content. I have a very special guest coming on from another California-based brand called Blind Barrels. So they have a blind tasting set that you can actually buy online. They'll ship it to you, and then you get to taste a bunch of different whiskeys. So I'm having the founder of that on next week. Like I said, make sure to tune into this week's podcast, Bourbon Bytes podcast. Wherever you get your podcast, there's also a link down below. It's going to be a review of something non-alcoholic that explodes all over me. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you all so much for watching. Patrons, I'll see you over on Discord. And everyone else, have a wonderful rest of your week, whether you're doing it dry or you're doing it wet and salty and having lots of margaritos. Just have a great week. Have a great weekend. And I'll see you guys next week. Otherwise, I'll see you over on Discord. All right. Cheers, guys. See ya. Bye. everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes. Welcome to another Saturday night special live stream with our friend Brandon.
How are you doing?
You guys may know him from the Discord server. He is one of our great mods here on the channel, and tonight he's come to challenge me once again for a Matt Madness training. So some of you may know I'm competing on this year's Matt Madness Whiskey Tasting Invitational with our friend ADHD Whiskey. I did some training last year, but put a pause on it. Now we're training again for the quarterfinal round this year. So I'm very excited. I'm also very nervous because I've been doing some practice lately and I've not been doing too hot. I did really good on the last round. I beat the first round, but then I'm like, oh, ever since then I've been really, really bad. So now's my last chance. Again, I'm competing this coming Friday. And once that's here, that's it. So this is my last chance to do a real training. And I don't know, how confident in me are you?
We're gonna find out.
We'll find out. Yeah. So we're starting with a blind pour for each of us, just kind of set the scene. Neither of us know what this one is. We're gonna taste through it. We're gonna try to guess, and then as we get on with the night, I'll be trying them blindly. Brandon will be trying them. He'll show you guys the bottle of what we're drinking. Please don't say it in the chat when you see the bottle. Keep it secret because I can see the chat, but I won't see the bottle. So once he shows the bottle, don't say it in the chat, but you guys will know what we're drinking, and he's going to pour himself some, and he's going to ask me some questions, and we're going to try to guess it. So we will see. Someone said Team Cliffy. We're not competing tonight. This is more of a practice. He's more of a coach. I saw a comment earlier. Yeah, Alfonso said Coach Brandon. Yes, absolutely. Train him up. So we didn't need salty licorice. Oh, that's for another stream. I'm saving that. It was a conversation on our movie night last night. I bought some of the saltiest licorice in the world.
Nice.
I don't know why I bought it. It's a thing. I bought it. So I'm like, I'm going to pair this with like super briny, salty scotches and see how I do. So that'll be coming up soon on the channel, but not tonight. I'm not going to blow my palate tonight. I was careful. We were eating some like spicy stuff in there, and Justin was like, don't eat this. It was like curry rice candy. He's like, don't eat this. So we'll wait till after. But yeah. Fred says hopefully, but maybe Brandon tried some. Oh, tried some of that. You wouldn't eat that. I know Brandon's palate. He's not going to eat that. News about whiskey says training for the next 2 to 3 hours. Oh, we're not going to go that long.
No. Maybe an hour. Maybe we'll go a little bit over.
A little over an hour. Yeah. We usually keep it around an hour around here. That's just like how we do with the channel. But also we have dinner to eat after. So
yeah, nothing crazy.
Sean is here as well. Cheers to you, Sean. Good to see you, Michael. Good to see you again last night. Good evening, all you wonderful whiskey people. Yes. So here come experiments. Well, we'll see. Hopefully you don't throw too many curveballs in there. We'll see. So basically he brought some bottles of his own. He also has full access to my collection. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how badly I do. But it's always fun that you're introducing your bottles because like when I'm doing blinds with my own collection, it's like I kind of already know what I have.
Yeah.
So if it reminds me of something, I'm gonna say, oh, that's that. And usually I'm right. Like not usually, but like sometimes I'm right. I'm like,
process of elimination almost.
But if it's something that someone brought, then I have no clue what it could be. So that's the vibe. So we're gonna start with this one. Again, we don't know what it is. It's pretty dark color-wise.
That was my first
thing I look at is the color. Yeah. So I guess we'll go through like we'll answer our questions ourselves for this one.
Yeah.
Like on the nose. I think we're gonna try to stick to kind of what Matt does. Let me actually open up a text thing so we can make our notes here.
Like very basic questions. Nothing.
Nothing crazy. We're gonna kind of follow what Matt does with his questionnaire. So we're gonna pull up a document just for our own tracking purposes. I'm just going to call this one Justin Sample.
There you go.
Okay, so on the nose, what are we thinking? Do you think it's a bourbon or a rye on the nose?
I mean, my guess is bourbon. I don't know what you think.
Hold on, I'm just going to get this set up. I should have got this set up beforehand, but it's okay.
You're good.
All right, so you think it's a bourbon on the nose?
Very sweet.
I think so. Yeah, it's sweet. To me, it almost smells like a younger bourbon maybe, and like not quite super high aged. Yeah, to me, I don't know. I can't place distillery on nose, but I'm gonna go with you. I think I'm gonna say bourbon as well. So we're gonna say bourbon on the nose.
Funny enough, I already have a guess and a bottle.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
Do you want to write it down? What is your guess?
I think it's Buffalo Trace.
Buffalo Trace, okay.
And
just like Buffalo Trace single, like a
Buffalo Trace product. I want to taste it first and see. Like, it almost reminds me of Bland's, but this is almost like richer though. Like Bland's kind of like thin on the nose, but it's very easy. Like it smells like it's low proof.
Yes. Okay, I feel like I'm being led. Okay, but I don't have to listen to you.
No,
but like,
you don't. No,
I kind of am agreeing. But let's go. Let's go for a taste.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers, y'all. Chat.
Oh. Not the same, right?
No.
Nose. I was there. Listen, on the nose, I was thinking, because I have a Rock Hill Farms open, and I was like, maybe it's
that's
Rock Hill
honestly my
Farms.
bottle guess. I was like, okay, it's Rock Hill, but then I taste them like that's not Rock Hill.
No, and that's not Buffalo Trace on the palate.
No,
either.
Nope, that's not Buffalo Trace.
I still think it's a bourbon. I think we're still in the bourbon territory.
I'd probably go with the high rye bourbon.
Okay. Well, let's keep it simple. Let's guess proof, age, and distillery. Let's try to do that. So I'm gonna erase your Buffalo Trace.
Yeah, that's 100% wrong.
So I'm gonna write proof, age, distillery, and this is the only one that you guys won't know. We're gonna reveal this in the chat once we know. Yeah. But everything else moving forward, you guys will see as we go through it. So don't be like, oh, this is lame. Trust me, you'll get to participate very soon. So
yeah.
All right, proof, age, distillery. Proof. I mean, okay. It's substantial. I think it's almost more, because I was originally thinking Rock Hill Farms.
Yeah.
But I think this tastes hotter.
It does. It's spicier.
Mm-hmm. But it could be because it's a high rye.
Exactly.
Bourbon.
Yeah. Like we had that the wild turkey we had earlier of yours.
Mm-hmm.
The pick, that Kentucky Spirit pick. It's only one proof, but it did not taste. It tasted. Yeah, it was definitely spicier. It's most familiar, and I can't put my finger on it.
I'm getting a particular note in it, and I feel like I'm not gonna say, because I don't want to throw your palate. I have a guess at the distillery.
I don't have a guess at the distillery. I should have a guess at. Okay, I don't know why this is ringing MGP.
MGP for you?
I don't know.
See how hard this is? See,
I know.
You guys, it's difficult.
Because it's funny because it's familiar though. Okay, let's be this up.
It is familiar.
Yeah,
I think.
Okay.
And that's always the worst part. Is like when you're like, oh, I know what this is, but you don't know what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Proof for me, you can put. I'd say it's like I'm going 107, because I feel like it's a little spicier than 105, but it's not 110, so I'm just gonna go with 107. It's kind of in the middle. It's a middle round.
I'm gonna go 104.
Yeah.
Because I think it's close. I don't know. I think we're feeling the same way.
Yeah.
You said 107. I'll do 104, just to make it a little different.
Mm-hmm.
Age. I could see there being some age, but it's like
young,
but it's like it's either young or it's a unique distillery that I'm not familiar with, because it doesn't taste like a well-aged Kentucky distillery.
Yeah, because at first I was like, oh, maybe it's New Riff, because their stuff's usually pretty good, but I was like, this is not. This doesn't have that young corn note that you usually get with New Riff. I'm going 7 here. Put 7 here.
You're going 7. I'm going 10.
7.
I'm gonna go 10. That was my gut. My gut reaction was 10.
Yeah. Which again, go with your gut.
And you said distillery. Are you sticking with MGP?
Yeah, just MGP.
Okay.
I don't have it. I don't have a bottle guess. I honestly don't.
Okay. Here's where I'm gonna reveal.
Smoke Wagon's my only guess, but I don't know if you have a Smoke Wagon bottle. That's my guess. That's my bottle.
So here's what I'm gonna say. I got a particular note that reminded me of what I remember. Some products that have Dickel in it, but not like the super overwhelmingly. You know the note, like the super like vitamin note. There's a bit of like a minerality to this that's not that crazy Flintstones vitamin, but it kind of reminds me of like the I always combine Dickel with the minerality and then the kettle corn. I'm getting a little bit of that.
Yeah, so you said minerality. I'm getting a little bit on the finish on the palate.
I'm just going to win. I don't think I have very much of this, so I could be totally wrong, but I'm going to say George Dickel.
Okay.
All right, let's say hello to some folks. Justin, feel free to leave in the chat what the answer is.
How wrong we both were.
Let's get caught up in the chat here as well. Let's see who else is here. Stacy's here. 4-Leaf Whiskey. Cheers, Stacy. Good to see you. Emily's here. Hey, crew. Drinking some coffee as usual. Hope you're doing well, Emily. Thank you for hanging out again last night at the movie night. Just enjoyed a Werther's coffee candy. Nice. For some reason, I saw that and I was thinking the Wathen's original, like the bourbon. I was thinking that. I was like, wait, oh, nice. I said for those school treats for me with Grandpa.
Yeah,
I think definitely. Close your eyes. I think it helps hone in the senses. I'll try that next round. Yeah. Fred said, "Word of wisdom from Brandon: go with your gut." Yeah, I think it's the case all the way through.
Epic fail. Sorry.
I'll
skip again.
Oh shoot! Both of us. Okay. Well, first of all, Aaron says
that's
color reveals a lot about age. Which we did,
but it's also non-age stage. But I mean, if anyone in the chat can let us know, it's Green River. I mean, I know which bottle is going to go grab it real quick.
Yeah, Green River.
I really saw that one. I'm like, oh,
man. Okay, I would not have. You were closer on proof, but both of us were pretty wrong on proof.
Yeah, I was like, this is 117.
I don't think it's age dated as far as I know. Yeah, no age dated.
Yep.
It's Kentucky, but
it's foolproof.
Yes, it's Kentucky, but it is their own distillate, so it's like it is a unique distillery. It's not like something, which is crazy because I love this. I should just get a review of how much I love this bottle. So
maybe that's why you grabbed it.
Probably.
Either way, I'm about that sit for. Dang it! But I want to try Green River once.
I've tried.
I think it was their Bottle and Bond or their whatever their lower proof one is.
So I've tried this one, and then when I went over to Quas House at our local meetup, he had a single barrel of this, and I also really, really loved it.
Yeah.
So I think, okay, even though I failed at this tonight, I think Green River is probably going to make my top whiskeys of the year because every time I try them, I'm so surprised that this is like a relatively craft distillery putting out good stuff.
Yeah, I think Owensboro, Kentucky.
Cool.
Dang it.
I failed, but I'm still happy. It's a good one.
Good deal. Okay. Are you prepped and ready to go? Is the chat ready?
Yeah.
First one?
I'm just seeing the reactions to us failing. Are you guys getting the Flintstones vitamin? So I wasn't. I was the only one that said
he
pickle.
was. He was. Yeah.
I was getting minerality, and to me, I think now that I know what it is, that one to me is a drier whiskey. It's not as sweet for a bourbon. So sometimes like a bourbon comes off a little bit like. I don't know how to describe it other than it's not tannic, but it's like. I don't know how to say it, but to me, it came across as more of a mineral, not Flintstones, more of just like a rock, a waterfall, something like that.
Yeah.
Michael said, I agree. For concentration purposes, I should be blindfolded and wear earplugs, mitten, and chast. Oh. That's for the after party. We'll save that. I'm staring at the Green River Bourbon Bytes thumbnail in the shorts. Oh, yeah. I literally just uploaded a short about it. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Fred says the original thought about Buffalo Trace makes sense for Green River. I tend to get berry notes on that akin to Buffalo Trace.
That's what it was, yeah.
Not at all a craft distillery, though. Revival of GSP 10.
Oh,
wait, so
interesting.
So is it like a distillery that's making other product?
Or they take over? I don't know. We'll have to Google it later. And
honestly, I feel bad that I don't know that, but it's okay. We got whiskeys to drink. Yeah. I'll set this aside.
Okay. So grab your first one. Okay. And then you have your notes ready.
Yes.
I'm just gonna bring the bottles over here. So I'll keep getting that every 2 seconds.
Michael corrected himself. Sorry, Clifton, a mitten, not 2 mittens. I appreciate you. All right, I'm not looking. He's gonna pour the next one. He's gonna show you guys.
Don't look.
Reminder in the chat. Don't put it in the chat. Don't hint towards it in the chat. This is gonna be blind for me. You guys are gonna know.
Okay. Let's get this party started. Okay. Okay.
I'm not looking.
Okay. Yep. I'll let you know when to look. Okay. So for the chat. Okay, everyone sees. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna pour for you right now.
All right. I can tell by the sound it is. I'm just kidding.
I know that bottle.
Sometimes, honestly, listen, cork pop, sometimes you can tell, or like the pour if it's like a weird bottle, but.
Okay, you're good to look.
All right. Okay. Dark as well, okay. Someone said that you can tell color, age together.
Yep. So, and then like I say, go through your notes or whatever. If anything, you already know the same general questions or whatever it's going to be.
Okay, so I'm going to put a sample. I'm just going to sample.
Yeah,
sample A.
Yep, that's fine.
Because
obviously we're
do you want to type these since I'm guessing?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah, I mean I'm terrible typing, but yeah,
okay.
I haven't typed since middle school. But yeah. Anyways, yeah. So and then obviously in the chat, guys, we're going to reveal the bottle after he answered all 5 questions. So it'll be revealed at once. We don't get confused or anything.
Yes, Michael says no hints, and then Aaron says if I had known, I would have sent some samples. No worries.
Yeah, you're fine.
No worries. We have plenty of whiskey to go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I feel like this is one of yours because this does not smell familiar to me at all.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's the same. So same 5 questions.
Okay.
Is it bourbon, rye, and then proof, age, distillery, and then bottle guess.
And those bourbon and rye are the only choices here.
Correct. Just to make it easy, because I'm being 100% honest with you, I didn't bring anything crazy. So,
can something like Tennessee whiskey be included in bourbon?
Yeah, it's just bourbon. That's fine.
Okay, bourbon.
Okay.
On the nose, just nose alone.
Oh, yeah, I should type on my phone. Where's my?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I had it. Here we go. There we go.
Okay. This is like typing. Nothing's happening. Okay.
Okay. And then on the palate, I'm going to guess proof, age, and distillery.
Yes. And obviously, like I said, take your time, take a few minutes. There's no rushing through.
I love the nose. It smells great.
Yeah.
Let's try it. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers, everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, okay. Not as hot as I thought it was going to be. I think I have a bottle guess that would answer all these questions, but
yeah,
it's probably wrong. I'm just getting a certain note that reminds me of a certain distillery. The distillery I'm thinking is Barton.
Interesting. I mean, obviously, okay. So for training purposes, pretend like you're in the Mad Madness.
Yes.
So like I said,
would I hedge my bet or would I go all out?
Yeah. And I'll try and keep you a few minutes each pour, so we try and keep it,
Proof.
keep moving.
I think so. What was the one that we tried already?
So it was 117.
Wow. And I was way off on that one.
I was like, as I was walking out the room, I was like, don't pick a cast strength. The whiskey picks a cast strength. I was like, way to go, dude.
Can I look up what I think proof a certain whiskey is?
Can you do that, Mad Madness? I don't think.
I think someone asked that and he said no. I feel like someone asked that. Okay.
Yeah. Then no.
Okay. I'm gonna say 100 proof.
Okay. Your numb lock's on.
You can turn it off. I don't ever use that one.
You're fine.
Age. Okay. There are two different whiskeys that I'm considering for this one.
Okay.
And the funny thing is, both of them are 12 years old. So I'm gonna say 12.
Okay, so 12. I was gonna say that I'm assuming your answer is gonna be 12.
Distillery. Now this is where I said Barton. To me, it's either Barton or an Old Fort or Brown-Forman.
Okay.
To me, both of those have a very similar note. Barton is a little more banana-y. Brown-Forman's a little more like a roasted. Oh shoot, this is hard.
Yeah, like I said, take your time pretending you're Matt Mattis. I mean, try closing your eyes like one of the guys said in the chat. Like, see if that helps. I don't know if that helps or doesn't help. And obviously, if you want more, let me know. I'll pour you more because
okay.
Close your eyes. So.
Man, shoot. All right, here's where I'm going to hedge my bet. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Distillery, I'm going to say Brown-Forman.
Okay.
Bottle guess, I'm going to guess 1792 12 year.
Can't type for everyone in the chat.
They're not seeing that. You're good.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see what the chat's saying. Well, I mean, I guess they're going to.
Yeah.
Oh, you stole my mouse.
Yeah.
Are you going to get it? Okay.
Sorry. I was like, yeah, if you want to just move your stuff over, you can get the notes ready and whatever too for the next one.
Let's
Since
see.
you're faster, maybe go back and look at the chat and see.
Michael said the only reason I took typing in high school was all the cute girls are in that class. Okay. Aaron says I find it funny. Clifton always doubts himself, but he's always spot on.
That's why I'm always saying to go with your gut because you talked himself out of it.
He has about 1 minute to a minute and a half, and you have to sing in Clifton's face to simulate Matt Madness.
Keep grooming.
Clifton's biggest challenge is Clifton. He did say you can compare the sample to your reference pour. Oh, I didn't have a reference pour. For Matt Madness, I always have a reference pour. So,
okay. I mean, if you want, you can. If you're just gonna nose it.
Did he just say 1792 was Brown-Forman? No, I hedged my bet. I was thinking it was one of those two.
Yeah, so he basically guessed the distillery is Brown-Forman, but the bottle guess is 1792. So that way he's got both of them.
That's my guess. All right. Are you gonna tell me which? Okay, go down the list and see if I'm right or wrong in the list. Okay.
Okay. So
nose, I said.
So nose, you said is a bourbon. It is not a bourbon.
Fuck. Okay. Well, that screws up everything. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, the only other question I forgot to ask you, which I don't know if you want to do it moving forward or not, is I forgot to ask if it's finished, but I don't think it matters.
You can if you want. It doesn't
okay.
Matter, yeah.
Anyways, proof is wrong. It's 107.
Okay.
And obviously, like I told you before, this is a non-age dated bottle, so that doesn't matter.
Okay.
Distillery is not Brown-Forman. It's Jack Daniels.
Okay. Yeah. I see what people are saying in the comments.
Yeah. So it's a distillery release, but it's a twice barrel.
Rye.
So it's the first one they did from a couple years back, not the one that you had.
Wow. Okay.
So again, for everyone else in the chat,
that makes me feel like I probably said Jack Daniels, right?
You actually didn't say Jack Daniels. Okay. I thought you were going to.
No. Here's what I said. When I said it, both of the ones I'm thinking are 12 years old, I was thinking Jack Daniels 12, and I was thinking 17.
Yeah, because you were talking Brown-Forman. I was like, oh shit, okay, well,
I know. I was thinking that. I know. But then I got tripped up. I was like, wait, it could be an Old Forester. I thought I got tripped up thinking it was Old Forester. Yeah. So I did Brown-Forman in 1792.
Yeah.
I was in the realm.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
I think that was wrong. Pour. Now, do you want a sample to nose against? Are you just going to nose it or are you going to taste it?
What do you mean?
When you're talking about, do you have the compare the sample for reference pour?
Because
if you just want to nose it, you can nose this one. This is more of the Green River. If you just want to nose it.
Okay. Zoe said, thought you said, but I did. I said it'd say banana,
Yeah.
but I get banana on all three of those. And I've always said that. I get it on Jack Daniels, I get it on Old Forester, and I get it on Barton 1792. It's all different versions of banana, and like,
but it's still banana.
Blindly, I can't tell you which one is which. So like, all of those guesses. No, what did you notice when I said on the nose? I'm like, is it the Tennessee whiskey count as a?
Yeah, no,
that's what it was. That's
why I told you. That's why I was like, that's why it's like, nope, it's a bourbon because I'm not going to do it because again. So.
Okay. So okay, yeah. I'm upset, but not too upset about that one. I'm like, okay,
at least you're in the right realm, kind of thing.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Okay. Aaron says Jack Daniels uses buffalo yeast and has a banana note. He was right on that front. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I got 0 points. I mean, the only point I go. No, I didn't get any point. No.
Oh yeah, it was a rye.
It was a rye.
Oh,
wait. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because with the proof, it's what within 7 points or 5 points, you get a point or whatever. There's a range on proof.
We'll just say within 5 for us.
Okay.
Tony's here. What's up, Tony? Good to see you.
Hello.
All right, you ready to move on to our next one?
Yep.
You
go and clean your
rinse
glass.
Yep.
Yeah. Rinse your glass.
Oh, that smells so good. Smell your glass after. It's so good.
Well, again, I have plenty more. So if you want to drink some more later, you want to sample, like, feel free.
I love to try that knowing what it is.
Yeah. To be fair, I almost like that one more than that Twice Barrel they released. Was it last year? Remember the one we both got a bottle of? That one's got way more rice spice to it.
100%. I did not like the Twice Barrel.
Yeah.
I love the cash strength barrel, the cash strength rye, and I love the single barrel rye. But that one, the Twice Barreled rye, just was my least favorite. That was way better. You said that was before it. That was
before it. It was a distillery only release. Remember, it's one of the distillery series bottles.
Gotcha. Michael says Tennessee whiskey equals bourbon, just marketing. Well, that's why I clarified.
Yes,
I'm like, does that count? Yeah. No, I agree. It technically qualifies as a bourbon, but they would like to use their own branding. They call it Tennessee whiskey. So both are right, but they prefer to call themselves a Tennessee whiskey. That's all it is.
Yeah. You want to do me a favor real quick and just copy and paste those notes for like the next 4 samples or whatever.
Yeah.
And then obviously I'll erase the
Clear
answers
them
or
out.
whatever. Yeah. Just to make it easy.
Well, you had the control.
No, you have the keyboard.
No, you have the keyboard.
Oh, sorry. You have the mouse. Sorry.
Here.
Technical difficulties.
Here, you go. You wait.
Technical difficulties.
What is everyone in the chat drinking? Let us know. Whiskey Press says, smell my glass. He has a glass too. I was like, let him smell it too. Yeah, what are you guys drinking this Saturday? Here in Southern California, it's nice. It's like 75 degrees. We had a street festival here in Venice today, and we went to visit a few local vendors, and we went to a nice Mexican restaurant. I think we're going to get Mexican tonight
for
too.
Dinner, yeah.
So we're in a full Mexican mood tonight, which I'm totally here for. Anytime. Like good Mexican food I'm here for. So so that's what we're doing after this. So let us know how you're enjoying your weekend.
Yeah. Okay. Go and look away, and I'll pour the next one, and then I can keep doing this. So go and look away.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And for the chat, this is going to be the next sample for Cliffy.
Again, reminder: no spoilers in the chat.
No spoilers, people, please.
I know some people might just now be joining, so I don't want them.
Yeah, no spoilers whatsoever. Please, no spoilers.
Or else they're gonna have to blindfold me the entire stream.
No
Because
kidding,
then I can't read the chat.
like, yeah. Let me pour mine. Like how Tony's like, I'm having coffee.
Emily too, man. Y'all listen. I did need a nap earlier, so
I was like, I love me some coffee, so I just didn't want to do it before the stream.
No, yeah. I've done that before stream, and I get super like hyper and like a little too much.
Okay, you're good.
Where it's like annoying.
Yeah. Okay. So that.
Wait, you think it's annoying?
No. Okay. So obviously, feel free to go ahead and start going through everything you need to do.
Alfonso said it's definitely a perfect weather day in Southern California. Yeah, it's beautiful.
It really is.
Ooh, that's interesting on the nose.
And I'm sorry, but FYI, that was the only one that did not have an age statement. All the rest of these do have legit age statements.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we decided before this is like still ask the age statement question, even if it doesn't. That way, it's not like thrown off.
Mm-hmm. And obviously, like you said, go see if it helps or doesn't help.
I just want to smell this. It's good.
Smell my glass.
You know what's weird though? There's a note to it that almost smells like medicinal, like a
medicinal what?
Like a sterile, you like wipe something with like a sterile wipe in like a hospital.
Mm-hmm. Oh, like alcohol wipe?
Yeah, like it's not like peat. There's some peats that give me that, but it's not peat. It's more of just like I don't know if it's high ABV or what on the nose, but man, that is tingling nostrils.
Tingle those nostrils.
Antiseptic. Zofer says, yeah, it's in the same. Yeah, man. God, I know you're going to ask me if this is a bourbon or a rye, and that's going to really fuck me up.
Bourbon or rye, baby.
I don't know if I could tell you.
Bourbon or rye. Like I said, I would do it like Matt Mattis, and Matt Mattis obviously asked you because like if you're like me, it's like I like to taste and then tell you nose and see.
Yeah.
But he asked on the nose, so you have to ask on the nose.
Wait, Tony says, since when does that not have an age limit? No, the ones he
No,
said.
I'm
do
sorry,
have age
Tony.
limits,
Yeah,
yes.
that Jack Daniels was the only one that I brought that does not have an age statement. All the rest of the ones I'm going to do with him have an age statement. Yeah. So what are you getting on the nose?
Yeah, they answer. High ABV is what I'm getting on the nose.
Interesting. Okay.
God, that's really hard on the nose to tell. I need like a
You're like, I need to reset.
Some my arm or something, but man.
Smell that elbow.
I'm gonna guess rye. I'm gonna guess rye on the nose.
Okay. Sorry,
it's very different.
Okay. Whoops. Okay.
All right.
Well, what kind of notes are you getting?
Alcohol.
Okay.
No, there is a brighter note.
I was gonna say I almost feel
think
like fruit again, like almost like a red fruit.
That's what makes me think rye. It's a little brighter on the nose.
Yeah.
And even with bourbons, even if they are like a red fruit note on the nose, it comes out more in a rye.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's interesting. All right, let's try it. Cheers.
Cheers everyone in the chat.
Oh, that tastes like something vintage.
It goes really kind of dark, almost like
it goes dark. Like, it's not sweet at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole, the witness is it's like kind of like a peanut brittle, or it's like not like a sweet peanut brittle, but like a really dark peanut brittle. That's weird. Brandon, what are you giving me? You already gave me something that I don't know.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I don't know if you've had any of these, except for I know one you definitely have, but I don't know, but we'll see.
It's really dark. It doesn't taste like familiar to me at all.
Okay.
This makes me think this is something craft. Proof. What was the last proof?
The proof was 107. And you guessed 100 on the proof.
I'm all over the place.
Yeah.
I'm way under. I've noticed I'm way under the whole time.
Well, that's what I'm trying to realize is like Artino's trying to help me. Like usually like with high ABV, you can almost like feel it or like feel it through your nose, like your nostril almost.
Well, I smelled that and I was like, oh my God, that's high ABV. But on the palate, it doesn't taste that hot. I'm gonna guess proof 110.
Okay.
Age is difficult. Because this could either be a craft one that's just like heavily charred or like small barrels.
Yeah.
Or it could be a well-aged.
I'm saying again, vanilla now.
Man, I have
caramel.
I'm really thrown off by this one.
Yeah, I remember like Artino said too, is obviously look at the color. Sometimes the color helps with the age too.
I drank most of mine. Look at your color.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I can give you some more. Like I said, if you want, give me some more. So.
I could almost see it being like a wheated bourbon now.
Okay.
Age.
I see where you're going with that wheat because I'm like on the nose, it's getting a little sweeter.
Yeah, like it's not spicy. It's not spicy.
A little bit. The palate is spicy.
Proof, I'm gonna guess 110.
Yep.
Yeah, he said I highly recommend a controlled pour for calibrating. But I usually do that during Matt Madness, but I'm going into it blind this time. So
yeah, and to be fair, we had a couple pours before we started.
That's true. Age. Oh, God, I have no idea.
I'm terrible at age too.
To me, it tastes older. There's a chance that it's a craft whiskey that's younger and just heavy charred barrels, but I think it might be an older one that I'm just not familiar with. I'm gonna go with 16. I know that's crazy high. And I know that's high.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with it. Distillery. This is gonna be. These all contradict each other, by the way. Okay. I'm gonna say Maker's Mark.
Okay. What's making you think Maker's Mark?
The fact that I thought there was like a wheated quality to it.
Okay, but don't other distilleries have wheat bourbons?
They do.
Okay. Okay.
Well, the reason I say that is because like proof-wise, usually Maker's Mark sticks around the 110 to 115.
Yep.
So that the proof kind of made me feel like Maker's. The only thing is it has an extra char layer. And I'm only thinking like maybe I know there's a new release of Maker's Mark, not the Heart Collection. There's a new one that just
the
came
wheat
out.
whiskey that just came out.
Yeah, so I'm
FYI, it's not that.
It's not.
I haven't gotten it yet.
Okay.
Just let me know.
But that's where my like brain. Okay. It's probably not Maker's Mark.
Okay, and then so
I finished it. Let me just smell it.
Yep, and then obviously no guess or bottle guess.
Shoot, that's so high chart. I'm gonna say Michter's bourbon. It's completely out of the world, but like whatever. No, there's been water. People are saying there's
no, there's water, guys. We got water. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's telling me that I'm very, very wrong.
Okay. So are you ready with the reveal?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't think it's a rye. I guessed it was a rye. I don't think it's a rye.
But again, like you're like me. It's like after you taste, you're like, crap.
Yeah.
I'm wrong or I'm right because
I didn't change my nose. Yeah.
No.
But like if I would have immediately known that's not right.
Yeah, and again, but like you said, in that madness, you can't go back and change your answer. So that's why I'm not changing them because again, we're trying to do this. So yes, you are correct. It's a bourbon.
Yes. Okay, it's a bourbon.
And proof. I mean, I'll have to double check, but I think proof's 107. So that's pretty dang close, honestly. So the proof is pretty close.
Age is way off, isn't it?
It's 12.
Not
so it's
too
not terribly, but it's
okay.
Okay, it's 12.
Okay.
And obviously, it's not Makers. It's Old Forester.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Old Forester 12. Is this the bar? Oh, fuck. What is Old Forester 12? I don't even remember this bottle.
Because it's not. It's my bottle. It's the birthday bourbon from last year.
Oh my goodness.
And see, that's why I tilted down the chat earlier because it's got a 12-year age date. That's why I told you it's got 12-year age date.
Wow. Okay.
And yes, it is one. It's 107. So 107 proof.
You know, I always say I don't like birthday bourbon, but I did like that.
Yeah, that's 2024's release.
Did I like it as much as I would think a birthday bourbon should be liked? Not necessarily, but I did like it.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Well, now I know. Dang.
So that was a fun one. Like I said, I'm just kind of mixing it up a little bit, trying to keep you guessing, but also different distilleries,
Fred says, thank you for the validation. I've always said that birthday tastes like vintage Old Forester. I did. The first thing I said is it tastes like it smells vintage. Yeah.
I know you're freaking out. You're like, oh, crap, it could be a craft. I wanted to bring a craft one, but like, I know you're going to instantly go craft.
I changed my mind. That's when I guessed 16, I changed my mind. I'm like, this isn't a craft. It tastes too refined to be a craft whiskey. So I said, so when I said 16, I think I may have been influenced by a comment. By the way, even if you guys don't think you're leaving comments that are hints, it wasn't a hint, but I read it as a hint. Tony mentioned Calumet 18 or something.
Oh yeah,
and
I saw that.
I was like, maybe it's a 16-year bargain. Mm-hmm. So I said 16. So guys, don't mention whiskeys when I'm doing this, please, because it throws me off. I'm like, oh shit, that could be a Calumet.
There you go.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry, going back to the chat, Michael. What bottle did you get at Bedmo from SRP? Was that the Makers, the wheat whiskey we were talking about, or
the birthday bourbon?
Yeah, whatever one, but yeah.
I don't feel that bad about that one. I wasn't that far off.
No, like I said, you're getting pretty close. So
again, on the nose I said rye, but as soon as I tasted it, like that's bourbon.
Yeah, like you said, it's hard. So
no, I didn't say you did anything wrong. I'm just saying, don't mention whiskeys while I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, see, that's what it was. Back up here where he's like, friend's house drinking in Calumet 18.
Okay,
that's what it was. Then obviously, then Tony was like, okay, I would consider buying the.
So it's all on me. It's my fault. It's my fault.
Okay.
But I will say, I read the Calumet comment. I was like, wait. Fuck, it could be Calumet.
Oh, got it. Okay, Michael was talking about the Calumet 18. Okay.
I'm sorry. No, you guys keep talking.
Yeah,
I will not look at. But now that I know that you guys are watching and paying attention, that you won't drop a hint, then I'll be okay with it.
So
let's keep it going. Let's go. How do you guys think I'm doing? Let me know in the chat. Am I doing really bad? Probably.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. No, I got a fun one for the chat. Okay. So keep your eyes closed for a little bit. So I'm gonna ask the chat really quick, and then I'm gonna wait till the chat goes away before I.
Yeah. Ask them to like spam. So, but you guys, when you spam things to like cover it up in the chat, make sure you type something different every time. If you type the same thing, you'll get auto banned. So like if Brandon's saying
you can look. I'm on the box. You're good. Yeah.
If Brandon is saying cover up the chat, just type like words and like make them all different, because YouTube will ban you if you type the same thing over. Like skip. Like it won't.
Okay.
So
okay. Yeah. So go ahead and keep. So I'm gonna ask the chat what bottle should I do next? Okay, chat.
And then Brandon, let me know.
Yeah, I will. Okay, chat. What do you think? Go ahead and ask any questions to me really quick, or which one should we do? I'm kind of leaning towards this one to kind of mess with them, but what do you guys think in the chat? Please let me know. Okay, so we're waiting for the chat. I'm gonna give them a minute, so go ahead and just hang out for a second.
Yeah, I think it's funny that people like accuse me of cheating, but like I was that kid that like if I ever found out what a gift was for me, I would like cry. Because like I hated spoiling surprises.
Yeah.
So like
Okay.
I would never guess and look at what this is.
Okay. So Fred, I like your idea. So the second one, Fred, is that this one, right? Second one. So we got 1 vote for number 1. This can be the second one. This is number 2. So put in the chat 1 for the first one, or this is number 2. Because we got 1 for 1. Not the one you want to do. Okay. Ooh. I don't know what that means, Fred, but okay.
I don't know what that means. That's
knocking. Yes. Okay. So we got 1 for Fred. Okay. So Fred, I'm going to do yours first, and then Tony. Oh, okay. Now, Fred, sorry. We got 2 for the first one on your right. My right. I'm all confused. Left. Okay.
You guys can name the bottles. I'm not looking. You can name the bottles. Don't cause confusion.
It's fine. I'm going to go with this one, guys. Okay. That was my bad. I apologize. I'm going to go with this one. Everyone in the chat, go ahead and feel free to spam the chat.
Yeah, but don't do too much where you get banned. So just like, we're like, huh? What? Yeah. Hi, my name is, like, something like that. Like,
my name is what? My name is who?
Do some song lyrics or something.
I know. Stage right. Yeah. And thank you, Artino. I was like, I'm confusing myself because you're right. I'm like, am I right or you're right?
All right. At this point on, no more comments about the bottles until we review.
Yes. Yep.
So Brandon, tell me when it's good to look.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I'm waiting for the chat to go through. So okay. Number 1 stage. Okay, you can look because obviously all of them is just like left, right, like apple bottom jeans. Okay, you're fine.
That's okay. So shady. I love it.
Like I'm all confused.
Okay, I have no idea what your options were.
Yeah.
Ooh, man, I keep saying ooh because that just smells good.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're bringing good shit. Like, so like I know.
Yeah. I don't know why. Like I almost got like smoky, like almost like not barbecue, but like almost like a cigar, almost like tobacco.
Yeah.
Like that was my first thought.
Yeah. Yes, tobacco. Like I keep trying to say like yes. I was trying to say something different, but no, tobacco.
Yeah.
To me, it's like a raw tobacco. It's less of like a smoked tobacco.
Mm-hmm. With like sweet, like almost like vanilla, almost like caramelized tobacco leaves, almost like.
Yeah. It's sweet, but not like in a sweet, like fruity kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
there's almost no fruit.
No. Oh my gosh.
So it's like very caramely.
Yeah. I'm gonna guess bourbon. If this is a rye, it's gonna really blow my mind because on the nose it does not smell like a rye at all. Michael said, "Just ignore us. I know you're normally responsive to us, but we might purposely mess with your mind." It smells delicious. All right, let's try it.
All right, cheers.
Oh, no. Oh, there you go.
Cheers. Try to be easy on the glass.
Ooh, that's a nice honey note on that. Wait, is finished a question or no?
It can be, but I'm like 90% sure this is not finished.
Okay, that's fine.
To be fair, the only one I thought was the jacket, and I forgot to ask the question, so that's why I was like, my bad. I apologize. Yeah,
I don't know what this is, but it's really good.
Yeah, and I was like, unfortunately, no chocolate, Artino, but I do get tobacco. Tanzania.
The product of Tanzania. I doubt it. Oh wow, dude! Like if this was Matt Madness, I would absolutely fail because like this isn't familiar to me at all. Yeah. It's delicious. I really like it.
See, and to me, my own personal thing is I would hope that the juice would be familiar, but the bottle, I guess maybe not. But maybe I'm 100% wrong because I also know what it is. So it's like obviously I'm like, okay, it jumps out like the birthday bourbon, like obviously it's a Forester, but
like, obviously not to me.
I know, trust me, I've been on the other side of the blind. It sucks, but
what's up, Mike? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well.
Cheers, welcome in.
I don't want to guess. I just want to.
See, Artino knows what's up. I am, but the microphone, I don't need it to echo. But honestly, the palate's it's not one note, but it's not super complex, honestly.
No, but it's a really good note.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. Like if I'm okay with the whiskey not being super complex as long as the note is really good. This is to me. Did you pick these based on what you think I would like, or did you just pick?
I thought you would like, and to kind of mix them up. Okay. So it's not like it's all one distillery. It's not all one whatever. And to be fair, I hope you like them because I think you had most of these.
I do like this a lot. I'm gonna guess proof.
Okay.
I said last one was 110. It has such a nice body to it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's misleading me. Shit. I'm gonna say. Fuck. I don't have anything to compare it to. I didn't have a control pour. I'll say 115.
Okay.
Age, I'm gonna say 7.
Okay.
Oh, distillery. That's where I struggle.
Funny. I'm usually okay at distillery. I just mess with the bottles.
No,
I'm terrible with the bottles.
No, normally yes, but I'm saying this particular one.
Oh, okay.
Because that is a really nice nose. I'm trying to think where I've gotten that before.
Mm-hmm. And when you're like me, it's like as soon as I give you the bottle guess, you're like, I knew it. Like it's old familiar almost.
It's so sweet. I'm gonna guess MGP.
Okay. And then you have a bottle guess.
I'm gonna say Joseph Magnus. Does that count as a bottle guess?
Yeah.
Okay. To me, it's giving that cigar blend. Like it's like really rich and really dark and super tobacco-y. And that's probably wrong, I'm sure. But like, all right, let's see how we did.
Okay.
Nose,
So,
bourbon or rye?
So again, I think you're finally getting warmed up because you're right.
Okay.
It's bourbon.
Okay.
I'll have to double check the proof in a second, but I think you're pretty damn close.
Okay,
I think it's
that's
like
the one.
117. I
Okay.
think. Like I'll double check. Age, I'm pretty sure is spot on. I think it's 7. I'm pretty sure it's spot on.
Okay. So I need some warming up. Okay.
And it is MGP.
Fuck. Okay.
It is
Damn.
MGP.
Okay. Smoke wagon.
Smoke wagon. So it is 7 years.
7 year.
It's I can't do math. 58.78. So 117. Yeah, 117 and some change if I remember correctly.
Yeah. So like within 2 or 3 fruit points.
That's what I'm saying. Like right there, like it is age stated 7 years. That's why I did that. And it's got the proof. So
Okay.
It is a bourbon. They're straight bourbon whiskey.
You know what's funny is I always hesitate on thinking that I know what the MGP flavor profile is.
But that's why in my head I was like, oh, it's MG because like I said, like MGP is usually pretty sweet on the bourbon.
That was
so like,
that was sweet. Yeah, I'm like, okay, my guess is MGP.
Yeah, so I'm like, where do you go with that? Let me double check the math really quick just to let you know. But I was like, I'm pretty sure.
Close enough. I won. I'm just kidding. You guys, okay, so thank you guys for the praise because you guys were shitting on me earlier. So
it's 117.56. So you're basically 2.5 proof points off, which is pretty damn good, honestly, is what I think.
I'm okay with that. Like, totally okay with that.
Yeah. Like I think we're doing pretty good. So we're doing pretty good on time. So if you want to take a minute, relax before we continue.
Yeah, I like to enjoy this.
Check out the chat. Yeah.
So this is the one
that was the one you skipped on.
Wait, which
that was the Latitude's pick. Remember that was the one we're in New Mexico.
Yes. So the reason I skipped on it is because I just bought a pick of this in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Same age, the 7 years, same mash bill.
Yep. Because and then Patrick's got the other bottle, so I'm gonna send him. Sam's gonna send me a sample, so that we can do because this is two different barrel picks, the same store, 2 picks.
Emily says, "There's the Clifton we know." Yes, thank you. James is here. Cheers, James. Fred says, "MGP at that age is very sweet. I can understand why you might think finished. Has a lot of fruit, like an apricot." Yeah.
Apricot or apricot?
I say apricot. I don't know. I'm not the one to ask for things like that.
I'm down with MGP, my man.
Yeah. No, I like this.
Yeah, you know me. Yeah.
Now, it's interesting to I'm trying to remember this. This is MGP. This is MGP.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As soon as you said proof, I'm like, dude, that's pretty damn close. And you're like 7. I'm like, crap, right on the head. And MGP, I'm like, keep going, dude.
Then I failed at it.
And then you're like, Joseph's Magnus, and I'm like, but to be fair, there's a lot of MGP.
There's a lot.
Like, realistically, but if you're like me, it's like you go back and if like, okay, so if you know you're around the bourbon, like you have to almost like, what bottle would go with your guesses? Unless you're 100% wrong, you're trying to hedge your bets. Okay, fine.
Fred said, "Is that the funky mash bill?" It is a different mash bill than the normal MGP.
I want to say.
I don't want to say funky though, because I think it tastes.
It doesn't give it just it doesn't give the mash bill on this. It just has
the mash bill is based on the barrel number 39% rye.
Okay, so 39.341 for those.
Yeah, I think Fred taught me that the 39 means 39% rye.
Okay, I was like, I have no idea. I don't know the MGP, so I don't know, Fred, if he's right.
I think Fred told me that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. Either way, so.
Okay.
But I think that was a fun one.
All right. Well.
And to be fair, I think we tried that one the last time.
We tried last year.
Yeah, a couple times ago.
Okay, but like I obviously didn't think it was that specific bottle, so that's even better.
Mm-hmm. But again, I wanted to bring that because again, age statement.
Yeah, no, that was great. That was great.
I'm like I said, you nailed it. So I was like, yeah, just like I said, just take your time.
I feel pretty confident. All right.
Like, yeah, no rush. Like that's why I told you, like, don't second guess yourself. Like when you're right, you're right. Yeah. Like.
Well, these have all been your bottles. Feel free to go to my. I mean, you probably have some of your own too, but like, feel free to go to my collection too. You have full reign. You know the rules. These guys know the rules too.
Mm-hmm.
Don't open anything. At least in this situation, this is blind. Don't open anything.
Yeah.
And then don't finish anything. Those
Yep.
are the only rules. Everything
Okay.
else is full game.
Okay. So I've got one more that I really want you to try blind, and then I will grab a bottle or two from your own. So I'm just like,
All right, let's do it.
Yep. Okay.
I'm gonna
so
go
we're
refill
gonna
my
check.
water. So
Okay.
keep going up.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna go use the restroom.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, just wait outside, and I'll,
Yeah.
I'll open the door when you come back in.
Wait, yeah, leave it open.
Yeah. Yeah. Go and close it. Hello.
Don't spoil my secrets.
Hello, chat. I'm alone. Do you think Cliffy will like this, or should I put this away? So he's never tried this. I was waiting. I opened it with Artino a couple weeks ago. Sorry, guys.
Brandon.
Yes, I heard.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you can go to the bathroom now.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go bathroom. Our significant others are watching on TV, and he literally went to the bathroom and made a left and walked across the TV. So we will drink this not blind, but that answers that question. So my bad. Pour it now. Wouldn't that be funny, Fred? Hold on. Hold on. I don't know what he's got over here. I don't know. This is not my house. Let me finish. Oh. Don't look again. This is what he gets. This is what he gets, chat. This is what he gets. Wait outside. We're not done yet. Sorry, guys. Sorry for yelling. Okay. 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 Here goes nothing, guys. Come on. Okay. Ruin your own surprise.
All
But
right,
okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Listen, here's what happened. I walked out there, and then there was a bit of a delay on the screen. I was like, "Oh, there's a delay," and I saw myself leaving the room. And I looked to make sure I looked okay leaving the room, and then as soon as I left the room, apparently Brandon pulls out the bottle. I'm like, "Ah!" So
That's what I told the chat. So I was like, okay, it's fine. Like, we'll drink that after this. Like, that's
yes.
fine.
Okay, no, it's okay.
Because we talked about that. So I really wanted you to try that at
It's
least
okay.
before we leave.
Oh
so.
shit! I thought it was a 12. Okay, either way.
Okay, I'll put it away. You don't want it? Like, that's
It's okay.
fine. Like,
No, I thought it was a 12 when I said let's split it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. Okay.
Okay.
Either way.
Did not look at the next bottle.
Okay.
Francesca blocked the walkway.
Good.
She's like, "You cannot come in here."
Good. You shouldn't.
All right, next.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Now we're back into it.
Man,
buddy.
this is dark.
kinky.
Well, I've been saying they've all been dark, but this is the darkest.
Yeah. I like that. I was like, what the hell is Fred doing? Did he like have a seizure? And I'm like, oh wait, he's just
He's
spinning.
spinning.
I was like, what are those letters supposed to mean?
Familiar, super dark, little crafty.
I was almost gonna go tobacco again, but it's not tobacco. It's almost like plum. Like
I was gonna
grape.
say ink, which is like a weird note, but like
sweet ink.
Sweet ink. I don't know, man. On that nose, it's giving a little bit like Texas is giving a little like.
It's used at Texas. I'm like, that's what it is. That Texas funk that I
Yeah,
usually don't like, but
it's
this
giving
one I
that.
dig. Yeah.
It's either like a small barrel.
See.
But it's also giving like a
almost
small
like
barrel.
almost like candied plums, honestly.
It can also be like a small barrel.
I don't know. Ask Clifton.
Yeah,
he's
I
the
said
ink guy.
ink,
He's
I'm
the ink guy.
Oh, this is super craft. I'm gonna tell you this is a craft whiskey right up.
Okay, so on the nose, what's your guess? Bourbon, rye,
What's-
wheat whiskey.
No, you already
Latino.
told me. You already told me it's. Oh, is it bourbon and rye or is it open? Now we're in my collection, right?
Yeah,
It can be open.
it can be anything you want. It's obviously not Irish and it's not.
Give
Scotch.
me limitations. Tell me. Give me
Okay, then just keep
options.
with bourbon and rye. 'Cause I'm pretty sure this is one of those two. Pretty sure.
Okay.
And if I'm wrong, then you can brimstone.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Sergio? What's up, dude?
Oh, what's up? Good to see you. I'm gonna say rye.
No, that's funny. I wish it was. I do. Funny you said that, Tony. I actually do have an aged vodka.
You did. You brought
in
that,
bourbon
yeah.
barrels, and I messed with Clifton. He thought it was American because it does taste like an
Yeah,
American whiskey.
yeah,
It's
it
very
does.
light, very easy drink. Okay, So you said rye.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's high.
Clankety clank.
Oh yeah. Cheers.
That was
It's
him.
okay.
That was him.
It's my Glens. It doesn't matter if you break them. It's fine.
No, because earlier our team was like, I like to clank, and I do, but I was like, that was him, dude. That was not me.
Ooh, that tastes like chocolate. It's like a. Is this a flavored whiskey?
Okay, happy Clifton.
There are other rules. No live streaming without pants. I have pants. I have pants.
Technically, they're shorts, but that's fine.
I have shorts. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Chocolate and spice.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, I like it. It doesn't taste like typical whiskey. This is something that if it's in my collection, it's like it's something I rarely try.
It doesn't taste like typical whiskey. Interesting.
Does it not?
I don't know. I guess I need you to elaborate on what's not typical about it.
The notes are very harsh and very upfront, almost to the point where I feel like this tastes flavored. I don't think it is flavored, but the intensity of the notes make me feel like it's a flavored whiskey, like a peanut butter. Like I'm thinking, okay, imagine this: barrel aged screwball peanut butter whiskey. That's what I'm getting on the nose at cast strength.
Ew.
Fred says water break, so I'm obviously really wrong.
Clippies. Hey, good evening, Donald. How's it going, bud? Oh, this is only sample 4. We can do one more if you want, or we can finish up this.
Yeah, we'll do one more.
Okay.
And then I'll blind you with one at the end. How about that?
Okay, that sounds terrible, but okay.
Because I don't want to be the only one sucking.
Okay. I mean, I'm worse than you, so at least you got something going for you. Like, I'd be doing terrible on this. But anyways, okay, so let's go back to sample. Okay, what do you think about proof?
I just had a sip of water. Let me refresh. 120.
Okay. I was like, I already know just drinking this again. I know I would be so wrong on the proof. Like, I already know what my guess would be and would be wrong.
I want to pour chocolate and peanut butter. Age. This is where I'm like stuck because it's like to me it almost tastes like a Texas whiskey, and like if it was aged, it would be young. It'd be like 4 to 4-ish years old. But if this were not a Texas whiskey, this could be very well aged. It's very harsh. I'll say this: it's harsh.
Okay.
Which makes you think younger, high barrel aged. I'm gonna say 10.
Okay.
I know that's high. That's high when I said younger, but I have a particular guess.
Okay. Distillery.
No, I thought I had a particular guess. I don't. Hold on.
Zofra knows what's up. I want some saltines. I love
God,
some
y'all
saltines.
are really making me feel
I love
guilty.
some saltines. You're fine, buddy. Take your time. If we go into OT, it's fine. We got plenty of people in the chat. Don't forget to like, by the way.
Yeah, if y'all are enjoying it, hit the thumbs up and make sure to subscribe to see my. I do go live one more time before Matt Madness. This Thursday, I'll be going live. So if you want to subscribe after Matt Madness, that's fine. But at least subscribe until we get there.
Yeah. I mean, technically, is there a rule between like palate cleansers and Matt Madness? Like, if you want to have crackers or
no,
whatever?
I brought crackers one time, and all it did was just dry out my mouth, and I hated it. So
I was like, that's almost a good idea because I was like Fred just said, like, I'll keep that palate fresh. I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. You can use it for Matt Madness.
Okay, what questions do we have left?
You need distillery and bottle guess.
I'm gonna say Buffalo Trace.
Okay, and then bottle guess.
My mind's quickly shifting.
Okay.
The more I drink this.
Okay.
It's definitely not Stag.
I was thinking that, but I was like, I'm not getting that cherry, like the typical cherry note from Stag.
But it is that higher ABV that like I get with
Yeah.
something
To be
like
fair,
that.
I was trying to find your Stag bottle and I couldn't find it. So
Oh, it's in there.
I was nervous, dude. You left me forever, and I didn't know what to grab because I wasn't prepared.
Okay. Can I look?
I mean, okay.
I imagine you probably have it over there, though, right? You probably have it over there.
Why would I put it over there? It's your bottle.
Oh, there's.
What? Maybe it's not your bottle.
I'm gonna guess Stag.
Okay. Stag Junior or George C?
Junior.
Okay. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. It is a bourbon. It's 120 proof, correct. I believe it's 10. It is not Buffalo Trace. It is not Stag Junior.
Damn.
Tell me if I'm wrong, chat. I think I remember that.
Oh, shit. Damn. I knew it was special. Dude, I told you. I was like, this is like BTAC. When I got that, I was like, that's BTAC. When I said distillery, that's BTAC.
You're not wrong. Just for Parker's,
Yes,
not for Buffalo
yes.
Trace. That's why I was, so nailed it. And by the way, Spall's coming home with me. It's fine. I'll give it a good home. It's fine.
Okay, here's my thought. As soon as I started guessing the distillery and bottle, I'm like, this is something special. And I immediately knew this is something special.
And it's funny because like with me, like when I was sipping on it, I literally was like, crap, you guessed 120, right? You hit the nail right on the head. And I was like, in my head, I'm like, I would have guessed 125 because I'm terrible with proof. And yet you nailed it. So GG, buddy.
I will say the reason I guessed Buffalo Trace's distillery is I thought this was a BTAC bottle. But then I lowered my temptations. I cheated.
Yeah.
I cheated on bottle guess. So I looked behind me. Move your head, Brandon. There's a Stag Junior up there
That's not BTAC.
But that wasn't up there before.
Technically, it was.
Okay.
I never touched it, so that was wherever you left it. But
so I saw the Stag Junior. I'm like, oh, the Stag Junior.
Yeah.
So I at least got that it was a high end. Like, yeah, you made a great choice. Okay. Oh, Christine's here. Cheers, Christine. That's good. Good to see you. Bring in the good stuff. I told him he has full access to my collection.
Okay. Martino.
All I heard was Texas craft whiskey. I mean, true. Because that's what? It's a double oaked?
It is. I believe it's double oaked, yes. Should be double oaked. Heavy char. No, it's heavy char.
Heavy char. So you guys heard that up until... I thought it was maybe I'll tell y'all my thought process. My first guess was it was a Balcones rye, which I have at cast strength at 120-ish proof.
Yeah.
So that was my first thought. On the nose, to me, it's like Balcones rye. On the palate, I'm like, okay, I still think it's that high proof, but the more and more I taste it, I'm like, okay, maybe it's not the rye. It's very refined. It's very well done. If I would have stuck to Balcones, I would have not said it's 10 years old. I would have said it's like 3 or 4 or whatever. I'm like, this is something a little bit better than that. So I said 10-year-old. Then I'm like, oh shit, this is really good. So I said Buffalo Trace. I'm saying BTAC.
Yeah.
So
because on the to me on the palate, I don't get any rye. I don't get any rye at all.
No, I don't either. I'm sorry. I was wrong.
Michael says, on the nose, I was confused on the nose.
Michael says Clifton into the building. Sentences are getting a bit disjointed. Well, I'm embarrassed that I guessed that, but you know what? Whatever.
Sorry.
I'm reacting to Fred.
I don't like your mouse. It like clicks, but doesn't click.
I'm reacting to Fred being like, I thought he said Texas.
He did say Texas.
I did.
Texas came in the beginning. That's why I kind of chuckled. And I'm like, but no, he's not wrong.
All right.
It did at first, but.
By the way, I've spilled water on myself.
No, this is water, not whiskey.
Do you want to? Yeah, I'll blind you.
Okay, you want to blind me?
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll save this for another stream then.
Yeah, we'll save it.
We'll save that for another stream because I got plenty of bottles.
We have ideas.
Okay. You want to pour me in that clean glass, or you want me to wash things fine?
Can you rinse both of our glasses? Both of these. Oh, is that yours? Oh, this is yours.
That's a clean one.
Oh, then you're fine.
Okay.
Use that. I'm gonna rinse my glass real quick.
Okay.
So I want to try it.
Okay. I will go say hi to
Okay. Yeah.
Significant others. You tell me when I come back. Open the door when I come back in.
Okay. I will show you guys a couple bottles, and then you'll tell me which one I should do. Okay. Tell me yes or no. Okay. Brandon, you better not look. See, this is number 1. Just put your number in the chat. Is it say number 1 or number 2 or number 3. So 1, 2, or 3. Let me know what I should pour. Wait, no, stay out there. 1, 2, or 3. Let me know in the chat. I see a 2. I see a 2. I see a 1. I assume A is 1, 2. 2, 2. Okay, 2, 2, 2. Okay, 2. It's gonna be 2. No spoilers in the chat.
Hello.
You're good. Come on in.
Hello.
Come on in. Come on in.
I can come back in now.
Good.
Huzzah. We're gonna see how bad I am at this game.
I gave a
'Cause
few.
I'm really
I gave
bad.
a few options for people, so they
I
voted
like,
on this.
I like the
one.
nom nom.
That's how you know it's good.
Holy crap! Why are you putting me
Alright.
on the spot? I'm terrible at this game. I'm not
All
training
right.
for anything.
Give me this.
Mm-hmm.
You're not training, but like that way, I'm not going to be seen as the person that doesn't know their shit.
I don't know my shit. I'm admitting it right now.
All right.
You tell me what you want, boo boo.
All right. Nose,
Okay.
bourbon or rye?
Right.
That was quick. Damn. Okay. Wait, age is still. Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, it's already there for the next one.
Okay. So you say rye on the nose. All right. Oh, we're going for it. Damn, you are confident. I love that.
Mm.
Proof is the next question.
That is so low. It's either low or we've been drinking a lot, but it tastes really low, like almost like thin, but not.
Yeah, it does feel.
No, no, like the flavors.
It does feel a little thin.
Yeah, it's lower proof.
Tony said, "Wait, what's happening?" My dad called. Why is Clifton doing the blind? It's our final one for the night.
Mhm.
I wanted to blind him with one too.
I'll go with 100 proof.
100 proof. Okay.
Yeah. Watch it be like 110, but that's a sub guess. But
All right, age. There's a comment that I don't know if you were intending to kind of start giving something away, but I deleted your comment. So I'm sorry if I deleted your comment and you weren't referencing anything.
Let's go 8 years on the age.
All right, and lastly, distillery or bottle guess. Again, you can hedge your bet if you want to be like.
It smells sweet.
Okay.
Almost like honey and vanilla, like very sweet. So like I'm gonna go MGP rye. So
Distillery
MGP.
Yep.
Which would be 955, but. What for a bottle guess though? I don't.
You got to throw one out at least.
I know that's why. That's what.
Yeah.
I'm like I told
It
you.
doesn't hurt you to throw one.
No,
out.
and like I'm joking, but like I'm trying to think of like, okay, you want to give me what are some guesses for MGP riser in general?
MGP Rise. Templeton does it. MGP Rise.
It's not Templeton.
Remus, or not Remus. Sorry,
It's not Remus.
Not Remus. Sorry.
It's not Buffalo Trace. Like it's not like the Taylor Rye.
What am I thinking of? The one that used to do it, the cheap one. The one that Flintstone vitamins. What are they?
Dickel.
Dickel Rye.
It's not Dickel.
It used to be
Rye,
MGP.
Yeah. It's not Dickel Rye. It's not Turkey Rye.
That's a good guess. Turkey
And I was like, again, like Heaven Hill. Like I don't think it's not like a Pikesville.
Pikesville, yeah.
Like that's why, like in my head, I'm like, I can't guess the rye. I would be really mad if it was Pikesville. Wouldn't that be funny?
I mean, no, it wouldn't be funny.
Just put down Pikesville because I can't guess any other. I can't think of any other balls off the top of my head.
Michael said, I think you should start off blinding each other by throwing the whiskey in each other's eyes. We made a joke about it earlier. Like, you're going to blind us each. No.
Yeah. Okay. So feel free to tell me how wrong I am.
Do a bottle guess.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to go Pikesville because I know I'm
Pikesville?
like,
Okay.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a rye.
All right.
And if it's not a rye, I quit. I'm going to walk out that. No, I'm just kidding.
You're going to walk out that door?
No, just tell me how wrong I am. It's fine.
It's not a rye.
What?
It's not a rye. Go. Get
Okay, bye.
Just kidding.
Tempt me with a good time.
All right. So no,
So
you're
wrong.
You're wrong, but this makes me feel better because I'm like, okay, I'm not the only one. So you guys, nose was a rye.
Yeah.
Yes, proof was 100. Honestly, let me look. Don't look.
Okay.
Don't look. You actually nailed the proof. You did nail the proof.
Yeah.
Age, you were very, very short. It was 16 years old.
It's not the Jim Beam one.
Old Granddad?
Yeah, the old OGD.
Distillery is Jim Beam. Bottle is Old Granddad, 16 year.
Yeah.
So you got the proof though.
Yeah.
So, but like I'm telling you, it's hard. This is proof, guys, that this isn't easy.
No, it's not. You realize is that if you let stuff open up longer, you start getting more quality, more character to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you first poured it, it didn't nose like a rye. So but it's a high rye bourbon.
Yeah.
Right there. So
no, I thought it was a good guess. So that leaves me a little more confident that like I'm not too far off, but this was fun. This was actually good. And I think I learned a lot.
Yeah.
Because at first, y'all saw I was really off at first, and you guys were giving me advice. You're like, first guess, go with your gut,
Yeah.
And as I went on, that actually paid off. So I'll do it. We got 1 week till Map Madness. We'll see how it goes.
Yep.
But yeah, thank you, Brandon, for being a part of this stream. Thank you guys for watching a Saturday stream. If y'all want to see more of these, you guys got to let us know. Because trust me, Brandon will be like, they want it. So I'll come up.
Yeah, we have plenty of stuff.
Sergio said the fact that you can get the proof alone is impressive. Yeah, no, you nailed it. 100 proof. You
Debatable,
got it.
but that's fine. Debatable.
Great practice. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so much fun. Well, I will see you guys. I will be doing a stream this Thursday, normal time, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Not quite sure what I'm doing yet, but I'll do something. That'll be my last thing before Map Madness, and then I might just delete my channel after how bad it goes. We'll see. We'll find out.
You're fine.
But thank you all for watching. Have a great rest of your weekend. I will see you guys next week. Brandon, thank you for being a part of this.
Thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, always fun to have someone else to come on and like challenge me a bit. That's always fun. So cheers. I'll see y'all this week. Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes whiskey reviews with an 80s twist. But today there's even more of a twist because, as you saw in the title, as you saw in the thumbnail, we are doing Scotch tonight. It's been a minute since we've done a Scotch stream. Those of you that are regulars know that I love Scotch. I'm first and foremost a bourbon lover, an American whiskey lover. But thanks to some very, very generous friends, I've had a chance to explore Scotch. I used to say I dabbled in Scotch, but now I feel like I can consider myself a Scotch fan. And tonight, I had a very special flight sent to me by my friend, Don Nishida, who is here in the chat. He says, who sends a peated Scotch to a bourbon guy? Well, you obviously do, but don't worry, I am very excited. Those of you that, like I said, have been watching the channel for a while, I've done a lot of reviews of these Lefroy Cargis releases, but never done them all together. So that's what we're doing tonight. We are tasting 7 different expressions of Lefroy Cargis, ranging from 2018 all the way to 2024 with the latest release. So I'm really excited. Many of these I've not had. Some of them are some of my absolute favorite Scotch whiskeys. So tonight is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, some of these, especially that PX Sherry Cask, was one of my favorites. I think, if not, it was definitely my favorite Scotch of the year when it came out, but it may have been one of my favorites of the year. So very excited to revisit that one and taste through some new ones tonight. So thank y'all for tuning in. First of all, shout out to Sugar Kitty for becoming the newest Byte Club member, which is the way to support the channel here on YouTube. You get access to some fun emojis and just another way to support the channel along with Patreon, Super Chats. Y'all know the drill. So thank you for Sugar Kitty for thanks there and Patreon. Fred said, nailed it, just walked in the door. Good timing, great timing. Clifton needs to drink more Scotch. I do. I actually haven't bought Scotch in a while. I used to buy it, not equally to bourbon. I still would obviously buy bourbon more frequently, but I used to buy it more often. So maybe this will inspire me to go out and explore more. We have Squirrely Tea in the chat. Cheers to you, Todd. Four Leaf Whiskey. What's up, Stacy? Good to see you. Donnie is here, the Linux Cat, Adam, and yeah, if you're here, say hello. I know a few people couldn't make it that wanted to watch this, so hope you enjoy the replay. Let me know in the comments what your favorite of the night was. I'll definitely, I think I'm gonna try to rank these, like maybe not all of them, but maybe have like a favorite and then like a least favorite. But not that it's least favorite is bad, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how we get through 7 different whiskeys, which should be fun, but also I'm a bit intimidated. Audio issues, wrong mic. Uh-oh, I hope not. Let me check. I can. Thanks for checking. It says it's the correct mic. I turned it up a little bit. Let me know if that's a little bit better, Donnie. Yeah, everything should be normal. So good to know. Todd is the newest Byte Club member. Welcome to the Byte Club, Todd. Thank you for all your support across all platforms. I appreciate it. Don says he knows what his favorite is. All right, we'll save it. We'll find out as we taste through. I'd like to know as well, but I don't want to be influenced, right? But if you guys have had these, let me know your favorite. No, I guess Don, you can share your favorite too. I don't know. It's not going to influence me either way, but I'm excited. I know what I think is going to be my favorite, but yeah. So I did want to start. So these are all high proof. So I have the proofs of each of them here. One of them is no. They're all cask strength, I believe. So I thought I would start with a 10-year cask strength, just regular Lefroy 10-year. I wanted to start with something to set my palate to expect what a typical Lefroy tastes like at cask strength. So we're going to start with this. We're actually going to have 8 whiskeys tonight. This could be a problem. We'll see. Oh, apparently the audio cut out. Oh, sorry. I don't know. Nothing's changed. I have not changed anything at all. Maybe a loose cable? I don't know. I don't want to touch it and mess anything up. So if it keeps happening, let me know. All right. So we're going to, like I said, start with just the 10-year. Now, these are all, some of them are age dated, but not all of them are. So I think this is the closest thing to compare them to, just a cask strength. This one's coming in at 56.5% ABV. So, and this is a December 2021 batch. This is my first whiskey of the day. So jumping right into the cask strength. Let's see how it goes. Let's try it. Cheers. Yeah, very classic Lefroy. Liking the higher proof though. Lefroy was one of the hardest scotches for me to get into. And I got into other peated scotches way before Lefroy. Like I love Port Charlotte. I love the Ardbeg releases. You can see I have quite a few Ardbegs back there. Lefroy, it took me a minute to get into. And I think it wasn't until these Cargis releases that I really appreciated what they do. So their standard release isn't really for me. I don't typically buy it very often. But these, I try to buy it every single year because everyone is unique and they're all special in their own way. If you're not familiar, Cargis is like I said, annual release from Lefroy. The word Cargis means friendship in Gaelic. And they kind of release this every year towards the Friends of Lagos. Yeah, so it's actually, the name was suggested by a former distillery manager's grandmother, apparently. So gotta love that. So yeah, they've been doing it since 2008, actually. So we don't have the first 10 years here, unfortunately. I'm sure those bottles are long gone. But we have 2018 all the way through 2024. So I'm really excited to taste through and find out my favorite. Don said standard Lefroy and Ardbeg are rough. I agree. I can't tell you the last time I bought either of those standard releases. But the special releases really, really shine. And they're some of the best I have. Fred said I've only had one Cargis, the most recent cask favorites. I enjoyed it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, well, I'm excited to try to taste through some of these other ones. Don't mess with Granny. Todd says, when I was in Scotland at the distillery, we asked the guy behind the tasting bar which bottle we could go home with. Out of 12, we should go home with. Out of 12 offerings, he said the Cargis hands down. Yeah, I can see why. It's a favorite of mine. I'm sure it's probably a favorite of someone at the distillery as well. So usually with these releases, they're finished with unique casks that are, some of them are finished in the cask, but some of them are matured in that cask exclusively. So I have the pages pulled up for each of these to kind of walk us through them and kind of learn a little bit about what makes each of them unique. But glad I set my palate with the 10 cask. I think it definitely lets me know the base so I can look for the nuances of each of these releases. So I'm excited. shall we get started? We have, like I said, we have 7 card just releases to go through. We should probably go ahead and get started. So the first one is the oldest. This is the 2018 release. This was a Pheno cask. Now, this one I can't find very much info on because it's so old. I can only find third-party reviews. I can't. Every other one of these has an official page, like an official Lefroy page. This one, however, does not because it is so old. But what I can find online, I will share with you all. It looks like this one comes in at 51.8% ABV. The label was a little bit different. If you look at my thumbnail, this one was like a clear bottle. Like the rest of these are these green bottles, which are typical you see as Lefroy. This one actually was a clear bottle. So it's interesting that they decided to switch to the green one later on. Let's see if we have any more info about here. It says, let's see, matured in first fill X bourbon cask and finished in X Pheno casks, bottled at 51.8% ABV. Now, Pheno casks, I honestly didn't know what those were. So Pheno is the lightest of sherries. So it's a sherry wine cask. But it says it must contain no more than 5 grams of residual sugar per liter. Its alcohol content is 15 to 17% by volume. So it's going to be a very light sherry flavor, I imagine, based on that note alone. But let's find out. I will say color-wise, it is relatively light. I mean, the Warehouse one, which is the 2022, seems to be the lightest of them all. But this is definitely very light in color. So I'm going to pour just like a little bit over half the bottle. I'll be drinking these on the after party as well, so don't worry, I'm not going to try to chug them all right now. By the way, if you guys want to get in on the after party, you can join Patreon at patreon.com/Bourbon Bytes. For as little as $2 a month, you can support the channel, but for the $10 tier, you get access to our weekly hangout after every live stream, and our monthly movie night, which we're coming up in February, so we're going to have to do a rom-com or something romance-related for our retro movies. Preferably from the 80s, but we kind of have some wiggle room there, so get y'all suggestions in. All right, so nose on this one, the Pheno cask. Let me just quickly recalibrate myself with the palate of the 10-year. Yeah, the peat is like there, but it's not like blowing me away on the nose. It's definitely on the palate for sure, for the regular 10-year. But going to the X Pheno cask, there's a bit of a earthy quality to it, but that's different than like the peat. It kind of reminds me of like, do I say like wheatgrass? I'm trying to think. It's like a certain grass that's kind of put into smoothies a lot, and I've tried like a shot of it on its own. A little bit bitter of a grass, but there's some sweetness. It's almost not even just that. Maybe some chives, like a green onion. There's like that note when I'm saying earthy. It does smell sweet though. It smells sweeter than the standard Lefroy 10. Yeah, so this one, everyone else will have more information on. This one, I literally am limited to what I can find online about this one. It was aged in warehouses 8 and 10, if that helps anyone. But yeah, let's go for a taste. The nose, I like it. It's giving grassy, but let's give it a taste. Cheers. Okay. It's surprisingly light. I mean, there's definitely an additional cask influence that's beyond just the bourbon cask. I think it brings a richness. It's definitely more of a mouthfeel. Has a bit more richness to it. I don't get as much of that like grassy flavor. It does still kind of remind me of like wheat or like I don't want to say like a barnyard because like that's always like that means different things to different people. But it almost does have like that. So like okay, maybe this is just me being a weird Southern kid. I would sometimes eat a straw of hay, like, and they're a little bit sweet. I was a weirdo. I'm sorry. My sister had horses, so I was always just at the horse place. It wasn't a farm. It was like a stable. There, that's the word. But I would sometimes chew on the dried grass. So it does kind of have a little bit of that sweetness, but this palate is so much more mellow and well-rounded. I will say I see Don's comment, not as sweet as the nose, agreed. Dry on the finish, agree to that as well. It does do a bit of a mouth-numbing thing. Even though this one is coming in lower proof than the cask strength, it does stick to the back of the palate, for sure. I like it. Now it's the first time I've tried the Cargis that I've tried so far. If we can only go up from here, that's great. But yeah, it's good. I think the cask itself isn't necessarily giving me certain flavors. I mean, I could say that there is a little bit of raisin, but it's so light that I think overall it's just the depth of the whiskey is what's shining through. Now maybe it's just select barrels that they use for this, or it's the actual pheno cask. I don't know, but it's a really balanced, really well done whiskey. Fun place to start. So Zoe said, sounds like a setup for Yo Mama Joe. Your car just so old. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Donnie, thank you for the link for Patreon. I always forget to put in the description of the video because I'm quickly putting out my description. I just literally copy and pasted from the Cars website today. I do want to go back through a lot of my recent live streams and put chapter markers. Do y'all like when I do that? It does take me time to go through and like rewatch things, but I feel like it's helpful if we're just trying to skim through to find my thoughts on one whiskey. So if y'all like that, I'll keep doing it. If not, maybe I'll stop putting the effort into it because I've been really lazy with it lately. Joseph Brazo, what the hell are you doing here? And how can you drink all scotch? Well, it's been a minute since we've done it here. We're doing it here on the channel. Cheers, Joseph. Good to see you. Sure, Kitty did make it. Oh, awesome. I was just saying some people were watching the replay, so good to see you here. Donnie says he likes the chapter markers. Okay, good. Good to know. Yeah, so let's move on. That was the 2018 release. We got all the way through 2024 to get through. We'll see if we can do it within the hour. But let's keep it moving. I'm going to go back and find out my favorites and rank them a bit. Let's go ahead and move on to the 2019 release. Now, this one is the Cargis Triple Wood, which is sample number 5 from Don. Now, this one I do have a page with some info on it. Let's see. Well, actually, I don't have a page, but I do have a short description written on the Cargis website. It says triple the flavor. The 2019 Cargis Triple Wood cask strength is special triple maturation. First matured in ex-bourbon cask, then in quarter cask, and finally in European oak cask, which previously held Oloroso sherry. So this one's really diving into different, I wasn't not even say finishes, because it's like quarter casks are obviously that. They're a quarter of the size of a barrel. So we see a lot in American whiskey, those smaller barrels really impact the whiskey so much with that oak flavor. Sometimes people like it, sometimes people don't. I do know Laphroaig had a quarter cask release by itself that I was fortunate enough to try. I really like that one, so I'm excited to try this one. I don't think I've ever had this one in the wild. I think this one was before I really got into Cargis. Fred says, take quick notes on the times when you switch topics. Oh, that's true. Well, sometimes when I have like the little lower third that I can pop up, I can use that as my like skimming. Sometimes I watch it on like 2 times speed to do it, but it really doesn't take too much time. But or yeah, you guys you guys do. I do have like my time code here, so that's a good point. Sure, he said I'm gonna fade soon though. I do need that catnap. I love the cast's favorites as something off profile. Warehouse one was okay, but the port was better. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna go through and rank them as well. So this one I'm expecting to not. It does have the Oloroso sherry, but that's not one of the sweeter sherries. That's more of the drier sherries. So I think this one's gonna be all on the oak. At least what I'm assuming based on the name. And I do know that this triple oak or the triple wood is a part of the newest release, which is the cask favorite. Oh, interesting. It wood, but it's giving like a green wood. Like I always say, like a fresh. Like if you break a branch like a new tree and it's like green and it doesn't quite snap, it kind of gets stringy. You know that smell. That's what it smells like on the nose. It's like a newer wood. Definitely not like an older tree or anything. A little bit like sap, little tree sap. The smoke is there, but it's definitely hidden behind that sappy kind of note. I'm interested. I am looking at this description here on their website. Twice as much water as whiskey to enjoy this punchy dram. So you're saying if I put like an ounce of whiskey, you would put 2 ounces of water? Is that normal? I feel like I've heard people order whiskey and water, but I didn't know that was like a thing. I thought it was like soda, or like sparkling water. I don't know. Is that weird? To me, that's weird. 2 ounces of water, 1 ounce of whiskey. I don't know. You do you, but I've never really done that. Sugar Kitty says quarter cask does really amp it up. It's younger, but that's not a bad thing. Yeah, it definitely has the green note. But overall, not bad. It does smell sweet, similar to that one. Let's go for a taste. Cheers. Hmm. Oh yeah, that one's drying too on the end. But and this one, by the way, this one's 59.5%. So it's a pretty drastic jump in proof, and I can tell that on the palate because that finish is pretty intense. It finishes with smoke, but up in the front and middle palate, it is definitely the oak is shining through, and not in that young way. It actually has a really nice, not like necessarily old oak note, but there's definitely it doesn't taste like that green note that I got on the nose, which I'm thankful for because I don't typically like that note. No, a lot of times reminds me of a craft whiskey, but this one it's just on the nose, on the palate. I like it a lot better. This is really nice. Yeah, it has a bit of a honey note, but it's like a savory honey. It's like you like have a honey rubbed like ham or something. Like it's like it has like a meatiness to it that I think is coming from. Sorry, and that's meaty, not meaty. But it's like got that savoriness that's coming from the smoke of the peated scotch. But it has a bit of like a honey, kind of like a floral element to it. That's interesting. I didn't expect to like this one that much, but so far that one definitely beats the pheno for me personally. Everyone's gonna have a different opinion, but to me, that extra proof and that oak impact really help it out. And as someone that loves bourbon, I'm always looking for those unique woody, oaky notes, and this one brings it. So I really appreciate that. Um, Fred says, I mean, highballs are a thing. That is true. But yeah, it is interesting. Sugar Tea says pass on the 2 ounces of water. Yeah, that's true. Very long finish as well. Yeah, I really like this one. I'm excited to see once I try them all how it stands up. So let's keep it moving. I mean, I don't want to slow down. I want to keep working my way through these, but I'll go back and revisit them. So don't worry, you can stick around for that. So next up is 2020. Oh, what a year it was. Um, this is their port and wine cask. Now this one, I just want to make sure this is not. Oh no, that's not the one I have. Okay, this one's also a sample from Dunn. This is bottle number 3. This one. It's a little bit light, which is surprising with it being port finished, but it is a little light. Let me see if I can find some info on the website of how long this was aged. And I did say finished. I apologize. It was probably aged in these casks exclusively. In bourbon, finishing is the most common thing to do to whiskey after when you're doing things like this. So I'm so used to saying finished. Although it does say, no, it just says matured. Okay, gotcha. All right, so this one, port and wine. It is a multi-cask adventure in aging. So let's see what they say. While some of our single malt is matured in our classic ex-bourbon casks, another batch is aged in second fill ruby port barriques. It must be a specific size of barrel. I put it in the chat. That's the word. Finally, the two are combined in red wine casks to complete their journey as a wine finished whiskey. So this one is considered finished. I definitely had a bottle of this. This was probably the first Lefroy I had ever had, and I think it's the one that sold me on Lefroy in general. So I'm excited. This is 52% ABV. I haven't had this since 2020, and I definitely needed it then. Let's see how it holds up now. Oh, on the nose, interesting. Sweet, but it almost has a note of like wood shavings or like pencil shavings. I feel like I've heard that note before. I hope I'm not crazy, but it is like not the green wood, but more of like not sawdust exactly. I feel like pencil shavings are a unique note, like a smell, right? Like you sharpen a pencil and you like smell it. It's still a weird kid doing that stuff, but it does have notes of pencil shavings. Sweet though. It's definitely got like that honey thing going on that the last one had. Emily said, I thought highballs were ginger ale. I think they can be made with anything. They can be made with like club soda as well, I believe. I don't really drink highballs very often. I don't know. It's not a drink of choice for me. But so maybe someone could better speak to that. But yeah, I don't buy much Japanese whiskey, which I know you can make with other whiskey too, but I do appreciate a Japanese whiskey cocktail. Oh, definitely ginger ale traditionally. Interesting, Joseph. I didn't know that. I just know that I've seen some made with club soda as well. So maybe I should try the ginger. I do love ginger ale. So I mean, one of my favorite, like if I'm just at a bar and like I need a drink and I want to do a call drink, I'll do a Jameson ginger ale. That's like my go-to. Although at home I use Teeling because most of the time at home, like Teeling is my bar Irish whiskey. Just the small batch, I like it more than Jameson, but usually at a restaurant you'll see Teeling and they're going to charge you more than Jameson, so I always go with Jameson. But oh, there we go. Don says highballs are super popular in Japan, mainly some whiskey and club soda. So maybe it's just regional. Maybe like Japan is the one that I'm thinking of. It's like club soda and whiskey. Again, not my favorite flavor profile, but I know they're hugely popular. Sugar Kitty says a barrique is slightly larger than a bourbon barrel, but not a lot. Mostly made for wine and longer and narrower. Interesting. Okay, I have seen some like huge barrels, for wine specifically, but that doesn't sound like it. That sounds like it's closer to a bourbon barrel size. Interesting. Thank you, Sugar Kitty. I appreciate all y'all like doing the research. Like I obviously didn't do before the stream. By the way, I apologize for my lighting. It's like for some reason it's like glowing more than normal. Like I feel like this looks good, but then when I load that, it auto adjusts. And I tried to manually do it. Like I'll turn it back on again, but I feel like it looked worse. Let me try. Oh, see, like it has like y'all see the lines going through now. I don't understand what's happening here. It's definitely something's acting up weird. Maybe it was a software update for my webcam software. So I'm gonna go back to how it was. But I just feel like it keeps getting really bright. Like look at that. That's ridiculous. Try to bring it down manually. Let's see how that looks. Let me know if that ends up looking worse. But it just was frustrating me that it kept going super bright. All right, I'll turn it like halfway. There we go. Sugar Kitty says ginger ale, lemonade, or lime juice. Huge in Asia. Devin Patel is here, and Matthew. Great, two new folks showing up at the same time. Good to see y'all. Hope you are doing well. We are 2 whiskeys in. We're going to our third one, which is the why did I forget? It's the 2021 port and wine cask. On the nose, pencil shavings, but in a very, very good way. All right, let's go for a taste. Cheers. Oh, that's sweet. That is wow. I mean, the sherry or the wine, just in general, is super dominant on the flavor. It almost hides the peatiness. Like I feel like even if you didn't like peated whiskey, you would notice the sweetness of the wine cask first, which is probably I quickly grew a love for sherry finished or sherry matured peated Scotch. That's like my absolute favorite category. Either sherry or port or PX. Like those finished cask strength Scotches are my absolute favorites, which is why you can see why I love Lefroy. This one may have started that obsession because, like I said, I got this in 2020. I definitely needed that bottle then. Yeah, wow. It almost is creamy. Like I know cream cherry is a thing, but like it's got a creaminess to it that's like almost like I've given this note before, but not on a Scotch. It kind of reminds me of those cowtails, those candy, or those like caramel. There's like caramel candies with the white centers. They're like individually wrapped. I don't know what they're called. That you usually get them on Christmas from your grandma. But the white cream in the middle of that, it has a sweet, specific sweet flavor to it. This has that, but it comes back in the finish with the peat a bit. I will say that is very unique. I think I'm not going to rank these yet. I feel like I want to, but I feel like that's going to be a strong contender for first place as well because that was one that I fell in love with. So let's keep moving. We got 4 more years to do. Let's move to 2021, which was what I think a lot of people's favorite cask was the PX Sherry cask. This is Pedro Jimenez Sherry. So get my right number 4. Oh yeah, first of all, you tricked me, Don, because this is a darker bottle. I was like, wow, that's so dark. I just realized it's just it's an amber bottle rather than a clear one. But this one is, wow, drastically darker. It's always hard for me to show the 2 colors. Are they literally just called caramel creams? Of course they are. So the lighter one is the one we just had, which was the port and wine cask. And this is the PX Sherry. And this one, I have such a small amount left. I'm glad to have a more chance to try it. I've been holding on to this since I got it because I love it so much. 58.9% ABV. Just really incredible, rich flavor. I'm so excited to revisit this one. Thank you, Don, for the opportunity because I'm saving just a little bit left of that bottle. All right. Let's give it a nose. Again, this is the PX Sherry 2021. Oh boy. That is a rich, fruity, red fruit nose. Not even peaty in the slightest. I mean, maybe I'm becoming numb to peat because I've been drinking, 3 other whiskeys that were peated. But I don't get peat at all in the nose on that. Let me reset my palate real quick. I mean, it could just be because my room smells like peated whiskey. Have y'all noticed, like with Scotch, like if you open a peated whiskey, it like lingers. The smell lingers in the room. So maybe my nose is just adjusted to it. Yeah, but to me, this is just screaming like. I almost want to say strawberries. Like it's not like a sour, not like a raspberry or maybe a bit of cherry. I don't know. I really love the nose on this one. I can't wait to give it a try. Matthew says, I've noticed that peated scotches get my heart rate going faster than other non-peated scotches. Some chemical equation answer to that probably, or you just get more excited about them. I mean, there's that too. Interesting. I've never really noticed a difference of how I feel after I drink them. I mean, I know it screws up my palate after because I can't go. It's weird to go from peated whiskey to like bourbon. Like it's a very drastic change. Don said I myself have become somewhat peat blind after several years. Yeah, I mean, definitely when I first tasted this, I was like, oh yeah, this is peat. But because I've drank so many back to back, I'm like looking beyond that and finding what's unique, which is what my goal was anyway. So like, yay, winning, I guess. Through, and we're halfway through our flight. So if you enjoy it, definitely do that, and then leave a comment down below when the stream's over. Which one was your favorite? Because YouTube loves the engagement with the algorithm changing daily. It's always great to see that after the live stream as well. So if you want to come back at any point in the future, just drop your favorite in the comments below. Or if you're watching the replay right now, now's the perfect time. All right, I can't remember. Did I just taste that or did I just smell it? I don't know. I've been like raving about the smell. If I tasted it, let me taste it again. Wow. Wow. That's so good. What was the proof? It's high. 58.9. Yeah, you can tell. You can tell that's a jump up from the 52% of the 2020 release. That is mouth coating. Like it's coating your mouth, not with just the Scotch itself, but that PX sherry. Like that's like that had to have been a really wet barrel because it's taken on so much of that sherry wine influence. Let me see what they say on the website. Maybe they can tell us. It's got to be first fill. I can't imagine it not being. Let's see. It's aged in X bourbon barrels, quarter cask, and PX hogsheads, crafted specially for friends of Lefroy. So let's see. Triple matured process, X bourbon barrels before transferred to quarter cask. The spirit then goes into PX casks, more precisely sherry hogsheads. So that's a different shape of barrel as well, but it is taken straight from those sherry casks and bottled. Hogshead, I'm looking at a picture of barrels. This actually, where's the other word? This doesn't have that other word on it that we just saw earlier. I was going to show y'all this display, but I was hoping it kind of had all of them. Oh, it does. This one. Let me show you this. Let me share my screen real quick. This is helpful for me as well. Share screen. There we go. All right. Let me know if y'all can see this. I'll try to zoom in a bit. Just let me zoom. Let's see. All right. So here we go. So there's a typical barrel, which we associate like with bourbon barrels. There's the barrique. It's a little bit bigger. It's a little bit taller. You can see also more. It seems about the same dimensions. There's the quarter cask I was talking about. It's literally a quarter size barrel. Hogshead looks to be a bit wider. At least that's what I'm seeing here. Let's see. It says the barrique is slightly larger than hogshead with the long shape of a butt. That's funny. Which is common throughout the wine industry. Barriques are usually constructed from French oak, although some may be made from American oak. Okay, that's the barrique, and then here's the hogshead. After barrels, hogshead are the second most common type of cask used. Hogsheads are generally also made from American white oak and often built from staves originally taken from bourbon barrels. However, the larger size of hogshead makes them better suited for slightly longer periods of maturation. Hogsheads used to mature Scotch whiskey may previously have held other beverages and spirits, with sherry hogsheads being the most common. See? You learned something new. Cool. It's hard to see. I was hoping that image would be a little more obvious with like the different sizes. They're all just so subtly different, but you get the point there at least. Man, but this one, I mean, I can't say enough good things about it. But that's coming from someone that's absolutely obsessed with heavily sherried peated Scotch whiskeys. I think I've said that before is like my favorite category of Scotch. Heavily sherried, peated, cask strength Scotch whiskeys, which Lefroy masters here. I mean, Ardbeg does some really awesome ones too as well, but this is great. I will say side by side with the PX sherry and the port wine cask, I might have a preference for the port and wine. As much as I love the PX, it tastes a little bit less dynamic, a little more, I don't want to say one note, but a little more simple, even though I love that note. I felt like the port and wine cask had some dynamicity. No, it was just some more dynamic flavor. I feel like it went a bit further, but we'll go back and rank it once we get through the end. Fred said, weird. I'd say bourbon hogshead are more common than sherry. Anywho, I love how mature Scotch. I love the way Scotch matures in bourbon. Hoagies? I guess that's slang for barrels. I don't know. Sugar Kitty's going to bed. Cheers. Thank you for tuning in. And Donnie, thank you for the link, for the thumbs up, and subscribe, and the bell button to be notified. I go live every Thursday, almost every Thursday. Same time, same place. Sometimes we do Scotch, sometimes we do bourbon, sometimes we do other spirits, sometimes we do non-alcoholic spirits. Depends on what we're in the mood for. So if y'all have suggestions for streams, please let me know. Or if you want to send me a flight like our good friend Don did, message me and I can get you a mailing address to send them to. That would be a lot of fun too. So dynamicity. Look, I tried. Bourbon neophytes in the room. Cheers. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Hope you are doing well, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. All right, let's move on to the next one. So I love that one, but I feel like the other one's edge ahead just a bit. All right, bottle number 6. This is also one that I bought. I don't have. Nope, never mind. I didn't buy this one. A friend shared this one with me. My initial impression of this one wasn't great, but I'm going to revisit it today and see if maybe it's changed over time. This one kind of had mixed opinions, right? This is Warehouse 1, by the way. I didn't say that, but this is Warehouse 1. This is bottle number 6 right here. Now this one comes in at 52.9% ABV, so we're dropping back down just a little bit. Color-wise, this is the lightest I've ever seen. I mean, not that I've ever seen, but of tonight. The lightest one for sure. Just to compare it to that PX real quick. They're different levels, but you can see that PX is so dark compared to this Warehouse 1. Now this one is unique because... delay. Here we go. It's matured in their iconic warehouse, a skipping stone's throw from the Isla Coast. So this one's the closest warehouse they have to the water, which they say impacts the flavor and gives it a bit more of a maritime character. I love a maritime character. There are certain whiskeys that I go to when I want that. Lefroy's not traditionally one that I think of when I think of maritime. I think of Lagavulin. I think of Talisker. To me, those have a maritime, I don't want to say saline, but like a maritime salty sea air note that I just, love so much. So I feel like this is their attempt at trying to make a whiskey that does that, but we'll see. I feel like it kind of missed the mark for me the first time I tried it, but I'm excited to go back to it. It says it's aged in first fill Maker's Mark bourbon barrels. That's also what's unique. They name that this is Maker's Mark barrels, which is a wheated bourbon, not as common for maturing Scotch in, at least from my knowledge. A lot of times Scotch is aged in like Jack Daniel's barrels, or the more common ones like I don't know about Jim Beam, but definitely Jack Daniel's. It's all based on like the parent companies. Like they're like, oh, we already have these barrels in America. Maker's Mark is definitely a unique one to see that. Yeah, so Warehouse 1's rare 4-story construction, fluctuating temperature, and exposure to rugged conditions tease out enigmatic flavors and a maritime quality. All right, well, that sounds exciting. Let's see how the nose is. Okay. Very subtle. I mean, I'm going to go back to the nose of my Old Pulteney. Great call, Matthew. Yes, that's also a great one. I haven't had that in a while. I need to revisit that bottle. It was actually one of the first ones that I got that note on that I loved. All right, so I'm going back to their just regular Lefroy 10 cask strength. I know it's a different glass, but I just wanted to set my palate on what to expect. I mean, this is so similar to the nose of the cask strength one, which is kind of maybe why it didn't impress me. I don't want to lie and say like, oh, I'm definitely getting more like saline or more like maritime notes. It does have... There is something extra there. I mean, okay, I'm going to say it because I feel like this is a good analogy. It's like when you have a meal that you think is prepared very, very well, but you think it's just missing a little bit of salt. Then you add that pinch of salt and then it makes it perfect. That's kind of what I'm getting here. I think they smell so close, but I do think there's a hint of something extra on the Warehouse One. I mean, it's not like vinegar. I guess it's hard to say salty on the nose. That's weird, but it's like, I mean, it's a little bit more. I guess vinegar, maybe. I don't know. There's something extra for sure. All right, I'll stop rambling. Let's try it. Cheers. I do like that. It almost has a oh, wow. Even though that one's 52.9%, that drink's pretty hot. It does have a I'm still leaning towards like vinegar, but like not in like a weird way. It's more of like, let me compare it to this. Have y'all had like some older like Redbreast or like Irish whiskey releases, like when it gets past like the 15 and 21 year mark? To me, there's a specific vegetal note. I think I've heard people describe it as like a, not apricot, but like a well, it's like something really off-putting, like cabbage. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what people compared it to. It's been a while. But there's a certain note that I get on really old Irish whiskey that I'm not the hugest fan of. I get that note here. I definitely appreciate the punch of flavor. I just feel like it's not my favorite flavor, if that makes sense. Definitely has more flavor than the 10 calf strength. Okay, so Don's saying it's salty. Almost too salty for me. Okay, it's so salty. I just felt like I was being influenced because it said maritime. I didn't want to like to be like, duh, like he's just saying that because it says that. But it does have a bit more of a flavor enhancer. It's like, you know, salt is a flavor enhancer. It brings out the good flavors. This kind of feels like it has that element too. So maybe they're onto something with the maritime note. Maybe putting it closer to the ocean does enhance that. I do like it. I just wish that's what regular Lefroy tasted like. It doesn't taste to me as interesting as these other Cargis releases, if that makes sense. Like, I like it. I just don't think it's as interesting as anything we've had so far. That's what I'll say about that one. It's good, but nothing to stand out. It just tastes like a really good expression. Reminds me of a really good single barrel of Lefroy, is what I can imagine it as. Not exactly coastal brine, like the added salt. Like, see, that's kind of what I'm saying. It doesn't have that sea air note. That's a note that I love with Talisker, Old Pulteney, Lagavulin. I love that note. Definitely isn't that. It's just the salt part of it. And so I'm right. All right, let's move on. What is that? 2022. We have 2 more to get through. Then we're gonna rank and say which one's my favorite. All right, so 2023. Now these two are ones that I had myself. Wait, now I'm confused because I have the White Port and Madeira. Oh, you know what? I left it over there. All right, hold on. Well, this is the White Port and Madeira is the 2023 one. So we'll start with that one. But I do have it. I just have it on the floor over there. I was digging through my bottles earlier, so let's open this one. This is the White Port and Madeira. Let's see if we have some info. Now, White Port was really trendy in 2023 because, I mean, many of you know, High West did a very special release that was aged in White Port, and everyone went crazy looking for it. I didn't have a chance to try it, but I did get a chance to buy this one. Don said the last one I purchased was Warehouse 1, and after that I haven't seen Cargis on the island. Interesting. Okay, I don't know necessarily how common it is here. They usually pop up and then they kind of disappear. Let me just look real quick, because I know you traveled to the SoCal pretty recently. They do have the triple. They have the newest one here locally in Los Angeles, Don. If you're ever looking for it, K&L has it for 104. That's the one we're gonna try next, the 2024 one. It doesn't look like they have the 2023 in stock. Maybe you can get lucky at a different store. But yeah, I'm not seeing it locally here. Let me just search something real quick, because I'd like to know too what's available. Let's see, 2023. Let's see what pops up. Out of stock. Yeah, that one's gonna be harder to find because it's been out for a while. But yeah, the latest release at least is available. Todd said this is the bottle I have. Love this bottle. Fred says it's only been the cast favorite since yeah, that's the 2024 release. So this is the White Port is the 2023. Donner Pass said the 2015 Cargis that was 100% their own in-house floor malted and peated barley is sublime. Only had a sample thanks to Andrew Butler, but would love a bottle. Nice. Like I said, I wish we'd had the opportunity to try. I mean, I'm very grateful to taste all the way back to 2018, but they've been making Cargis since 2008. So, man, that would be a fun collection to just collect all the bottles of. That sounds really good, though. I feel like, you know, there's other brands that do that. There's the 100% Isla barley that's from Port Charlotte. It's kind of a similar thing, maybe, but man, that sounds really good. Our Lafroig rep moved off island, and we've had very few since. Well, if maybe you need a new Lafroig rep, I mean, I'm happy to jump in and help where I can, you know. Although it would be kind of weird to have a bourbon guy lead that, but you know, I appreciate Scotch for sure. All right, I poured myself a bit of a hefty pour on this one, so forgive me. It's my bottle, so let's go ahead and nose the 2023 White Port and Madeira. Now, let's see what they. Well, first of all, let me pull up the page so we can read a little bit about it. It says 52.3% ABV. Limited edition single malt is a combination of Madeira and white port casks. 3/4 of the whiskey is matured in second fill Madeira. Tasting notes. The final quarter has been finished in first fill port casks. So port is a very sweet. Well, the port I've had is a very sweet wine, dessert wine. But I don't know about white port. I've never had white port itself. I heard that adds a bit of a like an apple, like a pear apple kind of note to it. Not sure. We'll see. Have not had that. But yeah, Madeira. I've never had. I think I did have Madeira actually. When I did a stream a while back where I tasted a bunch of different fermented wine or fortified wine, and I did have Madeira. I don't remember if I liked it or not though. But anyways, enough about the wines. Let's get into the whiskey. Oh, that's a fun nose. I like that. It's like a toasted. Oh, it kind of reminds me of like a waffle, like a freshly toasted waffle. Not with the maple syrup, just the waffle dough batter, waffle batter. But you got a little extra toasty. And I think that's the Madeira. I think Madeira, it reminds me of what I remember, I think, the Madeira tasting like. It smells very rich. Like a little bit like a bake shop, kind of like I get on some bourbons. It's a lovely nose. It's not fruity at all. It's definitely richer, breadier. I don't know. It just smells heavy, which is funny because it's so light. Madeira has a wide range. It can be like white wine too, as white port is, but it can also be aged and sweet. Gotcha. I don't think the one that I had was sweet, so this does smell familiar. It's definitely it's like a nutty. It's a nutty quality. That's what it is. I was saying bread, but it's like not like almond, and it's not sweet like amaretto, but there's definitely a nutty quality to it. All right, let's give it a taste. Cheers. That's good too. That reminds me of what I loved about the what was it? The wine, the port and wine. What was it? I forget. There's so many of these. That reminds me of what I loved about the port and wine cask. Okay, I was right. It's just complex. It has a lot of layers to it. That's a fun one to drink. Hazelnut. Okay, Fred, that may be it. That actually sounds like what I may have said when I did the Madeira stream. Definitely less so on the palate, a little bit on the finish, but definitely on the nose. That is really nice. What did I say the proof of that one was? 52.3, so it definitely doesn't drink too hot, but that is really flavorful. That is definitely going to be in my top 3, I would say. I really, really enjoy that one. That's so good. It's not, they say the crisp notes like from the white port, like I think of like when they say crisp fruit, I think of like apples and pears. I'll say this. I don't know if a lot of you guys have had this, but it's one of my favorite on the shelf always scotches that I have. Compass Box Orchard House. It is a I don't know if it's meant to be a fall whiskey or not. It's a year release. They release it all the time, year round. but it has a bit of that same pear kind of note to it. I will say there's a little bit, this does remind me a little bit of Orchard House, not nearly as distinct, but it has a little bit of that bright spring. I think of it as a springtime note, which is weird. Not floral, but just like new life, I guess, kind of note. That's really weird and specific, but get a little bit of that. Yeah, that's just tastes amazing. I really love that one. All right, we got one more. I left it over here. That is the 10-year. See, I grabbed this one. This was the 10-year regular cask. The bottles are very simple, similar. Let me grab it real quick. That's the 10-year sherry. Well, where is it? Where did I put it? Now I'm confused. There's a 10-year sherry. I swear I had it. Everybody drink while I'm standing up. I swear I had it. Oh, different location. I remember now. I forgot this was a recent pickup, so I had it in the box. Sorry. I almost freaked out. I was like, I know I have it. Like, I bought it recently. All right, here it is. This is the Cargis Cask Favorites. This is the 2024 release. We'll get a little bit into that. This one doesn't have an age date, but it's 10 years. So the other ones aren't age dated, which is interesting. So let's pull this one up. This is the, like I said, where is it? Did I close the page? I might have closed the page. 1 second. That's just showing me the 2023. There we go, 2024, found it. The 2024 Cargis Limited Edition is a 10-year-old Lafroig with a bold combination of flavors from casks of two popular previous releases. 2019's Triple Wood, which we just had, and 2021's PX. So they combined the same cask, not the same whiskey. They didn't take that old whiskey and mix it. They just used the same type of cask. They followed the same procedure. Bottled at strength of 52.4% ABV. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, here we go. It doesn't really just say. It just says it just with casks from two well-loved Cargis releases. So it doesn't give you details on like what they actually did, but they definitely was inspired by the triple cask and PX. And y'all know what that means, right? Y'all know I gotta do my own blend to see if I can beat this one because I have both of those in front of me. But first, we're gonna try this. This is the newest release, 2024. I'm excited to see what 2025 is gonna be. I mean, again, these always impress me. Even the one that wasn't my favorite, the Warehouse one, it's a delicious pour. So I will never pass up the opportunity to buy that. Now, this one was pricier. This 2024 one, I saw it for 104 now, but when it first came out, it was definitely 120. So, you know, it's up there in price, but I've loved it so much traditionally, I'm okay to pay that because I know it's like a once-a-year release. And it's cask strength. Like, this one was 10 years old. Like, it's like, I get it, but it's also like, oof, that hurts the bank a little bit. Let's see. More like walnut on Madeira. Okay, like I said, I'm just guessing. I cannot argue either way. I know I have a bottle I can't find. I know, and I just remembered, and I was like freaking out. I was like, all my Lafroigs are here, but then I realized I did buy that one recently. And that shelf only goes 4 bottles deep, and I have 4 bottles now. Okay, so maybe I can put it over there now we're done. What sort of Madeira have you found? Oh, y'all talking to Emily. Interesting. Okay. Color-wise, this one's dark. Just like the PX cask. It's a very similar color to that one. So this is using, so this one's interesting. So remember, Triple Wood was quarter cask, ex-bourbon cask, and shoot, I forget. I just read this, I know. But I forget what the 3 casks were. Triple cask. Someone help me. What was the triple cask? That's the white port. I literally have every page open except that one. Let me go back. Here we go. That was 2019. Triple Wood. Okay. Ex-bourbon, quarter cask, and then European oak, which held Oloroso sherry. There we go. So it's that plus PX sherry cask. So it's a combo. It's technically 4 wood cask. I will say it has a bit of that green wood note. Was triple wood the one that I got that on? That would be interesting. Let's see. Triple wood was bottle number 5, which was this one. I'm pretty sure this is the one that I said I got that green wood note on, because I get that. It's back on this one. It must be that quarter cask that's doing that. It's like, it's not a bad note per se, but it's comparatively to some of these like heavily wine casks, it's not pleasing me the same way on the nose. Don said, pre-COVID, one of our local stores hosted a Lefroy Cargis dinner. 5-course meals paired with Lefroy for $80, and you got an entire bottle of Cargis to take home. That is awesome. I've done a couple of similar things with brands. I got invited by the folks at who was it? That ridiculously expensive $6,000 bottle of Talisker. It was a hosted dinner, but they also sent us home with a bottle of Talisker 10, the standard release. But it was still a lot of fun. It was, for me, they invited me like as an influencer, which never happens, by the way. Mainly because there's rarely events that are like press events that happen in Los Angeles. They almost always happen in, but with bourbon, obviously they happen in Kentucky. With Scotch, they happen other places. So it's really hard to get invited to things living in Los Angeles like that. But I did have something similar. That sounds amazing though, Don. All right, let's go for a taste. Cheers. I do like that on the palate. I think I was a little thrown off by the nose. It reminded me of what I didn't like about the triple wood, but balanced with the sweetness of the PX, I see what they're doing here. They're like, not only are they aging it older because it's a 10-year Lefroy, but they're introducing a sweetness to that oak specific finish that I think complements it. It actually does. I think it does benefit it a bit. Would I say this is one of my favorite ones? I don't know. I like it. I do like it. But I feel like some of these that I visited tonight, I don't say blow it away, but they do impress me a bit more. This one almost has a ash-like quality to it. Like, it's smoky. I mean, I think, weirdly enough, this one is the most peated tasting than any of these so far. And that could be because it's 10 years old. To me, the peat's coming through more on this one than the others. It's good. I mean, I'm glad I bought it. I just think some of the other ones have impressed me a bit more. All right, so now time to pick my favorites. Let me know in the chat if you've been holding back what your favorite is. Let me know in the chat. I know Don was holding his back. Let me know. But I'm gonna rank these. I'm not gonna do the full ranking. That I'm too drunk to do that. I mean, I had 8 pours of whiskey tonight, so they're small pours, but it was still a lot. So let me decide which ones are my favorite. Don said in some of my samples are definitely not fresh cracks. Yeah, no, totally. Neither are mine. The Fino was the interesting one. Unlike anything I had tasted. I'm doing a rapid fire. Here we go. Triple wood. I like the palate way better than the nose. I do like that a lot. The nose of triple wood just it didn't impress me, but the palate was really good. Number 3, which is the port and wine. Oh yeah, I love that one. That's so good. I don't know if that one can be beat, honestly. I'm gonna do a quick palate rinse. PX sherry, which I know I love. Beautiful flavor. Still feel like it is that same one note though. That's the only thing that's gonna dock some points there. Warehouse 1, which is really good, but it just tastes like an elevated version of regular Lefroy. I like it. I do like it, but I don't think it would be my top 3. The white port and Madeira. Oh wow, that nose. It's still reading bready. When I first nosed this to me, I got that bread note. I went back to it. I know we kind of transitioned talking about nutty, like walnuts or hazelnuts, but to me, it's still like a bit of a burnt waffle. So let me go for a taste again. That's nice. That's really nice too. Oh man, this is narrowing down to a top 3 is gonna be tough. And lastly, the cask favorites from this year or last year. It's good, but I don't think it improves on either of them. I actually prefer the original versions better than the combined. But I'll try to do my own blend in a moment. But favorites. I got my top 3. I don't know the order of them yet. 1 second. I can't let y'all see. Man, every time I try that one, it really impresses me. Don said his favorites are the triple wood and the port wine. Gotcha. Port and wine. Cliffy's gonna sleep well tonight. I am. I got one more day. I mean, we're back in the office 5 days a week now, and we started 2 weeks ago, but then on Tuesday was when all the fires broke out, and thankfully, they didn't make us come into the office until that was kind of, not that it's settled yet. It's still an ongoing disaster, but they let us focus and remain home. If people need to evacuate, they could. So I've been working remote the past couple of weeks because I was really close to one of the fires when it first started. Again, the wind blew in a different direction, but it was definitely scary at first. But yeah, so this is the first week where we're starting the 5 days a week. Technically, it's not 5 because we had MLK Day on Monday. So, but it's still starting to hit me hard. So, gotta go into the office on a Friday. That's not fun. Fortunately, they have Pokeballs, and they've been doing Pokeballs on Thursdays and Fridays only lately, and I think that's because that's the times that people are in the office the least. Previously, pre 5 days a week, and they're really good. It's actually it's very fresh. Surprisingly, I always see the truck delivering it, and I think they only deliver a small amount for just those couple of days. I feel like it's gonna sell out quick now that everyone's in the office. Though I'll have to get that tomorrow. They have both tuna and salmon, but it's always really nice. Now I wouldn't say not like nice is like I'm talking about nice in terms of better than grocery store quality. It's not like a fancy restaurant version. But I mean, I'm only paying $12 for it, so it's nice for what it is. My number 3, my third place, has to go to the. Got a little confused here. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I had the bottle switched. My third place has to go to the White Port and Madeira. This was the one I got the bready note on. To me, it's a really rich flavor, and it's so unique, so toasty. It tastes like a great holiday pour. Really, really enjoy this White Port and Madeira. My second place, this was a tough one actually. Surprisingly, second place was tougher than first place, or tougher than third place. Okay, I'll do my top 4. Fourth place is the triple wood. I really like the triple wood, but it doesn't quite make my top 3. So triple wood is fourth place. Third place is White Port Madeira. Second place is actually the PX Sherry. Even though I do feel like it is a very simple one note, it is a delicious one note. It's exactly what I look for in a bottle of cask strength peated Scotch, sherry finished. Which means my first place, my top Lefroy cask strength between 2018 and 2024, goes to number 3, which was the port and wine cask. That was the one that I think that was one of the ones that Don said was his favorite as well. Man, that one, just every time I go back to it, it kind of makes me smile a bit. It's so flavorful, so interesting, so unique, and I love it a lot. So that's my top 10. My top 3, 4. I don't want to say least favorite. The one that let me down the most was the Warehouse one, only because it didn't feel like it was as unique as all these other bottles. It felt like it was I don't know, it just felt like it wasn't trying hard enough, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're like, oh shit, we have to do a Lefroy Cargis. We have to do a Lefroy Cargis this year. Oh no, we don't have anything. Oh, let's just grab some barrels from Warehouse 1 and call it Cargis. I don't know, that's just my personal feeling. Donnie said I cut out for him. Number 1 for me was the port and wine cask from 2020. That was my number one. Yeah, warehouse one was fine, but that was like my least favorite. Now, lastly, before I go, I'm going to try to combine my PX with my triple blend and see if I can recreate the flavor of the cask favorites. So right now it's about 50-50, mixing them together. Do a little bit of a swirl here. Now it's very little in the glass here. We're going to see if mixing the actual releases from those years equal what they were trying to do with the 2024. So let's try the blend first. Again, this is the PX cask mixed with the triple blend. Pretty damn good on the nose. Let's give it a taste. That's still really good. I don't know if it's better than the sum of its parts. Like, I don't feel like the parts themselves are probably better. But it tastes, I like the proof on that. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try the cask favorites from this year. I don't think it compares. I think doing the blend of the original batches is better. One, this drink's low proof, while these other ones were higher proof releases, so it's gone down a little bit in proof, mellowed out a bit. Now again, this is just rudimentary, mixing things together. But I think my blend is better than their blend. Like, no offense, but I have the actual bottles. They of course don't. They're just trying to recreate it. So I think they know what the favorites are, and they tried their best to recreate it. I don't think they quite nailed it, but my blend is really good. But thank you all so much for watching. This has been a fun stream. It's very different than what we've done lately. If you liked it, please don't forget to hit the thumbs up, whether you're on your phone, your TV, your computer. It does help out the channel a ton. Make sure to subscribe. I'm here again most at the same time. And we do our after party for Patreon right after that, which I'm about to head over there now, so don't forget. Cheers. I will see you guys next week. I don't know exactly what we're going to do next week, but I'll think of it. I'm sure I'll figure it out. I got a full week to think about it. So, plus lots of time in the office to sit and ponder while I sit at my desk. Boo. All right, cheers, y'all. See y'all next week. And until then, this has been Bourbon Bytes, whiskey reviews with an 80s twist. Make sure to tune into our monthly movie night in February. We're going to do a rom-com/romance movie. All right, cheers. Good night, everyone. Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes. My name is Clifton. Welcome to another Thursday night live stream. We are doing one of my favorite bourbons of all time. If you've been a regular viewer of the channel, you know Elijah Craig Barrel Proof is my jam. I've been loving it ever since probably 2017. I don't know. It's always been one of my favorites. So I just got the brand new batch from the folks at Heaven Hill. Thank you again for sending me this sample. This is the Barrel Proof B524, the latest batch. Oh, it finally focused. Latest batch of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. This one comes in at 130.6 proof, 11 years, 2 months old. So I'm going to be giving you guys a live review of it here tonight. If you're watching live or if you're watching the replay, hello, good to see you. Not only that, but I will be comparing this to the B batches of the past 2 years. So if you've been watching for a while, you'll know that B522 from 2022 was one of my top 3 whiskeys of 2022. I actually made my top list. Now, what I do at the end of every year is I compare all of the batches of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. So the A batch, the B batch, and the C batch. I put them in a blind flight. I go through, taste them, pick one to be a winner. Now, a lot of times it's very, very close. But in 2022, the B batch actually was in my top 3 whiskeys of the year, so it beat all the Elijah Craig barrel proofs. 2023, the A batch actually came a little bit ahead of the B, but tonight we're going to do the Battle of the Bs, if you saw the thumbnail. So, like I said, we're going to start with the new one. Of course, the newest release from Elijah Craig. This came out in May of this year, so right on time. And we'll give it a review before we get into the comparison to the other ones. Now, I'm not going to do this one blind just because I like to save the blind flights for when I'm doing the comparison for the best Elijah Craig of the year. This time, I'm not really fighting. I'm just kind of seeing how it's going to compare to the past few B releases, which have traditionally been pretty good to me. So let's go ahead and say hello to a few folks here in the chat before we get going. Thank y'all for tuning in live this Thursday evening. I know quite a few of you are at Perry's meetup, and this is my Bourbon Podcast weekend. Those of you that are there, I hope you are having an amazing time. I wish I was there with you guys. I have a trip planned. I'm leaving on Saturday. We're going to go to Mexico for a few days, so couldn't quite make it this year. It's always the dilemma because it's like wedding anniversary, whiskey meet weekend. Like I'm like, I want to go to both, but I think wedding anniversary kind of comes out ahead. But hopefully maybe next year it might be another weekend. But cheers to Perry and everyone involved with that. Hope y'all are having a great time. Just to get caught up in the chat, Taste and Sensibility. What's up, Doug? He says, cheers everyone. I dragged out some of my bees. Oh, nice. Let us know which ones you have. Love to hear your thoughts on what you're drinking along with us. Brandon is back from vacation. Yes, I can't wait to hear all about that. Brandon and his wife went to Italy and saw amazing photos they posted on our Discord server. By the way, if you guys are not yet on our Discord server, check it out. It's a fun community of all your favorite whiskey loving friends. There's special rooms for people that are patrons, but everyone is welcome to join the Discord. So I'll drop a link. If you're not yet there, come join us. Come say hello. Check out our travel photos. Em's here. What's up, Emily? She said all I have are C's. Hey, nothing wrong with that. The C batches are fantastic. I actually picked a curveball. If we end up wrapping a little bit early, I grabbed a brand new bottle of the C923. This is the one that kind of like made people go crazy, right? This was the one that was the 13-year. It's 133 proof, so pretty similar to the B batch for this year. So might do a little comparison at the end if we have time. But again, I want to make this Battle of the Bs tonight. Zopher's in the chat. What's up, Zopher? He says ECBP night. Not sure which ones I have. I think I killed a C bottle last month. Well, grab what you got. Even if you don't have the barrel proof, grab a small batch. Just join us for some Heaven Hill goodness tonight. Swan says, look at all these wonderful people. Look at you. Good to see you, Swan. Hopefully we can see you and hang out a bit tonight if you're not busy. Love to see you. James Taylor here as well. Donnie. Good to see you, Donnie. Did you change something there? Is more light? I don't recall. No, the window's been there. It's just the time of year. It stays brighter longer. So for me to get this full view, I have to get the window in the shot. So hopefully it's not too bad. As the night goes on, it'll slowly get darker. Just that time of year here in Southern California. Unfortunately, not going to make it to the meetup. Do you mean to Perry's? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Well, hopefully you can maybe make it to our hangout tonight, and we'll chat. Are these the bee's knees? I hope so. Thank you, Donnie, for mashing the thumbs up. Click subscribe, ring that bell button, and choose all so you don't miss a notification. Go live here every Thursday night. Y'all know this, but some of you that may be new, maybe you don't. Every Thursday night. I will be live next Thursday. Like I said, I'm on vacation, but I return Wednesday night, so I do have a plan for a stream that Thursday. So you won't be missing me. You probably won't even know I'm gone. But good to see y'all here. Oh, well, Donnie said it looks great. Well, yeah. Again, I can't control the weather, but I'm glad it looks nice. Run Rev Collins in the house. What's good, man? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. All right, so let's go and get the newest Elijah Craig barrel proof in the glass. Like I said, I just received this a couple days ago from Elijah Craig, or from Heaven Hill. B524, 130.6 proof, 11 years, 2 months. Now, if you didn't know, last year they started putting age statements on each of the batches. Yeah, so our 22 is the original 12-year age statement that all the Elijah Craigs before it had. But now, starting in 2023, they started putting on the specific age statement, which is pretty interesting. So we'll see. We've given them a full year. This is actually the 1 year anniversary of them switching it, right? Because I think the A batch of 2023 still had the regular 12-year age statement. than the B batch of 23, which is the one that had the 11-year 5 months. So this is a full 1 year. They've had 1 year to get this right. Let's see how they do. So let's go and give a nose to the B524. Cheers. Oh man, listen. This is my first neat pour of the night. I'm like loving it so far. I mean, it's everything that I love about Heaven Hill, just on the nose alone. It's just that desserty. I always feel like I'm repeating myself, but I talk about this whiskey so much that I feel like I've gotten the notes down pat, and I feel like I just say them every time because it's consistent, and consistency is a really good thing in whiskey for me. This one, honestly, even though it is that 11-year 2-month age statement, which is relatively young compared to some of these other ones, the oak is coming through. It's almost more oaky than sweet, which isn't a typical Elijah Craig kind of thing. Sometimes I get that on some Jim Beam products, but not quite Elijah Craig. A little bit of like a cigar box kind of thing going on there. Not quite cedar. I almost wanted to say cedar chest, but it's not that kind of like sour. I always think like cedar is like a sour oak. This one's just more of a dry, old. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely jumping out of the proof. I mean, 130.6 is no joke. You can tell there is some significant proof on the nose of this whiskey, but I can't wait to dive into it a bit more. I'm actually going to pull up a whiskey tasting wheel because when I'm getting into the nuances of this, I feel like I don't want to repeat myself. I kind of want to like explore, see what I get on it. Let's see. Let me pull up this. I always use a different wheel, by the way. I don't stick to the same one. I like seeing what I'm feeling for the moment and seeing, because I feel like if I get to know a wheel, I'm going to look for those flavors. But now I'm just going to pull up a random one. Let's see. What are we getting on this one? Tobacco. For sure, that kind of goes along with that older oak. It doesn't quite smell toasted on the nose. It definitely has some older age of it. Not the wheel of whiskey. We haven't done one of those in a while. I need to my bot broke. My bot that tracks our wheel of whiskey entries is currently not working, so do not have the wheel of whiskey tonight. But yeah, this doesn't quite have a toasted note. It definitely is more of a new oak, but it's a new old oak. New, fresh oak, but it's been aging for quite a while. Yeah, it definitely has some age to it. The sweetness is there once you look a little bit past the I don't want to say over oakness, but the overwhelming oak you get on the nose. There is a little bit of that, the traditional vanilla. To me, it's almost a crisp kind of note. Do I want to say citrus? Citrus is something I normally get on Elijah Craig, but there's a little bit of like a lemony kind of thing going on there, like but lemon and sugar, kind of like I don't want to say meringue. It's almost more like a lemon beignet. I'm not sure if that's a thing, but it kind of has that powdered sugar note with like a hint of lemon. Really nice, really different, honestly. The more I get into this on the nose, the more I'm finding those nuances. Yeah, well, before I give that a taste, I'm actually going to go ahead and pour the other two Bs so we have them a fair chance to open up. Now, full disclosure, these have been open for a while. This one's from last year. A little over halfway gone, but, the 22 and the 23, this is a relatively new bottle of the 22. Yes, I buy multiples. These are not all just the original bottles sent to me by the brand. I love to buy backups to my backups of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. So while that 23 might be the original one that was sent to me by the brand, this is definitely a backup to my B522, which was one of my top 3 whiskeys of 2022. So, all right, we got all 3 poured. Color-wise, honestly, what is the age on this one? This is the old 12-year age statement. I will say there's a pretty noticeable difference in color between. What is that? That one's also 11 years. I will say the 24 and the 23 are pretty noticeably lighter than the 24 on the color wise. Now there's not really a way for me to show this on camera, but the color on the original, the B522, the old 12-year age statement, is noticeably darker. It's not it's not like extreme, but it's noticeably darker when I'm sitting here looking at all 3 of them side by side. But color's not everything. We do know it's the oldest of the 3, but maybe that's not everything. So 1 is none, 2 is 1, and 3 means you have a backup. There we go. That's kind of how I feel too. especially with some of my favorite batches. I always buy backups. All right, so we've been nosing the B524. Let's go ahead and give it a taste. Cheers. Okay. Oh, so good. I don't. It's so hard for me to be like. I'd love to be like, oh, I have a new favorite whiskey, but Elijah Craig Barrel Proof is just consistently my favorite. It hits all the notes that I really love on a good bourbon, and this year's release is no exception. I mean, that is. It has an interesting spice that kind of lingers on the back of the palate. Not necessarily a rye spice. It's almost like a black pepper kind of thing going on. On the back end, up front, it's still that sweet, desserty goodness that you love about Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. Yeah, this is like a baked good. Sometimes in the past I've said fruit tart. I'm not getting as fruity on this. This one's almost more, like I said, like the lemon. Lemon's there a little bit on the palate too. It's kind of wavering between like a lemon note and a just like a glaze, like on a donut note. But I mean, that's so sweet, so desserty. It makes my mouth water because of how sweet that is. Donnie says, anyone else getting the new layout for YouTube? I did not know there was a new layout. No, I haven't seen that, Donnie, but sorry that you hate it. I didn't do it, I promise. I didn't break it. Oh, man. That is just an excellent expression of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. Now, if you don't know, like I said earlier, I do a blind flight of all batches every single year. So we have the A batch and the B batch for 2024. We do not yet have the C batch that'll be coming in September. So if you want to make sure to watch that comparison between all batches of 2024 to see my favorite in a blind flight, make sure to subscribe. I'll be doing that obviously on Thursday night. But yeah, I can't wait. I always look forward to doing those. One of my favorite streams of the year. But this was a little bit different. You know, we're comparing the B's through the years. Yeah, that's fantastic. I don't want to drink it all right now because I couldn't. Trust me. Oof, so good, so good. All right. So my impression before I go into a comparison to the other B batches, B524 from Elijah Craig Barrel Proof is exceptional. It is so good. Everything I love about this brand is in this bottle. I've not read any reviews. I know that a few other channels have gotten this bottle as well. This is my honest first impression. Well, I say first impression. I've been drinking this for the past couple days. But yeah, 130.6 proof, great proof point. 11 years, 2 months, a little bit lower than the 12-year that we're used to, but pretty dang close. So that's a winner in my book. I can't wait to see how this compares in my blind flight between A124, B524, and the upcoming C924, I assume. Unless something goes horribly wrong. So make sure to subscribe and come back for that video. So, cheers. So that's my review of the B524. Now let's go back in time. Let's go back to 2023. Can we all remember 2023? If you're like me, the past 4 years have been all mushy blur together. So I do know that this one did come in. This one was not quite as well received. I don't think a lot of people liked the one from 2023. Sorry for the loud noises. I have limited desk space here. This one was 124.2 proof, so a little bit lower proof, but 11 year, 5 months. So almost the full 12 year. Like I said, this is the first one that was not the 12-year standard age statement. They normally had the side panel here. Normally there was a thing that said aged at least 12 years. So they did not, this is the first one that they removed that from. But that doesn't mean it's bad, right? Server said Clifton's second, third, and fourth first impression. This is my first YouTube impression for you guys. So, it counts. It's on the record. What happens on our Hangouts is off the record. Alright, let's go ahead and nose the B523, last year's B batch. Less of the oakiness up front. This one goes straight into that sweeter characteristic. It's less. You know what's funny is this one, I got lemon so much on the newest one. This one is just more of a generic, I don't want to say vanilla, it's like somewhere between vanilla and honey. A little floral. You know what, it's kind of reminding me, maybe this is the one that I said that kind of had like a bit of a honeysuckle note to it. A little bit of a floral honey, very light. Not much oak at all on the nose of this one. Still very sweet, still very bakery, the traditional Heaven Hill notes, but yeah, I mean, it smells great, again, but compared to the B524, B524 was oak forward and then a bit of like a lemony sweetness. This one is just sweet. Sweet honey, a little floral. Smells good. No complaints there on the nose, but let's see how it tastes. Cheers. Okay. Going back to this one, I can almost feel like, now, do I know what 2023 Cliffy was thinking? No. But I can almost see why I didn't rank this very highly last year. To me, this one is kind of a little flat. It's like kind of one note. It has that sweet kind of, it honestly goes a little bit, the proofiness on it, it's a bit astringent, which even though it's lower proof than the one we just had, it's a bit astringent. It kind of, it lingers on the palate, but not necessarily in a good way. It's kind of in a, just kind of like, let's be real, it kind of burns, even though it's lower proof. That wasn't a great first sip. Let's give it another sip. Let's see if that sticks around. Yeah, it's big up front, kind of like that floral potpourri kind of like generic kind of thing. And that's really hard to describe, but I don't love that note. I think that's why I didn't do as well last year. It's drying. It definitely dries out the tongue, but it doesn't necessarily carry with it that oomph that I love about Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. And I'm pretty sure when I first reviewed this, I probably said, oh, it's just as good as the original, but trying it next to one, it doesn't hit the mark for me. It definitely misses a good bit. So over to speaking of floral stuff, this week lots of jasmines in Bloom everywhere, especially at night. I haven't. We do have some of our trees outside are blooming. I'm not sure what they are. They have yellow flowers, very slim yellow flowers. Not sure. Jasmine, is that jasmine? Jasmine's like a flower. Listen, I'm not a plant person. I'm a whiskey person. But we do have some trees blooming some yellow flowers. So I'm not sure. Maybe, let me know. I don't necessarily get allergies. I'm getting over a cold. So this time last week, I was just starting to get sick, and it's been like a full week now. I think it's getting better, hopefully before I take an international trip. But I've been kind of stuffy the past few weeks. Maybe it's the jasmine. Maybe it's not a cold. But yeah, didn't quite notice, but you never know. Seasons change. All right, let's go in and try the B522, which again, I keep saying it was one of my top 3 whiskeys. It was my number 3 whiskey of 2022. The other 2 were not related at all. They were definitely more higher end whiskeys. But let's go ahead and try the B batch from 2022. Gosh, 2022. That was when we were finally starting to feel like, oh, we're kind of out of COVID, right? Oh, that nose. I like that nose a lot. What was the age on this one? This was back when it was 12 years. So the age was 12 years. It's 121 proof. It's actually lower proof than everything else we've tried tonight. Interesting. Really love that nose. You know, I said the other one wasn't like quite cedar. This kind of has a bit of that bite that I associate with like a cedar wood nose. Definitely leather. I got leather on the B524. I'm getting leather on the B522 as well. Not quite tobacco. It's more of like an older, not quite as oaky. There's some oak, but it's not quite as old smelling as the 24. I mean, but that smells, honestly, if you told me this was like some like really expensive whiskey, I think I'd believe you. Because I mean, and of course expensive is subjective, right? For some people that could be a $60 bottle, some's $80. For me, when I'm saying expensive whiskey, I'm thinking like $150 plus. On the nose, that smells so like a really good whiskey. Oh, yeah, a good combo of sweet and spice, honestly. Not like a corn sweetness. It's definitely, so I said the first one was more of like a lemon pastry. The second one was more like a honeysuckle, honey pastry. This one, I guess I would go butterscotch. If I'm going for like what type of sweetness the B522 is. Butterscotch, but it's not like the candy. It's definitely a pastry. I don't know if they do that, but it's like a pastry with like a butterscotch filling. Smells delicious. Cannot wait to revisit this one again. This is one that I bought backups of. I haven't tried it in a while, so let's give it a try again. Cheers. Ooh. Wow. These all give you such a different experience on the palate. This one doesn't even get you up front. the front and mid palate are kind of like muted, but like it lingers on like the mid to back part of your tongue and just kind of like fills your orifice with all this kind of smoky, toasty goodness. This one kind of has that toasted oak flavor that I've been missing on the other ones. This one, like, it just kind of like fills my palate with like a it fills it with a That's my review. Let's see what Doug says. He says his B522 is a little spicy on the finish. Yeah, to me, this one lingers on the back of the palate. It sticks around. Wow, that is a really good one. I see why I picked it one of my top 3 of the year in 2022. Oh my gosh. That's so interesting up front. To me, it just skips the front of the tongue, which sometimes could be a bad thing, right? But this one, it makes up for it once it hits the back palate. It fills all this with an oaky, smoky, oily goodness. I love that. That's delicious. Wow. That makes it hard because I loved B524 as well. Now I gotta go back and pick my favorite. It's gonna be hard. I do know that the B523, compared to all 3 of these, was my least favorite. It didn't make my top list of last year. Didn't quite do it for me. The B522 is delicious. Let's go back to the B524. See how it compares. It's a 2-year difference now. Age statement removed. Not removed. Age statement changed. No longer guaranteed 12 years old. Oh, going back to that B524. That lemon note is still there. Lemon sugar. Not sour. It's not like a sour lemon kind of like pledge note. Like a lemon donut or a lemon pastry. I could smell that all day. I mean, on nose alone, they're both so good. I would say on the nose is a tie. B524 is like a lemon dessert. B522 is like a cedar chest, a little bit of that older leather. I mean, both are fantastic on the nose. Again, the B523, last place on the nose. It's a little peppery. Little floral. Not quite my favorite nose. Honestly, that kind of smells almost like a... If I was doing this blind of all these, the 23 kind of smells like a 4 Roses, actually, which I know like floral 4 Roses. But for me, I get floral on 4 Roses. Wow, blame me. But no, it does have a little bit of those, like the spiciness that I get on 4 Roses. Maybe that's why I don't love it. I'm not the biggest 4 Roses fan, but yeah, the 24 and 22, absolutely amazing on the nose. Oh, can't wait. All right, you know, the 22 going back and forth like that. The 22 almost has a little bit of like a cinnamon toast crunch note, not as much as like an Amberana cask. You know, no, if you tried some Amberana, whatever it is, cask whiskeys, those have a really strong cinnamon sugar flavor. This is way more subtle, way more subdued, but it's still a very, very good note on the nose. Now let's talk about taste, right? What's up, Big Vic? Cheers. Hope you are doing well. By the way, Matt is doing, for Matt Madness, he's doing a poll for his patrons for participants in the Matt Madness Whiskey Tasting Invitational that he puts on every year. I got selected for the 2nd seed, so I will be competing this year. Not sure when, but he hasn't put up a poll lately, but you guys make sure to go check out his Patreon. Vote for your favorite channels that are in there. I think Big Vic isn't, Big Vic, you haven't made it officially yet, but you're on the list. I think you're on the list. I've seen you. But yeah, you guys go vote, sign up, and vote for your favorite Whiskey Tube channels to compete for Matt Madness. Probably lose again, but it's so much fun. All right, palate on the 24. It's mouth-filling. It really fills up the mouth. Up front, it almost has like an herbal kind of like, I don't want to say like black tea, because black tea has a very specific note, but it almost reminds me of drinking a tea, like an herbal tea. Mid palate and back palate, I would say not quite as intense as the 22, but overall, it feels very cohesive. It almost feels like it dances from the front, mid, to the back of your tongue, all the way down to the finish. Really like that experience. Let's go back to the 22. This is going to be a close call for my favorite, palate-wise. Man, that's so tough. As someone that's so experienced with Elijah Craig Barrel Proof and like has tried pretty much every batch since 2017, this is a hard call because I like them both in totally different ways. The 22, it does that thing where it doesn't do much up front, hits the back and like fills like you feel the vapors coming from the back of the palate. And it really does have a really nice, smoky, kind of like toasted kind of thing going on. The 24, the newest batch, it hits all the flavor points I want. Tip of the tongue, mid palate, back. Not quite as intense on the back as that one. It doesn't have that toasted oaky, or it does have the oaky, but not the toasted. So it's not as sweet. It's more of that lemon, powdered sugar, old oak. I like it. I mean, this is tough, but I think if I want to pick a favorite palate-wise, very, very, very slightly goes to the B524 from this year. The B522, both incredible whiskeys. I think I like the overall experience of 24 better. 23, again, on palate. It leaves something to be desired. The ethanols gets you. And you got little spikes of spice, but yeah, the 23 just doesn't quite do it for me. And as you've seen on my blind flight from last year, it didn't either. It didn't do too well there either. So on the nose, they tied. On the palate, the B524 edges out just a bit ahead, meaning that technically the B524 beat the B522, but very, very close. Both incredible batches of Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. I want to say hello to some folks: Mr. Whiskey Shits, JD Bourbon Approach, and Mark Ebenecker. B-Batch hits early around here. Yeah, I mean it's May, so technically it's right on time here. But if you guys have not tried B524 yet, seek it out. Even if you dismiss the B523 from last year, the B24 goes back to what we like, what we're used to. But I do want to do one more comparison. We got some time. We finished a bit early for the regular flight. I do have one more pour. But before I pour that, reminder that I go live on Thursday nights. Hit subscribe. Join our Discord community. Seriously, links there. Come hang out. What's up, Mash and Drum? What is up, Jason? Good to see you here in the chat. You guys make sure to check out Jason for the Mash and Drum. Amazing stream, even more fun after parties. I've joined a couple of his Patreon only things. They're a lot of fun. So hope you're doing well, Jason. I miss chatting with you every week. So good to see you. Well, you're just in time for my final pour of the night. We are going back to the one that everyone went crazy for. The batch that everyone's like, if I'm going to buy a batch of Elijah Craig, even people that didn't even know what Elijah Craig Barrel Proof was, they bought this batch. So I'm opening a brand new bottle of it. Yes, I've had several. This is like my third. Again, what we said about backups with Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. A backup is just one. A second backup is like, need a second one. You gotta have at least three. Just kidding. I know it's one of my favorite whiskeys, so it's hard not to buy it when I see it. By the way, we didn't mention retail on it. They did send me a press release. Let's see if that's changed. Ooh, I can't reach it. All right. Press release from the newest batch. Everything we already know, everything we already talked about. The retail on it is $74.99. Yeah, and they're still expecting the third batch for September of this year. So we will get a C924 if everything goes according to plan. But yes. Oh, people already know. System Trend already knows what's up. C923, yes. This is the one that everyone sought out because it's older. It's older than regular Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. 13 years, 7 months. It's high proof. It's 133 proof. This, of course, is C923. It actually was not my favorite of last year. As I said earlier, my favorite last year was actually A in a blind flight. Now, C923 did better than B523. B523 just like was a miss last year. I don't know. But the past couple, this year and then 2 years ago were great. So we're going to pour a little bit of this 13-year Elijah Craig Barrel Proof. Again, let's see. Let's revisit it a year later, almost a year later. What is it, 9 months later? And see if the C holds up. Like I said, I like this one, but it didn't win. Last year, the A batch won for me blind. Now, this is a brand new bottle. Everything else we've been drinking tonight has opened up quite a bit. So let it sit there, take a little water break. Don't forget to drink some water tonight. And by tonight, I mean all of Memorial Day weekend. By the way, shout out to all of our amazing people that are currently serving, people who have served in the past in the military, people we've lost in the military. You guys are incredible. I don't think you guys get enough credit. And yeah, shout out to our veterans and those that have been lost at war. Hope everyone is supporting your military families and your military relatives or friends. Families, relatives, same thing. Supporting your military friends this weekend. Celebrate them, celebrate the lives and just the cherished memories you have with them. So yeah, let's go ahead and nose the C923. Ooh, that's hot. Oof. Now, proof-wise, it is hotter than everything else, but it's not that much hotter. Honestly, I get a little bit of that lemon note that I got on the B524. I mean, the ethanol is up in here. Like, they turned it up to like 133. It is the highest proof one we're drinking tonight. But once you get behind that high proof, definitely sweet. I mean, probably sweeter than all of these. Yeah, that's more of like a caramel kind of sweetness. This was that lemon pastry. This is just straight up sweet. I mean, I love it. It's a really good, it's almost like a honey glaze. You know, I said earlier it was like a glazed donut. This is like a honey. Instead of a glaze, you put a honey spread on a donut. Oh, smells delicious. Let's give it a taste. Cheers. Why do I feel this way? I don't want to get myself canceled, but like, was 2023 just a miss year for Elijah Craig barrel proof? I don't remember having that opinion myself. I avoid reviews of Elijah Craig because I don't want to be influenced. I want to have just my own opinion of it. Do other people feel the same way? Was 2023 kind of like, eh? Because A was my favorite of last year. I mean, like, for the after party, for those that are patrons, I'll grab the A batch and try that, but yeah. Oh, so System Trend really liked A123. Yeah, was my favorite of last year too. But the B and the C just are not doing it. Like, I like the proof and that I love the nose on it. It's good. I would buy it. I'd pay the price for it. It's a great value, but like, I don't think it even compares to the B524 or the B522. Both of the 2023 ones we have tonight are a bit of a miss. Now, A is the exception. It was one of my top whiskeys of last year. Don't have it in front of me, but I'll probably drink some on our after party hangout for patrons. By the way, if you guys want to get in on that, you can join patreon.com/Bourbon Bytes. Join us over on our Discord server in the after party hangout room for everyone $10 and up. We have a great time. We also have a movie night for everyone $5 and up. We just did our May movie night, which was Caddyshack. I've never seen Caddyshack, but I'm actually glad I did. You know, it's not my type of movie normally, but it had some very, very funny moments. So really enjoyed that. If you guys want to get in on things like that, just check out patreon.com/Bourbon Bytes. You can support the channel for as little as $2 a month. Appreciate your and just being a subscriber, and most of all, hitting that little like button down there. Although I assumed it was down there. Donnie said it's moved, so maybe it's over here. I don't know. YouTube layout has apparently changed, so wherever the like button is, hit it. But that does it for tonight. Thank y'all so much for watching. This has been a lot of fun. Like I said, I'm going to be out of town from Saturday through next Wednesday. We'll be back live again next Thursday. Have a couple ideas on floating. I might be doing a Scotch stream. I actually got a full core lineup from a brand that I'm really excited about. So we'll see that. We might do that. We might do a sample stream. I don't know. Depends how I feel after drinking a lot in Mexico, because wedding anniversary and all. So cheers, y'all. Thank y'all so much for watching. Hope you have a great Memorial Day weekend. Stay safe. Call an Uber or call a friend if you're out drinking. Your life's not worth risking. Not saying don't have a good time. Have a great time, but drink responsibly. And until next time, this has been Bourbon Bytes. Cheers, and I'll see y'all next Thursday. Bye.
quite a bit richer than the nose let on. I'm still in the pie territory. To me, this one is like a thicker, I mean, this honestly reminds me of like a pecan pie. I say pecan pie, I'm from South Carolina, I'm sorry. It has that heftiness, like when you're eating that, like just the way the sugar presents itself in that combined with the pecans. Second sip, it's leaning more towards the flavors that I would expect from a bourbon. But first sip, I was all in that dessert, maybe because I was still thinking of the chocolate pie. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bourbon Bytes, whiskey reviews with a gaming twist. I'm your host, Clifton, and welcome to another Thursday night live stream. Happy July 24th to all of you. We are almost through the month. Hopefully, you guys are having a fantastic summer. I feel like it's flying by, as I said on my podcast this morning. But I'm so glad to be here drinking and celebrating another live stream with you all. So thank you for tuning in, whether you're watching live or watching the replay. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button if you're ready for a really fun live stream tonight. We got 4 different expressions of Stranahan's Colorado whiskey, none of which I've ever had before. So I'm very, very excited. If you are following my podcast, which I just relaunched a couple weeks back, I did a review of the new 10-cup 6-year-old American whiskey, which is a blend of bourbon and American single malt from Colorado. So definitely check out that review. If you didn't see it on the podcast, you can find it wherever you get your podcasts or on YouTube. It's also on my channel there. But that kind of inspired me to do a full Stranahan stream. So I'm excited to get into this American single malt from Colorado. Like I said, I don't think I've had any Colorado whiskey as far as I'm aware. Or if I have, it's been like a one-off, like I try to sample in one place or another. But so excited to get into these tonight. I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Let me know what you're drinking in the chat. Do you have some Stranahans that you're going to drink with us? Do you have some other American single malts? I'm curious what's in your glass. So let me know. I want to say hi to some folks here in the chat. I saw Michael here earlier. Cheers to you, Michael. Hope you are doing fantastic. Tony said, what are y'all up to? Well, I am up to another Thursday night live stream. So I'm here, Tony. Good to see you. And I actually forgot to make a post on my Discord about this stream. So what I'm going to do, love me or hate me, I'm just going to say live now. And I'm going to drop the link. And we'll see who shows up. But yes, I used to post all those regularly. But now that I have some automations in place, I'm like, oh, I completely forgot. But cheers, Tony. Good to see you. Fred is here as well. Realized I should have grabbed some Stranahans, but that wouldn't have lined up with my package that arrived. So, meh, no worries, no worries. Well, like I said, this is the first time I've tried it. I've never had any of their stuff before. Every single one of these whiskeys tonight that I'm reviewing is going to be a fresh crack. So I'm excited to dive into it. We have the original, we have the Blue Peak, the Sherry Cask, and the limited release, the Mountain Angel Tin Oak, which if you saw the thumbnail, you saw. So we have some of the core lineup as well as a special release. So it should be a really fun stream. Thank you to the folks at Stranahans who sent these samples for review. Always like to give a shout out when the brand sends stuff over. And always appreciate getting sent stuff to try. I appreciate your willingness to share your stuff with me. So cheers to those folks. Tony said he had a chance to visit Stranahans in May. The bartenders were excellent, but I did not take a tour. Came home with the 10-year. Oh, nice, Tony. Awesome. Well, I can't wait to try it. That and their cast strength single barrels, great stuff. Good to know. Yeah. I think everything here, I don't know if the 10-year I have is cast strength. I have some details on it. I'll read it later, so I might be wrong. But yeah, most of the stuff is just their standard releases plus that one-off special release. Artfully Bourbon Scott is in the chat. Cheers, Scott. Happy Thursday. Tony said, should I drink 10-cup or Stranahans? I mean, that's up to you, man. Like, whatever you prefer. I really did enjoy the 10-cup I reviewed on the podcast. It blew my expectations away for a $35 bottle. That's all I gotta say. Listen to the review to hear my full thoughts on that. Scott is drinking a Stranahan's 10 Mountain Angel. Awesome. I have not tried it yet, so save some for when I'm tasting it, so I can share some tasting notes and see if you all agree. Limited edition Amazon robot server. No, I just have on my Discord server, I have certain bots that'll post, like Clifton posted a new podcast. I had it for a while for Instagram. I was like, that got annoying real quick. So the reason I don't have it set up for YouTube is because whenever I schedule one of these live streams, it'll like post it. But I don't want it to be posted when it's scheduled. I want it to be posted when it goes live. So haven't quite figured that out. So I turned those off, which is why I missed today's notification. So hopefully some people get it. But yeah, Stranahan's, like I said, brand new bottle. This is the original single malt they sent me, which is funny enough. I didn't realize they had like a bit of a topper here, just like the shoot. What was I just talking about? Tin cup. Yeah, so this one has one too. This is more of like a measuring. It's not like a standard measuring like jigger, but it's definitely a measuring cup. It has like a 1 ounce mark and 2 ounce mark. Always fun to have some cool merch like that included with the bottle. But we're going to get into this release and we're going to taste through it first. And then we're going to work our way through the other core lineup releases as well as the 10-year. So this is more of like an intro to the brand. I know a lot of you guys in the chat have been saying you've had the cast strength releases. I haven't, but hey, if this goes well and we like it well enough, I may reach out to the folks and see if we can get some of those more limited releases in the future. So let's make this a good stream and we'll see what we can get in the future. How about that? All right, so let's go in. So a little bit about Stranahan's. Like I said, I'm new to them, but they are a Colorado-based American single malt whiskey distillery. They actually were the first legal distillery in Colorado after Prohibition. So they've played a significant role in establishing American single malt as a category in the industry. They use 100% malted barley, and they cut their whiskey with pure Rocky Mountain spring water. So that's a little bit what makes them unique. But they were one of the one of the pioneers in American single malt. I mean, when I think back to some of the first American single malts I've ever heard of, it was Stranahan's. I don't know why I never tried it at the moment, but now I'm excited to finally do it. So it's kind of what makes them unique. It's like that's their focus. They're not doing bourbons. They're not doing ryes. Tin Cup is a blend, so it does kind of use some of both. But this is entirely single malt, which is kind of exciting. Now they do some fun things like with Solera aging and things like that with their other releases. But one consistent thing about Stranahan's is that they use new charred oak barrels. So as we're familiar with actually all bourbon and some rye whiskey, charred American oak is a very standard barrel that we use across American whiskey. But with single malts, you don't have to use a new charred oak barrel. But what Stranahan's does is they make sure to do that to kind of include some of those more iconic American whiskey notes into their whiskey. So I'm excited to see that. I love a charred oak. Wow, that was a cork pop. Whoa, I could have messed that up worse. Cork pop, if I've ever seen one. Get that poured. This is the original release. We're going to start with that, and then we're going to work our way through their lineup. Make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat. Michael says he's sipping on Ironroot Heretic because I poured samples for a friend, but have moved into pouring Andalusia samples for you. Oh, well, Michael, I am always open to samples. I know I did some of your samples on another stream recently, and then I grabbed the ones that I didn't do and moved it to my ever-growing collection of samples I have in the corner of the room over here. So I love when you guys send me samples. If you guys ever want to send me something, just let me know. I'll give you a mailing address that you can send the samples to. Happy to review things. Fred says that the topper was originally Stranahan's. There's a story of drama for why Tin Cup has it too. Oh, drama. Listen, I love drama. Let's save it for the after party. Listen, if y'all don't know, I do an after party hangout after every Thursday night live stream. It's exclusive for Byte Club members or Patreon members. I call them Byte Club because that's what we call it through my website, bourbonbytes.com. We have a little bit of a hangout session where we chat about the stream, maybe share a little tea and some gossip, and also just have a good time with the community. So if you guys want to get in on that, patreon.com/bourbonbytes or bourbonbytes.com. You can join the Byte Club there. Would love to see more of you folks there. It's a great community already, but we always welcome new members. So we'll talk about that later, Fred. I actually don't know. I'm very, very curious though. So is a amazing member of the community. Tony said, I'm fairly sure I had one of those yellow labels early in my collection. Now I have the Blue Peak and the 10-year. Nice. Well, yeah, we're going to start with the yellow label original first, and then we're going to work our way through those other releases. All right, so let's start with the original, right? Let's kind of set our bases here. This release goes from around $50 to $70, depending on your area. That's just an average on what I was seeing online. It is a small batch American single malt whiskey. The minimum age statement on this one is 4 years old, but it is said to be a blend of 4 to 7-year-old whiskey. So minimum 4 years old, although there are some sources that say it may have gone up to 5 years old. So I'm not sure. This is a little bit of mixed info online about that. So anyways, we know it's at least 4 years old, 100% malted barley, and then of course cut with that Rocky Mountain spring water. By the way, this one does come in at 47% ABV, which is 94 proof, and it says it's made in limited runs. So the small batch, like I was saying. It says it's their original whiskey recipe and uses 100% malted barley and pristine Rocky Mountain water, double distilled in small copper stills and rested in virgin American oak casks. All right, I love that they're transparent here on the label about that. It says in the heart of Denver, Colorado. I've unfortunately never really been to Colorado. I'd love to visit. I've only done, I've had a layover at the airport. I don't think that quite counts, but I've always wanted to go to Colorado. So this is my intro into the state. Let's give that one a nose. The Stranahan's original single malt. All right, well, first and foremost, it's very malty. It's 100% malt, which makes 100% malted barley, which makes total sense here. I was looking for some of those more darker notes on it, specifically because it's being aged in that American charred American oak. It is oaky, but it's reading more along the lines of a lighter oak, a little bit more of like a I have in the past I've said young oak, which is a note that I get for sure, but this one is a specific. This is going to be a really weird example of what this is on the nose. It's like you have a new set of toys for children, and like you have those like blocks that have like the letters on it, like you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and like one side has colors and they have different letters. It's like just a block that you play with and you spell out the word baby with. Those and like those log cabin toys where they're just like pieces of wood that are a toy. Not that they smell like young, they don't have like that green wood oak quality to them, but they have a little bit of a dusty kind of like plywood kind of note to it. A little bit of a, yeah, like I guess plywood / cardboard is kind of the note that I'm getting. No, that sounds really bad, but I just want to express it differently because a lot of times when I'm describing the oak, I either say like new oak, which is like normally that green, like freshly cracked twig note. But then sometimes I'll say like an older oak, which is like a very saturated barrel. This is neither. This is more of just like a dry, maybe dry oak is the way to put it. It's like a block of oak. Not sawdusty. I wouldn't say it's sawdust. Although I think it's probably the closest thing I can give it to, but it's definitely oak. It's just a very specific, it's a very specific expression of oak that I'm getting on the nose. Now, a little bit behind that, there is a bit of a tartness to it. And at first I was thinking like, oh, maybe it's more of like the malt, like a young, like kind of grainy quality to it. But the more and more I nose it, it's more of a, I'm kind of getting orange peel or like orange zest on it. Yeah, there's a tartness to it. 94 proof, so it's not going to be super overpowering on the palate. This is all based on first impressions. Again, if you're just now skipping to this review, have never tried this before. I'm just sharing you my first thoughts with it. Zover said Tinker Toys and Lincoln Locks and Woods definitely have a specific smell. That's what I'm getting first impression on the nose of this one. Fred, it's curious why there's no fruit. I've always passed on the regular because cast strength single barrels were plenty. Those always had a strong red fruit with spices. Interesting. Yeah, on the nose, I mean, it could be there, but it's more of like that like sour kind of. I don't know. This one's gonna need a tasting. With it being lower proof, I don't always trust my gut with the nosing, so we're gonna have to give it a taste. Cheers, y'all. Okay, yeah. It had a bit of, it's like a two-parter, right? the tip of the tongue. Let me get a second sip before I go into that, because I think on the palate it's immediately two different experiences, and I want to revisit them before I talk about them. Yeah, second sip. Just tasting through a first couple sips. Chat. Good. Tip of the tongue, proofy, oaky, mid palate, the maltiness comes out. Finish is like a honey sweetness, and it's a relatively long finish for something 94 proof. I'm really enjoying the experience here. It's definitely taken me for a loop. It took me a minute to realize, like, because I mean, most of you guys know, but like in terms of American whiskey, bourbon and rye are kind of my jam. I love a single malt Scotch. I love some Irish whiskey. So I'm definitely not new to the category of single malt. It's just American single malt I've kind of been hit or miss with in the past. This one is leaning towards like the better part of American single malt that I've ever had. And if you listen to my review of the tin cup, the way they blended that American single malt from Colorado with bourbon just was fantastic. Love that bottle that I reviewed on the podcast. This one, though, we're jumping up in age. We're jumping up, well, not age, sorry. We're jumping up in price. We're jumping up in proof, and we're staying 100% American single malt. So it's taken me a little by surprise, but I do like the journey that it's taking me on. Definitely not my favorite, like, journey. Like, you know, normally I like the really dark, rich oak and then the darker caramels. I like dark notes. This was not reading dark. Like I said, minimum age statement of 4 years old. I would guess it's more on the younger side of things. But for this being their original release, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just, you know, it's not exactly what I'm seeking out when I'm looking for an American whiskey. American single malt, like I said, I've been hit or miss with. This one's like right in the middle of the road for me so far, just this release. But we have 3 other expressions to get through tonight. So take this at face value. I'm just trying the original now. We're going to see what we're going to move into here shortly. I do like that little bit of honeycomb, like honeygram kind of note that comes up on the finish. I definitely like, it's not something that I always get with an American single malt, but I do appreciate it when it shows up. Fred says, I'm not surprised that you don't seem to be crazy about it. When I lived in Denver, the entire whiskey community there disliked the standard bottling, even if they love the picks. Interesting. Okay. Well, like I said, this is first impression, so I'm not off put by it. I think to me it's very like middle of the road, but that doesn't mean it's bad. So I'm excited to see where it goes from here, because like I said, we have 3 other expressions of Strain of Hands that I'm very, very excited to get into. So I'm going to actually set that aside. We're going to move back to it because I'm going to rank these at the end to find which one is my favorite. We're going to move into, I guess, their second most popular release, which is their Blue Peak, which I have pulled up here on their website. It says it is an American single malt distilled at high altitude, aged in new American oak, and Solera finished. A maturation process typically used in wine, resulting in a rich and mellow whiskey. Okay, so this one is 86 proof. We're going down in proof, actually in price too. So just FYI, the price on this release is around $38 to $50. So it's a bit cheaper. And normally I would have started with this one, but because this is kind of like their not the original, that was the reason I wanted to wait on it. So normally I would go with the lower proof, lower priced option, but this time I wanted to start with the original because, I mean, if you're going to call it the original, call it the original. So Blue Peak. So I looked a little bit into like their Solera aging. I couldn't find an exact look at like the way they do it, but if anyone is curious about what Solera aging kind of looks like, I did find a couple of photos. If I can find a way to, I'm going to try this. StreamYard has changed. So let me just show you a couple photos of what Solera aging can look like. Like I said, there's a couple different types of way to do it. So let me show you this one. So that's kind of like the way that the wine industry sets it up. It's like they kind of have these barrels that all kind of flow into each other. It's kind of like as one empties, the other ones fill it up. So that's one way you can do it. There's also a different way of doing it, which a lot of breweries actually do. I'm going to show you this one. By the way, this method is called a fooder. So if you're looking for this device, it does not sound like it should be called a fooder, but it is called a fooder. Here is a photo of another way that a brewery does it. So as you can see, there's like the different layers. As things go through it, come out the bottom, it gets filled in from the top. You can see like the oak at the top. I can't see my finger. Where's my finger? Newer oak and just older and older and older. So they make these rings and they continuously work their way down. So lots of different ways to do it, but it is kind of interesting to see a Solera method with Stranahans. I'm trying to think of other people that use Solera cask aging. I know some rum distilleries do it. What are some other examples of distilleries that do Solera aging? I know Barrel had a specific one that was like their Infinity blend that was Solera aged. Just curious if you guys know of any other whiskeys that kind of use the same process. Definitely interesting. I don't know, it's controversial because of the fact that they can say like, oh, there's some really old whiskey in this, but you're like, how much? And they're like, well, we don't know because it's a blend. So there's that, but I'll take that with a grain of salt. Again, with this being a cheaper entry into the brand, this one's aged for at least 4 years old in new American oak barrels, number 3 char before Solera finishing in a toasted oak fooder. It smelled like fodder, but it's fooder. So this was aged in new oak and then finished in a fooder, kind of like one of the two we just saw. Let's give it a nose. Okay, a lot more of that new green oak note that I get on some younger whiskeys. I think it definitely is the prominent note. It smells crafty. I will say this is more of a craft note that I've gotten on some whiskeys that are from a distillery that isn't aging some like 12 plus year old product. It does smell pretty young. Proof on this, by the way, is only 86 proof. So we dropped down in proof down to 43%. Now, their goal of this flavor profile is to be smooth and mellow. Am I the target audience for smooth and mellow? Not necessarily, but I will say I can appreciate when a whiskey is smooth and mellow. And from $38 to $50 something, that's a little high for something a whiskey to be at that price point, but be given those simple notes. It's a little bit of a contradiction there, but let's go in and give it a taste. Nose, I will say nose to me is like it's a little sour still. It's that green oak. Not my favorite nose, but let's give it a try. Cheers. Okay. It's drinkable. I mean, it still to me has a bit of a dry, like young oak quality to it. It's a bit of there's a quality to it that I would sometimes associate with a rye whiskey, like a little bit of a grassy note. But it doesn't have the rye spice. It's just more of like a wet, like moss, maybe like a mossy note, like a forest floor kind of note, which I've heard people use before. I don't know. Let's have a second sip. I mean, here, this is my honest first impressions of this. Again, I know the brand sent me the bottles, but I'm going to be honest. This to me tastes like you found the original a bit too complex and you thought that like it going on that whiskey journey was too much for you. So you wanted it mellowed down and distilled into like one very cohesive pour. You didn't want it to go, oaky, malty, and then sweet. You wanted it to kind of be a balance of all those things all the time. You didn't want a long finish because I would say this is a short to medium finish on this release. It's not a bad flavor. Like it's a very balanced flavor. It almost reminds me of how I feel about some Woodford Reserve releases. I don't think it's a bad flavor at all. It's very one note and not overly complex. But when I'm looking at the price point, like I said, like $35 to $50, it's like, that's the price point where I want things to get a little more complex. So like tasting this, knowing that it's that price, I would say this isn't for me. And at that price, not to reference my podcast earlier, but for the same price, you can get a 10 cup, 6-year-old age stated, by the way, that's 2 years older than this minimum. American whiskey, which is a blend of bourbon and American single malt. To me, that's a better buy than this. This, to me, it's fine. I just probably won't pick up another bottle of Blue Peak based on this experience. So, it might be a good entry into the brand for you if you're a bit hesitant about something that's a little more complex like the original. Because again, I love the complexity of this, but that might be a bit too much for some beginners. So if you're looking into getting into American single malts and you want to take baby steps, maybe consider the Blue Peak. The rest of us, I think to me this one's personally forgettable, but that's just, my experience. Jeffrey Wax in the chat. What's up, Jeffrey? Good to see you. Michael said Solera is mainly used in port, Madeira, and sherry. The Solera system can be tedious, but great flavor. Fred said this tracks. Sounds domesticated. I mean, it's American single malt, so you know what it is. But just for me, this one doesn't do it for me, but I could see it being a good entry point into American single malt if you've not tried it before. But I do say that if you try Blue Peak and you don't love it, give some of the other expressions a shot, because I don't think this is the end-all be-all for Shanahan's, as we just had the original that I think is significantly better. But we still got 2 more whiskeys to work our way through tonight. We have the Sherry Cask, which is next up. It's also part of their core lineup. Let's see what info we have on this one. So this one is a 5 to 7 year old version of the single malt, and it's transferred to PX or Pedro Jimenez barrels to cask finish. I do love some PX sherry, so seeing an American single malt finished with PX sherry is very, very exciting, because I will say I've had some Scotch single malt that is PX sherry aged, as well as some Irish whiskey PX sherry aged that I have fallen in love with. So we're going to pour the sherry cask. I will say color-wise, yeah, it's definitely a good bit darker than what we've been dealing with so far. But I'm excited. Speaking of Colorado, Don Ashita is here. What's up, Don? Good to see you, man. Hope you are enjoying the Mountain State. I don't know the catchphrase for Colorado. Hopefully you're enjoying your time in the lower 48 states. But good to see you, man. Hope you are doing well. We just moved on to the sherry cask. So it says it's also the 100% malted barley, of course, that we saw before. I don't want to get into tasting notes. I'm trying to find this other additional info on it that I can pull up that may not give too much away. Let's see. So apparently that the barrels that they used, the PX casks that they used, have aged wine for over 40 years, some of them. So some of these PX sherry casks are very, very old. I don't know if they're first fill, second fill. I can't find any info on that, but they do use some pretty old PX sherry casks. So would love to know like if it's a first fill, second fill, but all I know is I am super thrilled to get into this. Let's give the sherry cask a nose. By the way, pricing is about $85. So a bit like a few bucks more than the original, about $15 to $25 more than the original. Proof is the same as the original, 94 proof, 47% ABV, but we do know that it's 5 to 7 years old, so there's a little bit older distillate in this. And there's some good color on it too. Oh, okay. I like the nose. Yeah. Oh man, that sherry is right there, up front and center. I love a sherry bomb in mostly in single malt Scotch, but a sherry bomb in single malt American. I don't know if I've had it, but on the nose, I could see this being great. So I have really, really high hopes for this one. Yeah, on the nose, it's more of those typical sherry notes. It's a little bit of raisin, a little bit of definitely red fruit territory here. It's definitely more of a dark, like a black cherry, not like a very sweet cherry. Raisin, like I said, it's a very much more mature sherry kind of note, which makes sense, right? They used up to 40-year-old barrels for this, so there's a very strong, dense sherry note to this on the nose. It's a bit of that oak. Again, I can't really say too much on the nose because it's similar enough to the original that I'm getting some notes that I really liked from that one, but that sherry is so, I don't want to say overpowering, but it's so dominant of a flavor on the nose, at least. Let's see how it does on the palate. Cheers, y'all. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sweet. It's sweeter than I think some people would maybe expect a American single malt to be, but that's kind of what you expect with a PX sherry cask, right? Like it's going to have some of those sweeter characteristics that are tacked onto it. I will say the sherry cask, like as much as I love a sherry cask, I do think it kind of, I don't want to say simplifies the notes of the original, but it takes the things that I love about the original and kind of like narrows them just a bit. Not to the point where I feel like that this is necessarily better or worse, because I think that PX sherry cask finish brings on so much more complexity than the standard originally has. That's the one I'm definitely gonna have to do a side by side of. So let me take another sip of the sherry cask one, but then I'm gonna go back to the original because I think these two are much more comparable than the Blue Peak. To me, Blue Peak was not quite in my range that I typically like, but I think these two are definitely more elevated, more my jam. So let me taste another sip of the sherry cask. Beautiful. The way the sherry expresses itself is wonderful in this. It doesn't taste overly sherried. It's like it's set in that cask just the right amount of time. Man, delicious. That's like, it's like if you have a choice between this and like a strawberry cheesecake for dessert, I would think I would choose this because it has those fruitier notes with that heftiness of a good dessert. I like that. But let me go back before I make a full judgment on that. Let me take a sip of water. Let me go back to the original, just the original single malt from Stranahan's. Like I said, a little bit cheaper, but pretty close to the same price, same age, a little bit older with the sherry, but pretty close. Yeah, that one comes back with that honey sweetness on the finish that I said at the beginning. It's still there. I mean, okay. I thought I was going to be pretty clear with like which of these two I preferred. I actually think I like them equally. They're different experiences. The original Stranahan's, this one, is much more of like what you would expect it to be. It's complex. It takes you on a journey. It goes from, like I said, oaky, malty, sweet, but like a honey sweetness to it. Whereas the sherry, less of the journey and more of just like those combined, but with a nice, very complementary but not overtaking PX sherry cask influence. So it depends on your taste, but I think either of those are good buys for the price. I think, as someone that does love sherry, I slightly prefer the sherry cask, but that's just personal preference. I think, it could go either way. I encourage you guys to try both of them. Or if you know for sure you're a fan of like PX sherry, grab the sherry cask. If you're like, I don't know about it, grab the original. Fred said this one is sounding much better. I agree. It's a step up from the Blue Peak for sure. Seems a little young and grainy, but good dried raisin flavor. Oh, I'm not sure which one you're trying there. Fred said having both graininess and I don't know if you guys are talking about the Blue Peak or not. I could have missed it. Thanks, info. Of course. I don't know if you're thanking me or Michael, but cheers. Ims in the chat. What's up, Emily? Good to see you. Shocking, I know, but port finished was my favorite. Oh, there's a fat. I actually don't have their port finished, but that sounds amazing. This PX sherry, I imagine, is probably pretty close to the port, and I'm sure it's pretty damn good. And M says, hey, y'all, mash the like button. I know. I always okay, listen, I'll be real with y'all. When I do these streams that not only just American single malt, but single malts in general, the turnout's relatively lower. Like, I know people come here for the bourbon. And like, I'm here for the bourbon too. But I like to venture out, and I've been doing this since I started the channel. I love trying different things, trying different, ryes, American single malts, American whiskeys, scotches, Irish, freaking, spirits from around the world. But I do notice the turnout's quite a bit lower from that, and that's to be expected. But if you guys are watching these and you are enjoying them, it does mean the world to me to not only hit the thumbs up, which does mean a lot, but leave a comment after the stream and let me know, what was your favorite, or if this inspires you to get a bottle, pick it up, come back, leave a comment. And the only reason I ask is because I know these streams don't do that well, but I want to keep doing them because, I don't like narrowing myself down to just one lane, Yes, I primarily do bourbon on this channel. I love bourbon. But I think there's a lot more to explore in the world of whiskey that doesn't get as much attention as bourbon. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. This is kind of a little bit different. I actually reached out to a bunch of brands recently, smaller distilleries, and have asked them to collaborate. Actually, we have one coming up in August that I'm very, very excited for. A distillery very few people have even heard of, but I think that's kind of my roots of this channel, is like interviewing some of these distilleries. And I get that they don't do as well, like, because like people aren't looking this out as actively, but I do appreciate you guys watching it. And, you know, whether watching it live or the replay, please let me know you're enjoying it too. I assume you guys want me to keep them up, or else I'll just keep reviewing Buffalo Trace every day, or I don't know, Elijah. I mean, I'll review Elijah Craig all day, every day. Y'all know, but I do appreciate you guys hitting the thumbs up, though. That's all I was trying to say, is like, those of you that are tuning in live or watching the replay at this point, I appreciate you. I see you, and thank you. Patrick said he had a great time at Stranahan's back in May. Just spent the weekend back up there at Laws and Tulnua private events. Nice. I've not had that one, actually. We come here to see if you are dressed up for us and if you combed your hair. I don't comb my hair. Just more of like, I use like a hair powder stuff, like all the like the cool kids do, you know, hair powder. No, but like with my hair this short, like there's not really too much I can do with it. But I finger comb it a little bit. Single malt is fun as is other spirits. That's what I think so too, Emily. I think like that's why I do them. I know it's not the most popular thing to do, but who cares what's popular? I do what I enjoy, and that's the whole point of this channel. And hopefully you guys are enjoying it too. Interviews are fun. Yes, they are. It's been a minute, but we're gonna do some soon. All right. Well, we got one more whiskey to try before we wrap up tonight and get over to our after party for people on the Byte Club. We're gonna go ahead and try their limited edition release, which I'm very, very excited for. This is their Mountain Angel American Single Malt Whiskey. It is a 10-year-old. It's their first ever 10-year-old release from Stranahan's. It is an ultra premium expression, coming in at 90.2 proof. Now, right now they're on batches 3 and 4. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact batch of this. They just sent this over to me as a media sample, but I assume it's one of the more recent batches because they just sent it. So, yeah, let's read a little bit about this one. Mountain Angel 10-year American Single Malt. It says, due to Denver's high altitude and the usage of new American charred oak, Mountain Angel has a unique angel share loss that allowed Stranahan's to achieve a 10-year-old single malt with a depth of flavors and aromas comparable to a Scotch whiskey more than twice its age. Bold claim. I like it, though. I know a few of you had in the chat. Can't wait to hear what you guys have to say about it. They say after 10 years in new American oak barrels, Stranahan's Mountain Angel is pushing the boundaries of American single malt whiskey, producing a flavor profile never before achieved in the category. All right, well, that's enough to get me very, very excited for this bottle. So let's go ahead and give it a nose. Oh, very, very different from what we were getting before. It's oaky, but it's a darker oak. It's on the same wavelength as the original one that we had earlier, the minimum 4-year aged one, but you can tell there's more age to it for sure. It's a similar of that, like that note that I said it was kind of like a kid's like block, like a toy wooden block or like a log cabin toy. It's similar to that, but it's like it's much more saturated and much more rich. Not quite as like hefty as some of the older oaked bourbons that I've had. I think it's coming across a little bit lighter than that on nose, but yeah, this is definitely more hefty to the nose than anything we've had so far. It's got a bit of a quality to it that I think is almost savory. I don't want to say like, okay, let me be careful. It loses quite a bit of the sweetness and leans more into the malty quality to it on the nose. But it's, I don't know how else to say, but it's got a dry nose. I think this one's holding back on us on the nose. I think it's going to reveal so much more in the palate. By the way, price point on this one is around $110 to $140 depending on your area. So we are jumping up quite a bit from all the previous releases we've seen so far. I'm not getting too much on the nose, honestly. Okay, let's give it a taste. Cheers. Okay. Much better on the palate than on the nose. I will say I was left wanting a little bit more on the nose. But once I've tasted it, I'm getting some of the things that I really like about it. It's bringing back that honey that I got on the original that I really liked, but it's much more refined. It's almost like a cinnamon sugar honey kind of thing going on, which is good. Not super sweet though. It's like it's more in the background than up on the forefront. Yeah, like almost like a cinnamon graham cracker, but like limited amounts of the cinnamon. Yeah. I mean, the more I drink this, the more I appreciate it. It's balanced. It's definitely smooth. I think all the flavors it's trying to hit, it does a great job with it. I think that it's I will say it's more, okay, here's where I'll place it. I think the original is the most complex in terms of like the flavor journey you're going on while you're drinking it. I think this is the second most complex because it does take you on a journey. It's a little bit more mellowed out of a journey, but you're getting some of those cinnamon spices. Like I said, a little bit of like, it's sweet. It's like cinnamon sugar, but it's not like that really bright honey sweetness that you get on the original. That being said, the sherry that we just had is the least complex of it all, but a more consistent flavor profile, one that I really, really enjoy. So this is going to be a hard decision which one is my favorite tonight, because I think they all had something going for them. I think the one for me personally that was my least favorite was the Blue Peak. I think it's fine. It's a great entry into American single malt, especially Colorado single malt. To me, it just feels a little oversimplified, which maybe that's what they were going for. Like I said, this is the most affordable price point item they have. But to me, that's unfortunately, that's my least favorite of the 4 that we're trying today. But I think that my top 3 I'm pretty confident in, feeling that I do recommend buying a bottle of. But we're going to go through them. We're going to make sure before I reveal that. Michael said put some water in it if the palate is tight. No, the palate definitely opened it up on the 10-year. On the nose, I wasn't quite feeling it, but on the palate, it absolutely showed up. Fred said, did the graininess go away at that age? Does it taste anything like a legacy distillery or still craft? Great question, Fred. I love when you guys like prod me to go into deeper. You guys prod me deep. No, I'm just saying like you guys prod me to go deeper with my explanations. I'm happy to do so. Did the graininess go away at that age? Well, let me try the regular original first from the 4 to 5-year-old release. Bit of tartness. I mean, I guess it could be interpreted as grain for sure. Let's go to the 10 though. Yeah, much more mellowed out. It's similar notes. I'll say this, Fred. It doesn't have the sour note that some grain-forward young single malts have. To me, it captures that quality to it, but adds some oak and is amplified by the oak. It brings the sourness down to a much more approachable level. And it honestly, I think it's just adding a layer of oak. I'll be real. It's like the oak is complementing that malt grain quality to it. And I'm okay with that. I think when you just taste the malt grain, it's a bit sour, it's a bit young. This one is complemented by the older oak. I mean, I think that's a significantly better product than the original. So, M says toasty. I would think so. I mean, I think toasty is kind of difficult to toasty. When I think toasty, I think of more like a vanilla or like a sweet toastiness. I don't think either of these are that. I think toasty may not be the note to describe these personally for me. They're much more like, I don't want to say refined, but like for me, these come across as more balanced. When I take like a toasted bourbon or like a toasted whiskey, to me, that comes across as like a nuanced flavor note that's kind of big and bold and right there, whether it's the marshmallow on like a rye or just like that bit of ashiness on other whiskeys. To me, that's more up on the forefront. This is not quite that on either of these whiskeys. So I wouldn't say toasty from my experience, but I'm curious to see if anyone else is that. Yeah, exactly. I thought the question was for him. Oops. Well, at least he enjoyed answering it. Oh, the question. Oh, you're talking about the question that you had for It applied to my whiskey though. Like literally, I interpreted it as you were asking about original Stranahan's versus the 10-year Stranahan's. So it still applied, even though you weren't asking me. Still a very great question. We're discussing laws. No worries. But it completely applied to what I was talking about. This isn't Twitch. You can't trust us with a soundboard. I don't know. I can trust y'all with a lot, but a soundboard might be pushing it a bit far. All right. Well, I think I've got my thoughts about these whiskeys. I'm going to say, again, pretty impressed. I had heard about Stranahan's for a long time. I think, okay, I'll say this. I think I was maybe getting it confused with a another Colorado whiskey that is not as well received. When I was, sorry, yawning. Not tonight. Sorry. It's Comic-Con week, by the way. My work has been so crazy lately. Like we're literally doing so much for San Diego Comic-Con, which today was our big day. So much stuff went out. It went out well and everything went to plan, but I'm like exhausted. So apologize if I'm a bit sleepy, but I do want to get this point across before I leave. So what was the point I was trying to get across? Shoot. Crap. What was I going to say? Oh, yes, the other Colorado whiskey. I think I had an opinion of Colorado whiskey before I actually tried Colorado whiskey based on another brand. But now that I've tried this, I am a fan. I think for sure my favorite of the night is the 10-year. I think to me it's the most complex of them all. It kind of amplifies everything that I love about the original, and it even like excels at some of the things that I think the original doesn't quite meet the mark on. So for me, the 10-year Mountain Angel release from Stranahan's is my favorite. Now, $110 to $140. I don't know if I would go out and seek a bottle myself, but that's because I have another one that I think I would buy a bottle of. And that's my second place. My second place is actually the sherry cask. So even though I feel like this is not as complex as the original or the Mountain Angel, I think as someone that loves a good PX sherry cask influence, this is a fantastic American single malt, especially coming in at around like $85 to $90. I think this is kind of hitting the price point that I think it should be. Do I wish that, we had an actual age limit? Like I said, I'm seeing it's 5 to 7 years old, but like if this were to be able to be labeled as like a 7-year-old sherry cask release, I would not spend much more, but I would feel much less bad about spending that much money. That's what I was trying to say. It's my second favorite for sure. It's probably, if I was going to buy any of these myself for the price point, when balancing price point versus how much I like them, I think the sherry cask would be the one that I would pick up. But that's not to say that the original release, which I am also a big fan of, is not worth buying. I think either of those two, if you do like sherry, go for the sherry cask. If you like, more of a traditional single malt, especially an American single malt, go for the original cask. It's going to be more up your alley. It's very complex. It's such a fantastic single malt. I would have never guessed that it's, craft in any way, shape, or form. It's just so delicious. The only one I recommend skipping, just based on my experience, is the Blue Peak. It's a little bit younger. It's a bit of the Solera aging, which, some people praise. Some people feel like it's kind of a little gimmicky. I'm not going to make a statement on that, but I will make a statement on the fact that I think this whiskey is the least interesting of all 4 Stranahan's I tried tonight. So take that with what you will, but to me, that's kind of how I felt about it. But then Fred does clarify, it is 5 to 7-year-olds before the finish. So that's very fair. I don't have the details on how long it's finished. Sometimes we get that info, but I don't see it here. So I do think the extra age does help, but I think the finish is such a strong sherry finish that it kind of overwhelms the whiskey, and you kind of lose some of the nuances of the whiskey. Again, not complaining. You saw I loved it, but it's like, would I like to see a 10-year-old sherry finished whiskey? Absolutely. Like that would definitely kind of amplify the two things that I love the most about the sherry and the 10-year-old is like combining them together. Wow, Fred says it's only 10 days. That is extremely surprising because that sherry influence on this is pretty damn prominent. So I'll have to fact check that, but I trust you guys in the chat. If you guys find out differently, please let me know in the comments down below. But man, that is such a strong influence if it's only 10 days. Wow. Incredible. All right. Well, again, thank you all so much for watching this Thursday night live stream. I appreciate you all. Make sure you check out the podcast where I reviewed the. Oh, okay. He's messing with us. Okay. I thought you. I trusted you. Okay. It's probably more than 10 days. Anyways, what I'm saying is I appreciate you all chiming in. Please come back to this video if you have a chance to try it. Let me know what you think of it. And check out the 10. I keep wanting to say 10 hook, which doesn't even make sense. 10 cup, 6-year American whiskey review I did on my podcast today. Bourbon Bytes podcast, wherever you get your podcast, or you can click the link in the description below, get a direct link over to it. This is a blend of American single malt, most likely from Stranahan's, blended with MGP 6-year-old bourbon. So if you thought that like my opinion was kind of mixed about this, wait till you hear how I feel about this stuff mixed with 6-year-old Indiana bourbon. It's quite exciting. That's the most I'll say. So cheers, y'all. Thank y'all for watching. Those of you that are Byte Club members, I'm going to hang out on the after party right after this stream. Those of you that are not, hope you have a wonderful rest of your week. Enjoy your weekend. I'm going to be on Matt Madness tomorrow for the semifinals. I'm very, very nervous, but I'm very excited. So if you guys are not yet subscribed to ADHD Whiskey, check out his channel. It's a lot of fun. But tomorrow, I think it's at 6 p.m. Pacific-ish. I'll be competing against who am I competing against? Shoot, I forget. Dan Shook is one of them. I do forget who the next person is. Someone in the chat will tell me. I will highlight it. But until then, this has been Bourbon Bytes Whiskey Reviews with a gaming twist. Cheers. I'll see you guys on Friday. If not, I will see you guys next week or on the podcast. Cheers. As Emily says, always hydrate and hit out the podcast. All right. Love y'all. See y'all next week. I had some thoughts, some not as great thoughts as you would expect from a Heaven Hill fan. It's a solid bourbon. I don't think it blows, my socks off or anything. I don't think it nearly justifies the price point. I just don't think it shows its age. It also is hot. Like, it's 101 proof, but it drinks hotter. Again, there are things I like about it, but there's really, I can't see why this is treated as like a special pour. I don't get the exclusivity of it.